is up, everybody? Welcome to another episode of Limited Resources. This episode number 459. My name is Marshall. I'm one of your Limited Resources, and joining me on the line all the way from Denver, Colorado, it's Luis Scott-Vargas. Luis, it's time for Guilds of Ravnica Set Review. Are you stoked?
Oh, yeah. I've been deep into set reviewing with the written reviews I do for Channel Fireball, and it has made me excited for the set. This set looks really fun, and actually really looking forward to talking about the cards.
Yeah, same. And it's a nice change from what we were used to as well with the core set. You know, this is a huge difference from those two. We've got a lot of gold cards here and all that. Before we get into it, I want to mention our sponsor, channelfireball.com. That's the place to go for all things Magic related you may need. You can go find singles. You can pre-order Guilds of Ravnica right now. In fact, if that's something that you might be after, you get singles. You can pre-order those or get singles from sets that have already come out. As many as you need. You can get supplies. You can find apparel. You can also get some of the best free content on the internet right on the front page of channelfireball.com. Videos and articles from some of the best players in the world. We highly recommend you check them out. Also, if you want to support the show, it goes a long way. Patreon.com/limited resources. Thanks to everybody who helps out by supporting whatever show it is that you happen to do. This one, another one on Patreon. It's just a great little system they have set up there to help the creators that help make a difference for you, and you can give back to them and even get some cool perks along the way. Patreon.com/limited resources for that. Let's get right into it, Luis. We've got a grading scale overview to cover here. This is going to explain how our grades work when we give cards grades at the end of each of them. And then, boom, we're right into it. We're going to go over every single common and uncommon from Guilds of Ravnica. So why don't you kick us off with the grading scale?
Alrighty, we're going to start at the top with your A's. These are your bombs, game winners, and cards that are good in many situations, especially when behind. These are the best cards in the set, and they're hyper-efficient spells. So these are cards like Tezzeret Artifice Master, Cleansing Nova, Patient Rebuilding, and Murder from M19. Mm-hmm. That leads us to our B's. These are cards that actively pull you towards your colors. These are headliners for a set, go-to cards, and reasons to be, in this case, a particular color or a guild. Solid removal is often a B as well. So these are cards like Vampire Sovereign, Hieromancer's Cage, Dryad Greenseeker, Vinemare, Luminous Bonds. Just cards you'd be happy first picking, but aren't the best of the best. The C's are playable cards. The Pawns of Limited, they're interchangeable, and you're going to end up with a bunch of C's in your deck. These are cards like Aven Windmage, Child of Night, Bristling Boar, Titanic Growth. Just cards that are average, cards that you're not excited about, but you're certainly going to run most of the time. D's are sometimes playable, but you'd prefer not to run them. Mediocre or junky cards, often they're expensive or situational, have a high setup cost. So these are cards like Fire Elemental, Field Creeper, Knight of the Tusk. Just slightly below average cards that you'll sometimes find yourself running, but you're generally kind of unhappy to do so. F, these cards are unplayable in virtually all scenarios. These are cards, usually rares, that have just a bunch of weird text on them and don't do a whole lot. These are cards like Omniscience, Crucible of Worlds, Alpine Moon. A 10-drop and 2 cards that just have no effect on the game. We also have 2 additional categories that will give a subgrade among them. One is sideboards. These are cards that don't often make the main deck, but can be very good out of the board. These are cards like Naturalized, Plummet, and Smelt. Often these cards are A or B quality once you board them in, and F quality if you were going to main deck them. Lastly, we have Build Around. So these are cards that by themselves don't provide a whole lot of value or don't really work, but with the right building blocks can be very effective. These are cards like Sarkhan's Unsealing or Colossal Might. Just cards that, in this case, require a bunch of 4-power creatures. Once you have that, these cards become great. Without them, you don't do anything.
All right. So this set's a little bit different from a normal one in that it focuses on guilds. And these are color pairs that they're focusing on. In this case, there's 5 of the 10 possible color pairs that are going to be supported, meaning that they get a bunch of gold cards and a bunch of sweet stuff along those lines. So we're not going to do the set review in the order that we normally would. We want to focus on the guilds because those are what's important in Guilds of Ravnica. So if you're following along at home, you're going to have to jump around a little bit on the spoiler. If you're watching the video, well, just sit back. It'll be easy. So we're going to start things out with Boros and the Boros cards, meaning the red and white cards that are either red and white or have a hybrid mana symbol on them. And then we'll move on to red after that, and we'll kind of work our way through. You'll see. It'll work out. So first things first, let's get into Boros. Our first uncommon is Boros Challenger, and this is red-white for a 2/3 mentor. I'll read Mentor once, but then I'll assume that you've listened to the show last week and you know what it does. Mentor says, whenever this creature attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on target attacking creature with lesser power. And it's got an activated ability. You can pay 2 white-red, and it gets +1/+1 until end of turn.
So this is a good time to kind of talk about what the Boros Guild is about. Of course, their keyword is Mentor. And the cards are slanted towards an aggressive bet. Boros has always been aggressive. In the 2 previous iterations, it was quite aggressive. So we expect Boros to be aggressive here, and Mentor is a very aggressive keyword. It rewards you for having pump spells. It rewards you for curving out. Like if you play Messenger Hawk, the 1-drop 1 on Flying Lifelink, into Boros Challenger, that's a really sick curve. So this card fits perfectly into what Boros is trying to do. It's excuse me.
Bless you.
Starting things off with a bang. It's a 2-mana 2/3 with Mentor, which I think would already be good because a 2/3 is pretty hardy. It's hard to take it down with the average 2-drop and could even survive some 3-drops. And then if you have a 1-power creature, you're getting a +1/+1 counter. Basically, every time you attack and successfully mentor something, you've gotten not a whole card, but a pretty good amount of value.
More than you'd think.
Yes, a +1/+1 counter. It's not just 1/1 in stats. It also could be the difference between, say, your 3/1 getting to attack into their 1/4, because now you have a 4/2 if you had a 4-power mentor creature. Or your 2/2 flyer, your Scott Legionnaire, for example, going from a 10-turn clock to a 7-turn clock when they're at their full life total. So
right. Yeah, the other thing to consider with the Boros Challenger with this activated ability is, yes, you could do it in combat after your opponent's blocked and use threat of activation or just the ability to make it bigger, but you also can do it pre-combat to give yourself a chance to actually get that mentor trigger, because remember, your creature has to have lower power both when you attack and also when it resolves. So you're going to want to do that first. Don't be ashamed to just say, put 4 into this. It's a 3/4 attack with this in my 2/2 mentor trigger.
Right.
And that's something that you'll have to do somewhat often.
Because otherwise it wouldn't even trigger. So
right.
At the end of that, I think Boros Challenger is a card that, well, the Boros decks would be very happy to play with. It's good early. It's solid late. 4 mana for +1/+1 doesn't seem like a great deal, but it's already got so much packed into it that that's just like a bonus ability. I would give Boros Challenger just a solid B.
B, right? It's just a B. And that is, of course, assuming that you can cast it in your Boros deck, but that's going to be very likely in this set. So safe assumption there. Next card is called Garrison Sergeant. It's 3 white-red for a 3/3 Viashino Soldier. This is common, and it has double strike as long as you control a gate.
So gates are the lands. Each guild has one. They come into play tapped, and they tap for 1 mana of each color of the guild, or either or. They don't tap for 2 mana total. There is 1 gate per pack, I believe, replacing the basic land. So
that's right.
So gates are fairly common. You're going to see a lot of gates. How good is Garrison Sergeant? Well, if it just always had double strike, this card would be pretty good. Essentially a 5-mana 6/3, but even better than that because 3 points of that is first strike damage, so it doesn't trade for another 33. How many gates do you need before Garrison Sergeant becomes that? Like 3 or 4 gates, I think, would make me feel pretty safe.
Mm-hmm. But boy, is that where you want to be in Boros? That's the question.
Yes. I think you're happy playing gates in Boros because your mana still needs help, but you don't want to play like 4 of them. So it's like,
right.
Like 2 gates sounds better to me than 4. Also, this kind of asks you to play off-color gates. Like if your mana is good, you might want to play just like either a half color or potentially completely off color gate. Like an Izzet gate is just a coming to play tap mountain, but it actually gives this double strike. I don't think this is where most Boros decks want to be. Like, no, it's a 5-drop. You don't have room for very many 5-drops, especially in a deck that's looking to play 1-drops, because those decks also kind of want to play 16 land a lot of the time. Mm-hmm. And if you don't have a gate, this is incredibly dorky. A 5-mana 3/3 is nothing to write home about. So
yeah, I'm not super high on Garrison Sergeant. No. I feel like the setup isn't really in line with what you're trying to do with Boros, and ultimately it's kind of just another 5-drop. Yeah, if you get to go off with it, it's strong, but I just feel like it's like too finicky for that. I'd give it like a C-.
Yeah, I think C- for Garrison Sergeant works.
Hammer Dropper, great name. 2 white-red for a 5/2 giant soldier at common. It's got Mentor. That's it. So this is an interesting one because it basically always gets that first Mentor trigger if you get to attack with it and almost anything else in your deck. But it also basically always dies and can't be mentored onto effectively ever. So I don't love it for that reason. I like 5 power for 4 mana, but boy, if I'm stuck with no combat tricks and my opponent just goes block with my 2 mana 2/2, I'm like, oh man, like even if I got the mentor trigger, I don't think I'm still happy with that transaction.
Well, what Hammer Dropper really says to me is that you want 3 or 4 tricks in a lot of your Boros decks. Because this essentially has lure on it. Your opponent's always going to block it.
That's true.
There's no way they're not jamming their 2/3 or 3/3 into this if they have a blocker available, which means your Sure Strike or 1 mana +2/+2 is basically always going to trade for a card. So there is some advantage to that because you can plan your turn knowing on turn 5, they're going to block this. You're going to play a combat trick and play a 3-drop. Of course, that is also something pretty obvious. Like that's what this card's asking you to do. So if my opponent plays a Hammer Dropper, I'm likely to want to set up a block where they use a trick and I have a counter trick, right? A bounce spell, a removal spell, my own combat trick, whatever. Because it's just, again, that's just like the normal play pattern with this card. So I think this card's fine. I bet all the Boros decks are going to play this card. It can, if you have no combat tricks or removal, then yeah, it's not going to line up well against their 2-drops, but this is kind of what you're trying to do. And getting a +1/+1 counter when you hit means it's not even necessarily that bad to trade this for a lower cost creature if you get a counter on something else.
Yeah, and we shouldn't forget that there are times where your opponent just simply didn't have the right blocker for it. You know, they play a couple of like a 1/4 or an 0/3 wall.
Or they play a 4/4 and you trade this for their 4/4 and feel very good about it.
Yeah, that's true. So I don't know. I still don't have it high. I'd have it like C-. I don't think Hammer Dropper is great. I think it just trades down too readily, but yeah, it's probably playable.
I think it's a C. I think it's just, it's a run-of-the-mill playable, but I think Boros decks are going to play this way more often than not.
I like this next one. Justice Strike. White-red for an instant at uncommon. Target creature deals damage to itself equal to its power.
Yeah, that target creature punches itself. This card's great. It's just straight up removal. Like it won't work on 1/4s or 3/4s like Watcher in the Mists, for example, but it might if you get into a combat with that creature and you cast it afterwards. And it just kills most things anyway. Like it just it kills every Boros creature, that's for sure.
Yeah, exactly.
It can also kill 7/7s, like out of Golgari if they play their undergrowth
for 2
creatures,
mana.
like Rhizome Scavenger or whatever. So Justice Strike, I think, is a pretty solid B+.
Yeah, I like B+ on Justice Strike. Also, quote from this weekend, it's just like Terror, except for it's 2 mana in an instant. It's like, wait, what? Legion Guild Mage is next. So every guild has its own Guild Mage, and they do different things. This one is red-white for a 2/2 creature, human wizard at uncommon. They're all uncommon. And it has 2 different activated abilities, as they all do. The first one is 5 and a red, tap it. It does 3 damage to each opponent. And that might sound a little expensive, but remember, this is from your 2 mana 2/2 as well. So this is something that you can do in the late game because, even though your aggro deck didn't plan on necessarily getting to 6 mana or it flooded out a little bit, this is a nice place to put it. 3 damage adds up really quickly, especially if you've gotten off to a quick start. The other ability is even better. It's 2 and a white, tap, and tap another target creature. So you can tap, you can do, it's a tapper. It's clunky. It's 3 mana. But again, these Boros decks, this is the type of card you want when things get stalled out. When you get off to that quick start, but they've stabilized. You play Legion Guild Mage, and your opponent's like, well, now I have to kill that because it's either going to take a blocker out of the way on their turn and then one on your turn and you're going to kill them. It's going to lock down their best threat, or it's just going to kill them. If you just start dumping 6 mana into this thing, even if they're at 9, you've managed to squeak through 11 damage before they stabilized. You go Legion Guild Mage, go. And they're looking at their board and they're like, I have to kill you in 3 turns or this game's over. And, sure, it's only 2 toughness, but boy, that's a lot of action for a 2-drop.
Oh, Legion Guild Mage is excellent. I think part of the theme of Guild Mages in every Ravnica set is they've been high pick uncommons in each particular guild. Yeah, what happened a lot of the time is you'll either stabilize they'll stabilize, but their life total is incremented by 3s. They know that they have to kill you in 3 turns or deal with the Guild Mage, or they're just dead. You just stop doing anything you're doing and just start nugging them every single turn. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't like that they have tap symbols on them. I don't know, some reason that makes them feel less Guild Magey to me, but I guess we're trying something new here. Either way, this card's great. This is exactly what Boros decks want. It's a 2 mana 2/2 that ends up being a very effective mana sink late and a decent mana sink in the middle. I don't like using the tap ability very much. Like, it feels like you're going to fall behind a lot of the times, but I really like the red ability. So I would say Legion Guild Mage is a B.
Yeah, I like B for Legion Guild Mage. These are generally pushed, though I feel like this cycle, this time around, is a little on the weaker side of what we've seen before, Agreed. But still good. Oh boy, Sky Knight Legionnaire, 1 white-red for a 2/2 flying haste at common. Here's your go-to Boros common. I mean, this is the thing that's probably going to get in for the most damage over the course of the set of any other card. This thing just hits hard and keeps on coming. It's great.
This is the most Borosy card that ever Borosed. It's been in every Ravnica set, and it's been a common, and it's been basically a first pick every time. I mean, I think it's a B. It's not like an A or anything, but it's exactly what Boros decks want, like to a T. It's cheap. It curves out. It has haste. It has flying. In this set, it's great with Mentor. Like if you can play a 3/1 Mentor, then play this and attack with both, like that's just a ton of damage. So I think Sky Knight Legionnaire just gets a B, and I could even see it being a B plus. Like I could see it just being better than Legion Guild Mage.
Yeah, I think it's a B, but the card is fantastic. Don't overlook it just because it's a common. Next is an uncommon called Swathcutter Giant. It's 4 red-white for a 5/5 vigilance that whenever it attacks, it does 1 damage to each creature defending player controls.
This card,
wow, that's a lot for an uncommon.
Yeah, this card is just fine, and the reason I say this is going back to my earlier point. I think the Boros decks are going to want 16, maybe 17 land a lot of the time, and because they don't have a whole lot of mana sinks. Like they might be able to play some of the monocolored jumpstart cards, the mono red ones, but for the most part, like I'm just not that interested in 6-drops in my Boros deck. I don't think.
No, that's true.
And
you can play a more, mid-range version, and that's just going to happen some percentage of the time.
Will.
But I don't think your ideal Boros deck is one trying to cast 6s.
The ability here is nice. I mean, the 1 damage to each block or each defending creature means, or each creature defending player controls means you might be able to attack with your 3/1 Mentor creature into their 4/4 because now there's a point of damage on it. So it does open the gates to you having better attacks. But I think this card is not going to be much above replacement level, even though it's a very good card. Like if this was a Selesnya card,
you expect it. Yeah,
I would like it a little bit more. Yeah,
I mean, you expect it to be a very good card for 6 mana that's gold, right? Yeah. So it's probably like a C plus or something like that, maybe a C.
I like C plus on Swathcutter Giant.
C plus. Okay. C plus on Swathcutter Giant. Next is another important cycle. There's 2 important cycles for each of these guilds. And this one is the Unsplashables. It's in this case, it's red, white. That's the mana cost. Yeah. These are very, very difficult to cast. Even in guild, you don't necessarily get them on turn 4 every time. Right. But it just means that nobody's going to snipe these.
If you're playing 8 plains and 8 mountains and you're on 4 lands, just like a pretty big percentage of the time, it's just 3 and 1 instead of 2 and 2.
Yes. Yeah, that happens all the time. The good news is these are quite good, and even if they come down a bit later, they're usually pretty strong. This one's called True Fire Captain. It's a 4/3 with Mentor. And whenever it's dealt damage, it deals that much damage to target player. So it kind of always gets the last hit in. And that ability doesn't seem super strong because it doesn't really affect the board. But Boros is able to pile on so much damage that, if they block with their 3/3 and it trades and you get a Mentor trigger and your opponent takes 3 damage, you're actually quite happy with all of that. Like that's good.
It can be a finisher late when they're at 4 life and they just have to really dance around how they're blocking this thing. It's great with combat tricks. Like if they block with their 3/3, like you said, and you give this +2/+2, you won the combat and they just took 3. It is funny that
which really matters in this too.
That Sure Strike doesn't actually work because it gives it first strike, so it never takes damage.
Oh yeah, that's true.
True Fire Captain's great.
It's good. Yeah.
I mean,
I think it's one of the weaker of the cycle, to be honest.
Yeah, the cycle is very powerful, but
the cycle is super good.
But I think that it's very committal, but that's the thing about Boros cards. They're generally just not good splashes no matter what. Like, yeah, sure, Justice Strike is a card I'll splash in my Selesnya deck if I have a couple fixers. But Boros Challenger, Sky Knight Legionnaire, Legion Guild Mage, none of these cards are cards I'm interested in splashing. They're all just good if you can play them on curve. So True Fire Captain's not that far out of that, even though it does get docked a little for the mana cost. So I would give it a B. I think I'm still opening Sky Knight Legionnaire over this just because it's just so much easier to cast. But True Fire Captain is pretty good. And if you end up with a Boros deck that doesn't have any 1-drops, for example, and you're able to play like 3 Boros Guild Gates, this gets a lot better.
Okay. Next is not actually a gold card in the same sense that we've had here where it costs white and red mana. This one actually costs white or red mana. It's 1 and a hybrid white-red. It's called Fresh-Faced Recruit. And it's pretty good, actually. It's a common. It's 2/1. And as long as it's your turn, it gets first strike.
Yeah, that's a really good mechanic.
It really is, yeah.
Because First Strike is pretty annoying on blocks, but it's perfect for the Boros deck that just wants to be attacking anyway. It's a good target for Mentor because a 3/2 First Strike is really hard to kill in combat. And note this is a red or white card, like you said. So if you're Izzet or Selesnya, you could take this and not worry about it because the hybrid is very flexible. Mm-hmm. I like Fresh Face Recruit.
Fine card. It's just a C to me. I mean, it just looks like a rock solid little C. It's just a 2-drop that you're happy to play in this deck.
Making me rethink Swathcutter Giant because I think Fresh Face Recruit is a C, but I also think I'm taking it over Swathcutter Giant if they're both in the pack. So maybe Swathcutter Giant is just a C. Like, can you imagine your Boros deck wanting the 6-drop over to 2-drop? You'd have to be pretty late in the draft for that to happen, right?
Yeah. So never.
Yeah, I would give Fresh Face Recruit a C.
Last gold card for Boros is Integrity Intervention. And just so if you don't know, the naming thing here, normally, like in older sets, it was fire and ice. And we had ones that were never to return. These ones are just the first 3 letters of the card. So that's it. There's no, you just pronounce it like Integrity Intervention. So there you go. Integrity is Boros. So it's either a red or a white mana. You can choose. This is an uncommon. It's instant. It says target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn.
A fine card, which
fine.
I'm happy to play in either Boros or Selesnya. A little less happy, I think, in some Izzet decks, but some Izzet decks are actually going to want it. So by itself, it's a decent trick, even if you can't cast the backside, which is Intervention. It's 2 red, white, so not hybrid. This cycle, again, is half hybrid, half gold. So this is 2 red, white, instant. Intervention deals 3 damage to any target, and you gain 3 life. It's a Lightning Helix for 4 mana instead of 2. But that just shows you how good Lightning Helix is, because Intervention's a great card. This card's fantastic. I actually really like the design of this card, too, because both effects, even though they go towards a similar goal of, killing a creature in a lot of cases, play out pretty differently and at different stages of the game. So they managed to be...
And, of course, it's worth... Go ahead. I was going to say it's worth noting on these split cards that you do have to choose.
Yeah, you don't get both. It's just cool that they both feel very Borosy and achieve Boros goals, but are distinctly different cards. I think this card's very good. I would give it a B+. I think that you're almost always going to take this card when you see it.
Yeah, the first time you cast Intervention, you'll be like, oh, okay, that's really, really good. And then on the times when you're a mana scrooter, it's not relevant. You'll just cast Integrity.
Or you just have a game where you, on turn 4, cast Integrity plus a 3-drop after you played a 2 and a 3-drop, and you just run your opponent over.
Yeah. So B+ for Integrity Intervention. That means, and now we're going to move to red. We've chosen one of the colors for our color pair, and we're going to start things off with Barging Sergeant, which is 4 and a red for a 4/2 haste mentor. This is a common. It's also a minotaur.
The Bargent. I like this a decent amount less than Hammer Dropper, the 5/2 giant for 4. And it is a monocolored card, so yes, you're not as committal when you're taking it, but you're not taking this early anyway. Like you should know your colors by the time you take this. This is not one of the cards that moves the needle in either direction. So I'm not in love with this. It is a lot of stats. Like it represents 5/3 worth of stats with haste. But you're probably not going to be able to use a combat trick if you want to get the value out of the haste either. I think Barging Sergeant's just like a C-. Like you'll play this as the top end of your Boros deck, but I'd much rather play Command the Storm, which we're going to see in a couple of cards.
Yeah, haste is cool, but a 2 toughness, 5 powered creature is not really where I want to be that often. So C- for Barging Sergeant. Next is Book Devourer. This is 5 and a red for a 4/5 beast at uncommon. It's got trample. And when it deals combat damage to a player, you may discard all the cards in your hand. If you do, draw that many cards.
I kind of like Book Devourer. I'm not looking at...
Feels kind of Izzet-y.
Yeah, this is more of an Izzet card than a Boros card. Of you can discard your jumpstart cards to cast them later, so you're not losing the access to them. It also is focused on a longer game, right, than a lot of the Boros cards. So I think...
It's 6-drop. How do you feel about 4/5 trample for 6 mana? Just straight
below
up.
the bar. But
yeah, it's not quite there, right?
But the ability is quite good because by the time you cast this, I imagine lands aren't particularly valuable and you can just choose not to play. Like, let's say you have a hand of 4 cards. 1 is good, 3 are bad. Play the good card, then attack with this. Discard the 3 bad ones. Like you have the option to do that. I kind of like Book Devourer as Izzet finisher. I don't think it's a high pick, but I think it's going to end up being a C.
Okay. Yeah. Seems okay. A C for Book Devourer. Next is an important card. It's Command the Storm. It's 4 and a red for an instant at common, and it says it does 5 damage to target creature. So, these, of course, are some of the milestones that we look for on the set review. We look for the removal spells in the set, and this is the expensive red common, which we will usually get a cheaper red common and an expensive red common. And this one's actually pretty good for the expensive. 5's a lot. It kills almost everything. And you do get this at instant speed as well.
Yeah, but the fact that it's an instant puts it well above something like Fiery Intervention, right? Which we just saw in Dominaria. It just means you can use this during combat. Like, it's going to happen. Here's one of the tricks actually you can use for Boros is you attack with your mentor creature and something else. You mentor, they block your mentor creature, and then you just kill their mentor creature after blocks. Like, you lose out on a little damage, but maybe you keep your creature alive in a spot where it wouldn't be alive otherwise. Like if they have multiple,
and then 5's just a lot. Sure, yeah. If you killed one blocker and it left,
like if they have 2 2/2s and you have a 3/1, if you kill one and attack, they'll just block. But if you attack, they might not double block, right? Especially, or if you have like a 4/2 or a 5/2 or something like that, one of the higher power creatures, and then you kill their creature post blocks. I think this card's going to be good in both Boros and Izzet. You don't want a million of them. It is a 5-drop, but it's just still going to kill almost anything you need to kill. I suspect it's closer to a C plus than a C, but it's like right in between them.
Yeah, I have it firmly in C plus. Yeah. I just think the fact that it kills almost anything is good enough to include the first one almost without thinking about it.
Yeah, I'll give Command the Storm a C plus. This is where you want your 5s to be.
Definitely. Cosmotronic Wave is next. It's 3 and a red for a sorcery at common. It does 1 damage to each creature your opponents control, and creatures your opponents control can't block this turn.
This card, it is better than it looks. I don't know that for sure because I haven't actually touched a Guilds of Ravnica card yet, but this effect, Barrage of Boulders back in Cons, which I actually drafted recently because it was a flashback set.
Ooh, nice.
And it was reprinted another time too. I don't remember the name, but it does 2 different things that look weird next to each other. Cause it's like, why do I care about dealing 1 damage to their creatures if I'm going to kill them? Or why do I care about if their creatures can't block if I just want to kill their 2/1/1s? But both are very powerful effects. So putting 2 different situational powerful effects together means that this card will be live a decent amount, enough that it's good enough to play. Like,
yeah,
you'll often want one or the other here, and the sum total is pretty powerful. So I think having 1 Cosmotronic Wave in your Boros decks is going to be really good.
Yeah, also I think that this card fits into Izzet quite well. They tend to be able to do a lot of damage in one big swing, or maybe 2 or 3 big swings, and Cosmotronic Wave it triggers everything. It gets your Piston Fist Cyclops awoken, which we'll talk about that in a little bit. It triggers cards like We Dragonauts, or your the blue red card cares about instants and sorceries in your graveyard for its power. It just does all of those things. It triggers anything in your deck that says whenever you cast an instant or sorcery. There's multiple commons even that trigger off of it. And it also lets you just get in cleanly with all of those things while maybe even killing a few of your opponent's creatures. I don't think I would ever want more than 1 Cosmotronic Wave in my deck. And I really would want it only in certain decks that I knew it was going to be good in. But when you do hit that right sequence, it can end the game on the spot.
This is going to be a card that you lose to a lot of the time. I think it's a C, and I think their diminishing returns are really high. So I think the first one is something you'll want access to. Really don't care about having a second. So I think it's a C, but I think in your Boros decks, you should take a look out for it. I like it less than Izzet, but like you said, there are potentials of just nugging them for 16 in 1 turn with it.
Yeah, I have it lower. I have it in the D range. Like, I have it in a card that you will sometimes want, but it is very situational. Like, you need the right curve, the right everything. It really has to kind of fit in. I don't think it's the kind of card that you're just like, naturally throwing into decks left and right. So I have it a bit lower than you do, but you have to recognize the upside, because when you cast it, it will feel like an A sometimes.
Yeah.
The whole when you're behind thing, it doesn't do anything, is a bit of a strike. Next card's really important as well. Again, I mentioned it with Command the Storm. This one is Direct Current. This is the cheaper red removal spell at common. It's 1 red. So you'll note it isn't that cheap. It's still 3 mana and double red, but it's a sorcery, and it says it does 2 damage to any target. And when you read that, you're like, dang, we just had shock for red at instant speed. Now it's double red and 1, and it's a sorcery to do the same thing. But of course, it has jumpstart. So you can cast this card from your graveyard by discarding a card in addition to paying its other cost, then exile Direct Current. So this card ends up being very, very good. It gets blockers out of the way if you're in Boros. It triggers a bunch of stuff for Izzet that you want to trigger anyway. And then, of course, you can either later on, or if you have enough mana and an extra card, you can even do these both in the same turn to try to kill something big like a 4 toughness creature.
Direct Current's a really funny card because a lot of people have correctly identified that this card could be more powerful. And that's true of a lot of cards. You can make a lot of cards more powerful and they'd still be fair, right? Command the Storm could cost 4 and it would still be a fair card. But for some reason, because Direct Current next to Shock or Lightning Strike or any of those cards looks so off, people are just really eager to say, like, why doesn't this cost 2? Why doesn't this deal 3? Why doesn't it cost single red and 2 or whatever? And at the end of the day, like, cards are going to be of different power levels. And, you know, Wizards concluded that the format would be better with this card at its current cost and all the numbers it has on it. That said, you just have to evaluate the card as it is. And I think this card's quite good. It is a good card. Good. Yes, it could be better in a lot of ways, but don't let that comparison trick you into thinking it's not good. This card's really good. You're going to take it early, you're going to play it in all your Izzet and Boros decks, and you're going to be happy about it.
Yeah, I have it at B-. I mean, I don't think it's like premium removal, but this thing being able to, I mean, for those who have been playing for a long time or maybe played some cube, Stagger Shock comes to mind. You get to do this twice. Like, you will engineer a situation where you get to throw 2 damage around twice, and it's anywhere you want it. It can be on a creature or player. You know, dude, even just direct currenting to the face and being like, go, next turn I'm going to draw any card in my deck and direct current you a go. That's 4 damage. I mean, that's a large percentage of your starting life.
Or later in the game, doubling up on this in the same turn to kill a 4/4. Like, yeah, you got 2 for 1, but you killed their 4/4.
Yeah.
So yeah, I like.
So I got B- on direct current. Where do you
I think this card is very good.
Okay, next one's very annoying. It's called Electrostatic Field. It's 1 in a red for a wall with Defender. It's uncommon and it's an 0/4. Whenever you cast, here we go, Izzet an instant or sorcery spell, it does 1 damage to each opponent.
I don't think this card's great. It's no, Thermal Alchemist would be the comparison, right, that we saw in Eldritch Moon. But that one tapped to deal 1, and then untapped whenever you cast a spell, so it got you 1 for free every turn. This doesn't. This really doesn't do anything unless you're casting spells. And I'm a lot lower on 0 power defenders because of Mentor. Because Mentor really punishes you for having an 0/4, right? Normally, they play a 3/1, you play an 0/4, you've traded, right? Your 0/4 takes care of their 3/1. But there's a lot of creatures with Mentor in the set. Once that 3/1 has Mentor, imagine they have that 3/1 and a 1/1 or a 2/2, and you have this 0/4. When they attack and get a counter, you're not punishing them or trading off or anything. They're just going to keep doing that. And your 0/4 defender might as well, be blank. It's just almost not there. It saves you some damage, but you're eventually just going to, it's just going to get run over. So I'm not very high on Electrostatic Field. I think it's like a D.
Okay. Yeah. I like D+ on it. I mean, in the right Izzet deck, you probably would want it. Next is called Fearless Halberdier.
I got this one. This is
you got this one, Luis. Go for it. Jump in.
2 in a red, Human Warrior common, and it's a 3/2. Oh yeah,
done.
Yeah, this card's
D.
It's like a D-. It's high enough power that you can't mentor it very easily. Low enough toughness that it trades off for everything.
Yeah, pretty bad. Next is Fire Urchin. This is similar to Electrostatic Field in that it rewards you for instants and sorceries. It's 1 in a red for a 1/3 trampler at common. It's an elemental. And whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, it gets +1/+0 until end of turn.
So I actually came around on this. I rated it not very highly in my written set review, but someone mentioned, hey, this is more of a Boros card because it works really well with Mentor. And then when you play a combat trick, it has trample and gets +1/+0.
Oh, that's interesting.
And 1/3 is actually a good stat line to mentor because you mentor it to a 2/4 then a 3/5. And it's actually getting those counters, even after multiple attacks because it started with such low power. And it works out really nicely once it gets a couple. So I actually don't like this very much in Izzet. It's just not a very big payoff. Sometimes your creature attacks as a 2/3. Woo. But in Boros, it actually seems like a pretty respectable 2-drop. So, I mean, I still think it's like a C to a C-, probably a C, honestly. I think it's just going to be a decent 2-drop.
Yeah, but I think Fire Urchin's a C. It's fine. Yeah. Next is called Goblin Banneret. This one's probably pretty important. It's red for a 1/1 uncommon Goblin Soldier with Mentor. And you might be thinking, well, why would I have a 1-powered Mentor creature? But it also has the ability to pay 1 and a red to get +2/+0 until end of turn. And that's pretty serious business.
This is heavily going to lean on the trick you mentioned earlier, which is you pump this pre-combat so it can actually mentor.
Yeah.
I like this card.
Me too. I think this card's really good, actually.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be the kind of 1-drop Boros wants. 1-drops they usually don't do enough. Most 1-drops really aren't great and limited, but this has relevance at any stage in the game. You can often get some good value out of it, even if it trades off. You get a counter. It can pump and do a lot of damage if you can, remove all their blockers. This is how you want to start things off. So I think Goblin Banneret gets I would still give it a C+. I don't think it gets to the B range, but it's a good one. So I like C+ on Goblin Banneret.
Yeah, I think we're going to like a lot of 1-drops, and this is actually one of the best ones. So keep your eye out for Goblin Banneret. What about Goblin Crater Maker?
This is 1 and a red for a 2/2 Goblin Warrior at uncommon. You can pay 1 and sacrifice it to choose 1. It deals 2 damage to target creature or destroy target colorless non-land permanent. That second phrase really offends me, but I'll live. I know that it's different from Artifact because it kills artifacts or kills Eldrazi, you see.
That's what it kills devoid creatures somehow?
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, it is a great gameplay improvement. It makes it relevant in like Legacy or maybe even Modern. But it's a very developer-y line of text, right?
Yeah, it is.
You have to have a lot of inside baseball information to really understand what that means.
Yeah.
But this card's good. I mean, it's uncommon for a reason. It's a 2-mana 2/2 that you can sack to shock something. That's great.
Yeah, that just seems really good. The colorless non-land permanent part probably won't come up very often, but you won't want to forget.
Maybe you'll snipe one of the like uncommon golems or whatever. There's some big creatures. So
yeah, that's true. No, that's true. There's a gargoyle and a golem. Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
I think Crater Maker gets a C+. I still don't have it at B- range because it's still just a 1-for-1, but I think it's a solid little creature.
Okay, yeah. C+ for Goblin Crater Maker. Next is not going to get a C+. It's Goblin Locksmith. 1 and a red for a 2/1 Goblin Rogue at common. Whenever it attacks, creatures with Defender can't block this turn. Wah, wah.
I mean, Boros is already good against the creatures with Defender in the set, and it's a 2-mana 2/1. That's just not exciting. So I think this is a D.
It's just a D. Yeah, like if you need a 2-drop, you can run it. Next is Gravitic Punch. It is 3 and a red for a sorcery at common. It says target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target player. And it has Jumpstart. This card's actually like slightly better than it looks terrible, right? I mean,
it does. I think it's a really sweet concept. I like the art a lot.
It actually plays out better than you'd think in the Izzet decks. Like I got a chance to see this at the World Championship prep and that kind of stuff. And this card actually has a little bit of game to it that you wouldn't necessarily recognize on first glance, but it's still not important. It's still not like sought after.
It's the kind of card that will end a lot of games, like you said, but it won't be really bad when it's bad. It's kind of
bad when it's bad.
So imagine Lava Axe, right? That's kind of the standard. It's 4 and a red, deal 5 to any player. It's
a Lava Axe that you target your creature with first. Like, oh no.
A lot of the strength of Lava Axe is it'll win you the game when you have nothing in play, when you've exhausted all your resources and you've gotten them down to 4. This requires you to have a big creature. Like, it requires you to actually do some work, and it is very vulnerable to bounce or removal in response. It will not deal the damage. Your creature will not deal the damage if they remove the target in response.
Yeah.
So, the upside of this potentially dealing like 10 damage if you cast it twice is something, but I still think this card's generally not very good. You can include one as a finisher if you have enough high-powered creatures, but I think it's just a little too situational for my taste, because not only do they have to be a low enough life that this is good, you also have to have a big creature and they have to have nothing. So I think Gravitic Punch is a D.
Okay, yeah, I'm on D for Gravitic Punch as well. Next is called Hellkite Whelp. It's 4 and a red for a 3/3 flying dragon at uncommon, and whenever it attacks, it deals 1 damage to target creature defending player controls.
This card's fine. Yeah. It's not exciting, but it is a 5-mana 3/3 flyer, which is already like, okay, I can live with that. And then when it attacks, it can kill one of their X1s or set up an attack so your other creature can attack a little better. Yeah, I think Hellkite Whelp, you're going to play it the vast majority of the time. I would give this a C.
Yeah, I go C plus on Hellkite Whelp. I think it's just like slightly above the curve.
Yeah, maybe it's C plus actually. You're right.
Yeah,
you're right.
But it's like meh. This next card I actually like a lot more than I thought I would. I kept reading it over and over again. It's an uncommon called Inescapable Blaze. It's 4 red. That's full 6 mana, but it's an instant that can't be countered, which is nice. It does 6 damage to any target.
This is a way to finish games because
that's a finisher.
This can nug your opponent for 6, but you can also kill their giant creature if you needed to. And this is the kind of card that I want in my Boros deck as a 6-drop, right? You know, Swath Cutter Giant's nice and all, but Inescapable Blaze is really the kind of thing you want. So I think this card's going to be quite good. You're going to be really incentivized to try to finish your opponent off with it because it's a lot of damage and it doesn't seem that hard to set that up. But if you have to kill a creature, it totally does that too. So I would give this a B-.
Me too. The thing about it that you'll note is that when you are playing with it, you're playing and you have it in your hand, you will start to form game plans around, I just got to get my opponent to 6. And that's not that hard.
When your opponent doesn't know they started the game at 14.
It's a big edge.
And you get to play in a way that, like, you throw away a 3/3 to get 4 damage through, and they're like glad to snap up that trade, right? Mm-hmm. But then you just cast this, and they realize what was up.
Yep, I like B- for Inescapable Blaze. It is a little expensive. Next one is the opposite. It's much cheaper. It's called Lava Coil. It's 1 and a red for a sorcery. At uncommon, it does 4 damage to target creature, and if that creature would die this turn, exile it instead.
Yeah,
I like that. This is super efficient.
This is just like a textbook B, I think.
It is. It's just the B'est of all Bs. Yeah. Take as many of these as you can get in any deck that can cast them. And you're almost always going to be ahead on mana. You'll kill 4 drops, 5 mana creatures with Lava Coil for just 2 mana and then just get in.
Right. Pretty easily, too.
Yeah. Next is Maniacal Rage. It's a little bit of controversy around this one. It's 1 and a red for Enchantment Aura. It says enchant creature. It's common, by the way. Enchanted creature gets +2/+2 and can't block.
So, I mean, the payoff here is high. If you play a 2-drop and then a 3-drop and then on 4 you go Maniacal Rage plus something else in attack, your opponent's going to be pretty far behind. Or if you just play a Messenger Hawk on turn 1 and a Maniacal Rage on turn 2, right? You're just
Healer's Hawk Maniacal Rage could be the 1-2 punch that we'd need, right?
But if they have a bounce or removal spell, then you're left holding the bag. You're down a card. I suspect the Boros decks are going to play this more often than not, and the Izzet decks will not play it.
I think so too. I was pretty down on it, but I've seen it in play multiple times, and it's been a little better than I thought it would be.
World's brags there, but that's okay.
Yeah, it's true. I have though, including in the team series finals. Owen actually ran one of these, and it did good work for him. So,
yeah, I think that it still ends up with like a C- rating. Like
I have it a D. Like I just don't think every deck wants this. Like this is just the kind of card that I'm like, eh.
It's a feast or famine card, right? Like the decks that want it do want it. It is like a C-level card in the really aggressive Boros decks that want it. But the decks that don't want it, it's like a 0. It's like it's an F. So I like C- to represent that, but sure, D is fine too. This is one of those cards where a grade isn't very useful. Like if you're very aggressive, this card I think is worth a slot, and you just have to be judicious about when you side it out if your opponent has tons of removal. Yeah. But when it's good, it's good. Also note that you can put it on their creature. Like it does a removal.
That's really important. Mm-hmm. It does.
Because it can't block. So if you top deck this and they have a big blocker, it's really funny putting this on a defender.
It feels so weird. Oh, that's really great. That's awesome.
It's the angriest wall you've ever seen. So
indeed,
we're gonna give him an Maniacal Rage like a D/C-.
Okay, yeah, I like that. Maximize Velocity is next. This is red for a sorcery at common. It says target creature gets +1/+1 and gains haste until end of turn, and it has Jumpstart.
This is a controversial one. I give it a very low rating in the set review. Kind of like
I hate cards like
the equivalent of like a D, basically. I'm not really seeing it here. Like there's another Jumpstart card, Maximize Altitude. It's blue for giving a creature +1/+1 and flying. I like that one a lot more because that actually can get a ton of damage through the late game. This, I get it. You put this on your mentor creature, you get to attack out of nowhere with haste, and it mentors something it couldn't otherwise mentor, but you were just down a card, and the +1/+1 is just not going to help it survive very many combats. Like, you're putting this on your 3/1 so you can attack as a 4/2, mentor your 3/3, but then they like trade their 2 or 3 drop for your 3/1, and you're down a card and a half. You do get to flash this back, but it's still you're down a card when you do that. Like, I don't know. I'm not really seeing it. This is the kind of card I think I'm going to need to play with to try to see how it works, but I'm going to start this at a D.
And it's not very good. Yeah, I don't think.
But
I
did
think
you
maximize velocity. It? I feel like I did, but it's just not that good. Honestly, the effect just isn't that big, even if you get to do it twice. Yeah, you can surprise somebody sometimes. It's not 0, but it's just usually not worth the slot. I'd give maximize velocity a D.
Yeah, I like D for maximized velocity.
Next card's kind of funny. It's called Ornery Goblin. Looks all angry. 1 in a red for a 2/1 Goblin Warrior at common. When it blocks or becomes blocked by a creature, it does 1 damage to that creature. This card's actually kind of annoying.
Yeah, I don't love this text box. We've seen it before on like Ashmouth Hound. Just because it's just a kind of on the board trick that's a little unpleasant to play against. You block their 2/1, your 2/1 disappears. You're like, wait, what happened? I think the card plays out fine. It punishes X1s pretty hard. Doesn't attack for tons of damage.
It plays just 3 power. Yeah, but it only hits for 2.
I think it's like a C, maybe a C minus.
It's a C.
Yeah,
it's just a C. I think it's just Ornery Goblin is just a C. It's fine. It's another like if you need a 2-drop. It's certainly better than the Locksmith. Next card I think is actually kind of an important common after having seen it played out a bunch of times. It's called Rubble Belt Boar. It's 3 in a red for a 3/3 boar at common, and when it enters the battlefield, target creature gets +2/+0 until end of turn. And boy, I'll tell you what, in Boros. The fact that it's piling on extra damage matters, but boy, it really matters for Mentor.
Yeah, it opens up Mentor doors.
It does, it lets it can let your stupid Ornery Goblin attack for a lot more damage and force a trade or all these little things.
Really
I just find it to be
recruit, right? 4/1 first strike.
Yes, and it's just a nice curve topper at 4, maybe played on turn 5 or whatever, and get your board beat down on. It just does work. It really just does. I just think this card's good. Like not great, but just good.
Yeah, I think I underrated this a little. I'm actually willing to move it up to a C plus after.
Yeah, that's right.
After thinking about it more. So yeah, I like Rubble Belt Boar at C plus.
Smelt Ward Minotaur is 2 in a red for a 2/3 uncommon Minotaur Warrior. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, target creature an opponent controls can't block this turn. Man, this is just a set of casting your combat tricks pre-combat.
Yeah. Between this and Mentor and sorcery things like maximize velocity and altitude. I think this card is fine. It's a little confusing to me exactly how Izzet is supposed to play out. Like I think I get how Boros is supposed to play out. It's not very subtle. But does the Izzet deck want incrementally removing blockers like this? Is it really going to take advantage of this, or are they about setting up like big turns? Because this doesn't have
big turns.
Yeah, this doesn't have great stats, and the ability is, like I said, is fine. Maybe you want this in a Boros deck with a couple combat tricks, or you like cast your removal spell and essentially remove 2 creatures for that turn. So.
I think so. And then also this thing at 2 power does pick up a Mentor trigger and becomes a 3/4.
Probably like a C plus.
Yeah, I think so too. It's a powerful card, and it makes cards like maximize velocity a lot better when you can say like, okay, now your board can't block this turn or whatever. A few more cards here in red. Street Riot is next. It's 4 in a red for an enchantment at uncommon. It says as long as it's your turn, creatures you control get +1/+0 and have trample.
I'm not impressed with this card.
I haven't seen it yet. Yeah, it's a lot of mana.
It's just a lot of mana. It doesn't help your creatures survive much. Your big creatures like having trample, but don't care that much about +1/+0. And the reverse is true of your small creatures. I could be convinced otherwise, but as of right now, I think this is not the way you want to spend 5 mana. I would give Street Riot a D, but this is one I could see moving quite a bit. It's a different kind of effect than we've seen in a long time. So
I just need more token producers to really be happy about this thing, Sure Strike is next. This is the sort of default combat trick now for red. It's 1 in a red for an instant at common. Target creature gets +3/+0 and gains first strike until end of turn. It's a good combat trick. It just is.
Yeah, I like Sure Strike quite a bit. This is like the baseline combat trick, and I think it's better here than it has been in almost every other set we've seen it. Like,
I think so too.
Like, it's always fine. It's always a little better than it looks even. And in this set, it just seems like there's a ton of different reasons to play it. So
yeah, Mentor being the main one.
Yeah.
Right. Your opponent's just incentivized to block. Yeah, that's true too.
Yeah, I would give Sure Strike.
I
would give Sure Strike a C plus, I think.
Me too. I actually think that this is just a card that you want now.
Yeah.
Torch Courier is next. It's red for a 1/1 haste goblin. It's common, and you can sacrifice it to give another target creature haste until end of turn.
This card is crap. Like, look, I get Goblin.
That's great. It's a torch and it hands it.
Yes. I get that a Goblin Motivator, is better than it looks and whatnot. The one that was in Amonkhet as well. But this is just, you sacrifice this. Like, come on. Like, I'm not in for Torch Courier. I'm just going to give this an F.
All right, so Torch Courier is going to drop the torch here, and we're out for it. The one thing that might save it is that I do feel like they've really emphasized one drops in this set as being more important than they normally would be, and this is a one drop, but it's so bad. Last red card is called Wojek Bodyguard. Whoa! It's 2 and a red for a 3/3 human soldier at common. Now, you might be thinking, wow, that's really good stats. 3 mana, 3/3 common. And you would be right. It's got more, though. Mentor. You're like, wow, this should be like an uncommon at least. Well, here's the catch. It can't attack or block alone.
I think this card's quite good. I just think.
Me too.
Like, it's bad in an Izzet deck or maybe like a controlling Boros deck, if that's a thing. But in a normal Boros deck where you just want to have like 7 or 8 creatures that cost 2 or fewer mana, then this card's just going to be a 3 mana 3/3 with significant upside. So,
yeah, that extra toughness on there is a big game. 3 toughness on a mentor creature means this thing can actually survive combat, fairly frequently and live to mentor again. And that's not always the case. You'll notice that most of the mentor cards have very low toughness. So, Wojek Bodyguard has a very meaningful drawback, but if you're willing to build your deck in a way that gets you that curve, and also is a little heavier on the creature side, which a lot of your Boros deck should be anyway. You should be in the maybe like say 16, 17 creature range, something like that. Wojek Bodyguard's going to be able to interact and do its thing most of the time, and it's punching way above its weight at common if you do get to just simply attack and block.
I have this at C+.
Yeah, me too. C+ for Wojek Bodyguard. Boros aggro as always. That's going to move us to Selesnya. What's our first Selesnya card?
So for Selesnya, we've got Centaur Peacemaker. I don't know why I said that.
I like this one.
1 green-white for a 3/3 Centaur Cleric at common, and it enters the battlefield. Each player gains 4. So
this card's cool.
Yeah.
There's this symmetry thing that we've always been fascinated with in Magic ever since like Balance came out, right? Where it's like, oh, it does it to both of us. It's the same thing. It's not. It's crazy. There's matchups. And I, by the way, I view Centaur Peacemaker as being almost all upside because there's matchups where you both of you gaining 4 life is roughly equal. Like say you're playing against Dimir or something like that. You would probably prefer to not have that on there in that case, but whatever. But boy, you're playing against the all-in Boros deck, the one that's running these one-shot, give my creature haste until end of turn type stuff. They're running that stupid goblin that sacks for haste. They're just burning a bunch of cards to get damage through, and you gain 4 life. And every turn that goes by, things are better and better for you because you're the Selesnya player with bigger cards. This thing's awesome in that position.
I think that it is, like, as you said, a symmetrical effect that's not actually symmetrical. Your deck,
4 is a
when
lot.
you already know your deck can take advantage of it, the worst you can do is draw, right? The worst you can do is be in a play against another control deck, at which point it's a 3 mana 3/3. That's not the worst. And against like a Boros deck that's trying to beat you down, yeah, this card's great.
Yeah. I like the Centaur Peacemaker a lot. That said, I don't want to get out of hand here. I think it's a C+. Yeah. I just think it's a solid card.
I would put Centaur Peacemaker at C+ as well.
What's the next one? Conclave Cavalier?
Yes, Conclave Cavalier. This is not getting a C+. This is the green, white uncommon Centaur Knight. It's a 4/4 Vigilance, and when it dies, you make 2/2 green and white elf knight tokens with Vigilance. This card is a fantastic
bad boy. Yeah. This thing's
4 mana
nasty.
4/4 Vigilance is already good, right? That's already something that if you gave me this casting cost, I would be like, that's a little rough on the casting cost, but 4 mana 4/4 Vigilance is really good. It dies into 4/4 worth of stats. And because it has Vigilance, yeah, sure, maybe they don't want to block and trade, but what are they going to do? Not attack into it? I think that this card is fantastic. I would give Conclave Cavalier, I think I'd give it a B+.
I do too. To me, there's the 2 best versions of this, or this and the Izzet one. We'll talk about that later. But Conclave Cavalier, I had a chance, again, when I was at Worlds watching the Ultimate Guard team test, I was sitting across from, so like I was watching one player and somebody's like, Conclave Cavalier. And I'm like, wow. Like looking down at the hand of the player I'm watching, I'm like, we just don't have an answer to that. Like there's no clean way through it on the ground and there's no clean answer for it. There are some in the
Luminous Bonds
set,
and Capture Sphere, like the 2 common auras.
Yep.
Yeah, those do the trick. Nothing else does.
Yeah, same with our in uncommon. It's even hard in uncommon, but we do have that red spell and stuff. But still, Conclave Cavalier, awesome, B+. Here's Conclave Guildmage. This is the of course the Selesnya Guildmage. 2/2 for green and white, just like all of them. Green, tap, creatures you control gain trample until end of turn.
That's basically a miss. There's just not much there.
That sucks. What about the other one? 5 and a white, tap. Okay, this one's business. You get a 2/2 green and white Elf Knight creature token with Vigilance.
Yeah, this is just fine. It's really
6
not
mana,
much
make a
better than
2/2.
that.
It's fine. Yeah.
I mean, it's 2 mana 2/2, but Selesnya, it's kind of weird. They don't care about aggressive decks or aggressive curves, I don't think. Like, I don't think the fact that it's a 2 mana 2/2 is intrinsically great for your attacking plans.
Where it kind of was with Boros, right?
Right.
We like that about it. Yeah.
But it does help with Convoke. So you do actually want to get on the board because you can cast your Siege Worm on turn 4 or 5 if you curve out well enough.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that Conclave Guildmage is certainly a fine card. If you have it in play, your opponent's often going to eventually want to deal with it. But man, having one activated ability be a miss and the other cost 6 mana, I am just not that impressed with this. I think I'd give it a C+.
Yeah, I like C+. You have to respect
the lowest I've ever given a Guildmage.
It's really low. Yeah, you have to respect the late game mana sink. It can take over the game, so we don't want to discount that. But boy, Guildmages, we're used to those things being super good. So C+ for Conclave Guildmage. That first ability is just such a brick.
I guess that's a trade-off because in Return to Ravnica and Original Ravnica, Selesnya had the best Guildmage both times. So,
oh my god, the Return to Ravnica one was insane. I don't know what the original one did.
It wasn't as good as the original one.
Wow, really? Jeez, all right.
The original one, if we're going to go back in time, 2 mana, 2/2, 3 and a green, put a 1 into play, 3 and a white, all your creatures get +1/+1 this turn. So,
and no tapping, right?
Nope, no tapping. You just kill them.
Okay, so I have seen that one. Yeah, that's insane. I guess power creep is overrated. Join Shields is next. It's 3 green white for an instant at uncommon. It says untap all creatures you control. They gain hexproof and indestructible until end of turn.
I just don't like this card.
Defensive combat trick for 5 mana? What the what?
Yeah, I'm off this. It just doesn't help your creatures beat theirs in a fight. It just helps you not die. Yes, you can untap and ambush them or like counter a removal spell, but it costs 5. If this costs 3 mana, we'd probably be like, yeah, this is pretty good. At 5, it's just not worth it.
So this is banking on either your opponent making an ill-advised attack into your board and just not noticing that you had the 5 mana up, or that your opponent is either double blocking or trying to trade with like at least one of your attacking creatures. Is that what we're saying here?
Well, hopefully 2 or 3, because just a 5 mana combat trick winning 1 combat is just not even that good.
Yeah.
So I give Joint Shields probably an F. Like, I just don't see why you would play this card.
Yeah, that does seem really bad. Maybe sideboard for sweeper. I don't know. Whatever. I'm trying a little too hard. F for Join Shields. Next is Ledev Champion. This is 1 green white for a 2/2 uncommon. It's nice too. It's a little weird. Whenever it attacks, you may tap any number of untapped creatures you control. Ledev Champion gets +1/+1 until end of turn for each creature tapped this way. So you attack, and then there's a trigger that says, do you want to tap any of your creatures? And you say, yeah, okay, I'll do it. And then it gets bigger. It also has an activated ability, 3 green white, make a 1/1 white soldier creature token with lifelink.
Yeah, I like this quite a bit. It plays into Selesnya's like go wide strategy, though it is worth noting that, Selesnya has Convoke as their theme. There's not actually that many good token makers. We are lighter on token makers than we were in the original Ravnica by a significant margin. So, So Convoke's not as well supported as it has been in the past, though it was one of the best abilities in the past, so I think there was room there. This is going to be good, even with like 2 creatures to tap to it. It's still like kind of a powerhouse, right? It's a 3 mana 4/4, and the late game ability is really relevant as well.
Yeah, this card's good.
Yeah, I think Ledev Champion is a B-.
Yeah, I do too. It's not super, super push, but it's going to get the job done. Next is a kind of a go-to common and one that you're going to need to be very aware of because you're going to see it a lot. It's called Rosemane Centaur. It's 3 green white for a 4/4 Centaur soldier at common, and it's got Vigilance and Convoke. And of course, Convoke says your creatures can help cast this spell. Each creature you tap while casting the spell pays for 1 mana or 1 mana of any color of that creature's color. But the key here with Rosemane Centaur is that's beef, right? I mean, you're getting a 4/4 Vigilance, and it's hard to imagine a scenario where you can't cast it on turn 4. And there's, if you play a 1-drop If you play any two creatures, on the first 2 turns of the game, then you can play it on turn 3 even.
I think the way to think of Convoke is how many creatures do I need to tap before this card becomes a really good deal? And if the answer is 1, then the card's good. And if the answer is like 2, the card still could be good. And once the answer is like 3 or more, then I'm a little less enthused.
And the answer is 1 for this, right?
Yeah, if you tap 2 green-white for a 4/4 Vigilance would be a card I'd always play in my Selesnya decks. 100% of the time.
Every time.
And I think this card is close enough to that, and sometimes will even be better. That I'm in for a Roseman Centaur. So
me too. I think it's a C plus. Like it's not going to dominate, but
I would give it a Centaur plus.
All right. Sumala Woodshaper is next. It's 2 green-white for a 2/1. So vanilla test-wise, it's lacking a bit. This is a common elf druid. But when she enters the battlefield, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature or enchantment card from among them and put it into your hand, and then to put the rest in the bottom in a random order. So it basically replaces itself, and the price you pay for that is a 4-mana 2/1.
I like the Woodshaper. I think that this is going to be one of the cards that lets Selesnya kind of go towards the longer game. Yeah, you're not getting great stats on it, but it finds you one of your big Convoke payoffs or another creature to convoke out your really expensive card. Yeah.
Also, it's worth noting that it can pick up enchantments, and the Luminous, 2 best removal spells in white are enchantments.
Yeah, the Luminous Bonds and Conclave Tribunal are both great cards to pick up. So I think Sumala Woodshaper is a C. You can't just go overboard by running a bunch of 4-mana 2/1 cantrips, but yeah, I think it's quite good. Also, I just want to note, there's a lot more cantrip cards in these last couple sets. Between this and M19, there's the 4-mana 1/3 Flying Drake that draws a card. There's the 3-mana 1/2
Muse Drake.
Yeah. There's a 3-mana 1/2 Cat that draws a card. The Generous Stray. There's this. M19, we had like 5 or 6 different ones. So I wonder if that's just a change in design philosophy. Which
I kind of like it.
Yeah, we are certainly going to like it. we do love this sort of thing. So this card's good. I would give it a C.
So C for Sumala Woodshaper.
Yeah.
Okay. Next is World Soul Colossus. This is an uncommon, and it's kind of weird. It's green-white X, and it's a 0/0 that enters the battlefield with X +1/+1 counters on it. So pretty straightforward, but it has Convoke, as you may have guessed.
It works as you would imagine, right? Like if you have 2 lands and 5 creatures, you can make a 5/5 with this.
Yep.
I think this card is a good payoff for Selesnya. On its face, it's pretty mediocre. Like
it is.
4 mana for a 2/2, 5 mana for a 3/3, not good. And you actually need to convoke it with 2 creatures before I start getting really interested in it. But the fact that you can overpay, like Roseman Centaur, right? The 5 mana 4/4 convoke. You're not really getting much value once you have 3 creatures to convoke to it. It's going to be the same as 2 a lot of the time. Like, yeah, you're going to cast this cheap 4/4. World Soul Colossus scales up, so you actually get unbounded rewards where if you end up with like 5 land and 5 creatures, you could sometimes be in a position where you just slam an 8/8, and it really pays you off for going hard on Convoke or just going to the late game. So I like World Soul Colossus quite a bit. I think I would give it a B-. It feels like it's in Siege Worm territory to me, and I like Siege Worm.
See, I have it at C, and the reason is because it doesn't have trample. Like
that's true.
There's just too many games where you're like, look, I made an 8/8, and they're like, cool, attack you in the air, chump block, attack you in the air, chump block.
Yeah, maybe it's like a C+. I still think it's better, but I think I would rather have it than Roseman Centaur, though maybe not. Maybe that's actually a better way to frame it. Maybe it's a C+, and it's like, I'd rather have 1 Colossus and 1 Centaur than 2 Centaurs, but I think I'd rather maybe have the first Centaur than the first Colossus.
Maybe you just need a Conclave Guild Mage as first ability.
Yeah, that's true. So yeah, I would like to give World Soul Colossus a C+.
Okay, I'll go C on it, but we're pretty close. Vernati Shieldmate is next. It's 1 and then a hybrid Selesnya, so you can pay 1 in a green or 1 in a white for a 2/2 Vigilance. By the way, there is a crap ton of Vigilance.
Yeah, Selesnya is really, they're on guard.
They are indeed.
I'm not particularly interested in this. Like, yeah,
this is filler.
Selesnya wants early drops to convoke things out, but 2/2 Vigilance is just so dorky. Yeah, I would give Vernati Shieldmate like a D+, because I think that you're going to want to fill out your curve, and it's nice that you can always cast it in Selesnya with 2 lands, but really not that exciting.
I agree. And the trick is that with Vigilance, of course, you can attack and use Convoke. It's just that doesn't actually happen as often as you'd like. Last card is called Flower Flourish. Flower is a green-white hybrid, 1 mana sorcery. These are, again, an uncommon. Search your library for a basic forest or plains, reveal it, put it in your hand, and then shuffle your library. So, okay, you can hit a land drop if you need to. And then Flourish is 4 green-white for a sorcery. Creatures you control get +2/+2 until end of turn.
I like this card a lot in Selesnya because, yes, Flourish is overpriced, right? 6 mana for your creatures getting +2/+2 at sorcery, so it's not a trick. Not that exciting. Like, that's not a card you would put in your deck basically ever. But the fact that it's a 1 mana of either type, search for a land, means in a straight-up Selesnya deck where all your lands are forests or plains, you can just count this as a land. It's straight up just a land. So it's a land that has an alternate mode of giving all your creatures +2/+2, which is the kind of thing that's good when you don't need any more lands. So I think this is
6 mana thing.
Yeah, I think this is a good split card for Selesnya. I think that you don't necessarily are going to go to this over like one of the better like creatures for your deck or removal spell or anything like that, but the first one of these is always worth playing because it's not like you're keeping very many 1-land hands anyway, and any land plus this is essentially a 2-land hand. Yeah,
this is interesting. The way you framed it, it's like a free roll, right?
I mean,
it's just like,
that's just, yeah.
Why wouldn't you play this?
This is one of the cards that looks really bad if you're outside Selesnya. This is not like the Boros one.
So, definitely. So yeah, I like it too. Where do you have it? Like these are hard cards to grade because there is a decent percentage of the time that it's just effectively a land.
Yeah, but that optionality is super powerful. It's just what helps you not get mana flooded. I suspect this is closer to a C plus than a C. I don't know that I would take this over like a Rosemary Centaur, but I think I'd give it a C plus.
Would you take it over a Plains?
Yes, I would take it over a Plains.
What about a Forest? All right, C plus for Flower Flourish. That brings us to white, where our first card is called Blade Instructor. It's 2 and a white for a 3/1 human soldier at common, and it's got Mentor.
Yeah, this is kind of like
this is similar to the ones that we've seen, right? Like low toughness, kind of one-shot mentors that get traded off, but kind of need to be traded off.
Yeah, it's a fine card. This is kind of like the emblematic Boros card, where like if you attack and trade this for their 2-drop, but you got a +1/+1 counter on your 2-drop, you're probably ahead in that exchange. And if you have a combat trick, they're going to block it. You're going to get to use your trick. I think this is a C. I don't think this is a spectacular card, but I feel like the Boros decks are just highly likely to want to play this.
Yeah, I think that getting that first trigger and trading off for something with Blade Instructor is probably a fine result as well. Next one is Candlelight Vigil. This is a risky business. 3 and a white for an enchantment or a common. Enchanted creature gets +3/+2 and has vigilance because we need more vigilance.
Yeah, this card is...
I'm off of this card, by the way.
I don't think it's complete crap, but you probably shouldn't main deck it. It's the sort of card where if you're playing against... Let's say you're playing against a Boros deck that doesn't have Command the Storm or a way to kill like a 4 or 5 toughness creature very easily. If you put this on your 4/4 and attack... They aren't going to be able to block and they can't maybe attack back into it. Yeah, this still seems like crap.
It's so expensive.
Yeah,
4 mana sorcery.
This is like a D minus, or maybe just an F. I don't know.
Yeah, I'd say D minus on Candlelight Vigil. I mean, it is powerful. That's
sure. You put this on a Healer's Hawk. I guess it does. I guess it does some work, right?
Yeah. It becomes basically Lyra. Collar the Culprit is next. It's 3 and a white for an instant at common. Destroy target creature with toughness 4 or greater. Man, these cards always carry with them such tension because it's like when they're good, they're great. It's instant speed, just snap off their bomb and start attacking or whatever. And then there's all these games where you're just like, please play something that I can target with this stupid thing. Like, imagine playing this against Boros.
Actually,
they may never give you a target.
This looks like kind of bad against Boros and Dimir. I mean, I guess Dimir has Watcher in the Mist and Dimir Informant, but still, I'm not like expecting tons of targets and actively
whatever.
Yeah, actively good against Selesnya and decent against Golgari. So I think this is probably like a C. Like I think you will main deck the first one of these, and
you will. Yeah. That's a question. Like if I'm going to the pre-release, I want to know: am I supposed to put this in my deck? And I think the answer is I think
sealed
the first
for
one
sure. I'm main decking the first one.
Oh, definitely in sealed. Yeah.
In draft, I think I will start out by main decking the first one, and if I get punished too many times, maybe I'll put it in the sideboard. I mean, even
the upside's there.
Even against Boros, if you can hold the mana up, I know it's 4, but if you can hold it up, sometimes they'll put a combat trick on their creature, and you just snipe it.
That's true. That's true.
I like C for Color the Culprit.
Yeah, C for Color the Culprit. Next is, this one's an important one. Conclave Tribunal. 3 and a white for an enchantment and uncommon. When Conclave Tribunal enters the battlefield, exile target non-land permanent an opponent controls until Conclave Tribunal leaves the battlefield. So for old school players, that's Oblivion Ring, effectively. The new templating on Oblivion Ring.
The one key difference,
Yeah, but it has, as you are well aware, it has Convoke.
Yeah, that's the part that makes it exciting. Like, Cast Out having cycling, right? And one cast, it's like, wow, this is better than Oblivion Ring. But in Limited, you'd never really want to cycle this. Conclave Tribunal is the best one of these we've seen. I mean, we saw Hieromancer's Cage and gave it a B in M19, and that's this minus the Convoke part.
Right.
So
this card's fantastic.
It's sorcery speed, unconditional removal for 4 mana, but your creatures can help cast it. Can you imagine a turn where you play a 4-drop and then play this in the same turn?
Oh, it's devastating. It's nasty.
So I think Conclave Tribunal gets an A minus. I
do too.
I just think it's excellent removal.
Me too. The price is right, and it's unconditional.
A card that you would be
that's just a super
glad to
important
pay
card.
At asking that also has Convoke. Like, we said like, hey, if you would Convoke one creature, it's a good deal. This would Convoke 0 is a good deal. So that's why we're giving it such a high grade.
No, that's a great way to look at that. Because if it was 5, I would have been like thumbs up. Yeah. Right? It would have met the goal that you said where it costs 1 more than I would, be happy paying for it. But here it's already coming in at rate. So yeah, Conclave Tribunal gets an A minus. Crush Contraband is next. It's 3 and a white for an instant and uncommon. It's modal, but you can choose one or both. Just exile target artifact, exile target enchantment.
I don't like this card much. I mean, it's very clearly a sideboard card. You're right. You're not going to main deck it. But even as a sideboard card, I'm not super thrilled because often what's going to happen is you're just going to be able to use one of the modes. It's really rare you're going to be able to do both. So you're sideboarding in a card that can 1-for-1 some of their cards at 4 mana. Like that doesn't actually excite me much. So I think it's like a sideboard C minus.
Yeah, I mean, I have it a little higher. Look, you are going to live the dream occasionally, right?
Really
you get to get both things. Very rarely. But I assume if you're bringing it in, it's because they have something really worth getting, like that Gargoyle or Conclave Tribunal or something like that. So I'd give it like a sideboard C+. It is clunky, though. Like your point stance, 4 mana is like, oof. You're paying a lot for that flexibility. But the truth is we're used to that flexibility anyway. And you just don't get to cash in both of them often enough to make it worth the extra mana. Next card's actually, I think, pretty good. It's called Demotion. It's white for an aura at uncommon and enchants a creature. The creature can't block, and its activated abilities can't be activated. It can still attack, however. But if you're in Boros or whatever, and you're just like, demote that thing, attack with all my... Like, this thing is just a straight-up removal spell if you're on the offensive.
So in my written review, I gave this like a split grade, kind of like a build-around, where in a defensive or mid-range deck, this card's not good. You just don't want to spend a card on this ability. But in an aggressive deck, it's like kind of the equivalent of like an A minus.
It's a Swords to Plowshares.
It's 1 white mana, kill a creature, can't even use its activated abilities. And you don't care very much that they can attack you. So yeah, in a Boros deck, this is just premium removal. This is really what you want. Like, people might be kind of surprised by how often we mention the double spell turn, the mythical double spell turn. But that's because that's one of the easiest ways to get an advantage in limited Magic. When you play a 3-drop plus a 1-drop, especially a high impact one like this, like imagine you go 2-drop, 3-drop, they play 2-drop, 3-drop, and you go Demotion your 3-drop, attack with both, play my 3-drop. You're up ahead by multiple cards there. And
totally,
that's really hard to come back because, the cadence of most games is playing 1 spell per turn till about turn 5 or 6. This lets you break that symmetry in a really powerful way. So this is almost like a build around, or just assume it's unplayable outside aggressive decks, or at least mediocre outside aggressive decks. But in an aggressive deck, I think this is just legitimately an A minus, which is kind of where we put all our good, really, really good removal.
Yeah, and I would, by the way, classify any aggressive deck that's looking to just curve out and kill the opponent. We call it a Cabs deck. Anything that fits that. It can totally be a Selesnya deck as long as you're just trying to like curve out, convoke out, and attack your opponent down. It doesn't necessarily have to be only Boros for Demotion to be great. It's just the control decks you really don't. Like Demotion is like significantly worse in those decks.
Sure.
A minus for the right fit for Demotion. Next is Flight of Equinaughts. It's 7 and a white for a 4/5 flyer. You heard me right. It's uncommon, by the way. It's an 8 mana 4/5 flying, and astute listeners will be like, well, doesn't it have Convoke? And it does.
So this you need, I think, 2 creatures to really make it a decent castable. So at that point,
yeah. So is this? Would we pay 7 mana?
No, at 7 mana you wouldn't pay. You wouldn't want to pay that much.
No.
But one of the things that's also interesting about Convoke is the higher costs scale up kind of well in terms of curving out, because like a 4 mana Convoke spell or a 3 mana Convoke spell, you're not going to hasten those out too much. Like the Vigilant Centaur, the Rose Centaur Rosemane is going to come out on turn 4 a lot. It's not going to come out on turn 3 very often, right? You have to go 1-drop and 2-drop.
Yeah.
Flight of Equinox gives you a few more turns to develop your mana and creatures. So this is going to come out on like turn 5 or turn 6 quite often. It's just not,
and then it's just
not that hard to do that, right?
Yeah.
So like, I think that as costs scale up, Convoke does get a little bit more breathing room, but yeah, this card needs 2 cards to really be something you'd want to play. And at 3 creatures tapping for it, it becomes very good.
Yeah. But so I think it's actually pretty good. I mean, like, just focusing on how good is it when it's on the battlefield, 4/5 flyer is very good.
Yeah, and I think that's the other thing is 4/5 flyer is like well into like uncommon power level territory. Like it's just huge. So sure. I actually think Flight of Equinox gets a B-, despite the fact that it's expensive in relation to its Convoke.
I do too. I just think the 4/5 is worth it with flying. Next is Gird for Battle. This is, again, let's do the sorcery speed combat trick thing. This one's white. For a sorcery at uncommon, put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 target creatures.
This does not sound very good to me. This is...
I don't know. I kind of like it.
This is one of those cards where,
like
I know you're going to say, you're going to be like, look, it's an uncommon for a reason. And yeah, it does help these Boros decks really curve out, or even a Selesnya deck. You know, if you curved out, this card can be really good. But
I like it in Boros.
It's better in Boros for sure. I don't know. I guess a really aggressive Boros deck is going to use this to swing combat, but it is not it's not the kind of card that's really going to get you a huge card advantage because it's a sorcery, so your opponent's going to see it coming.
It is very clunky, but if you are on the offensive, your opponent is often forced to tap out just to play blockers. If you can play Gird for Battle and get another Mentor trigger as a result, like you can be in a shape where you just spent 1 mana to get 3 +1/+1 counters effectively across your creatures. And we were talking about the double spell turn. Gird for Battle is just absolutely built for that. You know, the turn where you go like 3-drop on turn 4, Gird for Battle, my 2 attackers, attack them, get a Mentor trigger, and your opponent's just like, look, they can't sit there on removal spells. They can't just sit there and hope that you don't have it. And, you know, maybe you have a Healer's Hawk, you know, a 1/1 flying lifelink we'll talk about in a minute, or, you know, some other small evasive threat. You know, maybe you put this, one of the counters goes on your ground creature so that it trades or has a clean attack, and the other one goes on your Sky Knight Legionnaire. Like, boy, getting a counter on an evasive thing is such a big game. So I don't think it's great, right? Like this is clearly not one of those like great cards, but I do think it's better than it looks on the surface.
Yeah, I can buy that. What grade would you want to give it?
I would give it a C+.
I think I'm going to give Gird for Battle a C. But we'll see.
Okay. Yeah, and I don't like it in Selesnya.
Yeah.
I like it in Boros. Like I view this as just a straight up Boros card. The way you can remember is that there's 2 Boros soldiers on the artwork, so that's how you never forget where it belongs.
That's fair.
Hazda Marshal is next. God, they spelled it wrong again. White for a 1/1 human soldier at uncommon. Whenever Hazda Marshal and at least 2 other creatures attack, you get a 1/1 white soldier creature token with lifelink. What do you make of this one? This one's
a little
hard
less high on this than the first time I read it. I actually don't think this card is particularly good.
I don't think so.
Because you need 2 things to happen, right? You need to have 2 other creatures, which is not the hardest ask in the world, but you do need 2 other creatures, or this is just a 1/1. And you also need to kind of keep this alive. Because if you're attacking with this and they block with the 2/2, like, you broke even. Like, you end up with a 1/1 lifelink.
I guess you upgraded.
1/1 lifelink.
Yeah.
That said, 1-drops get better with Mentor, and if you can make this into a 2/2 or even a 3/3, then all of a sudden you have this machine pumping out soldiers, and your opponent's going to have to trade a real card for it and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
My guess is this is like a C-, but the really good Boros decks will be able to take advantage of it.
I think so too. Again, the prevalence of 1-drops being important on some level could matter, but you need to you need to augment Hazda Marshal, or else it's just going to get blocked at some point. And even if you got your 1/1, you're not happy enough. So C minus for Hazda Marshal. It's just a little too fragile there. Healer's Hawk. Now, this is a 1-drop I can get behind. This thing's white for a 1/1 flying lifelink bird at common. And, we've been talking about 1-drops, and I think this is something that we're going to want to pay special attention to for this set. And this is, I think, one of the real focal point cards, Healer's Hawk, is that think about the decks that it goes in, right? It goes in Boros, where it can be the happy recipient of a mentor trigger or two. As at only 1 power, it can pick up mentor from basically anything in the set. And as a life-linking flyer, even 1+1/+1 counter on it turns it from like kind of annoying into a real problem. And if you ever get it to 3/3 fly and lifelink, it's just, a really powerful creature. But also it goes in Selesnya. And I mentioned cards like Rosemane Centaur, where if you play a 1-drop, that can now tap for mana with Convoke. You play a 2-drop, turn 3, you can have yourself a Rosemane Centaur. You could start powering out some of the really expensive stuff like the Flight of Equinox and that kind of thing. So Healer's Hawk to me is kind of the poster child for this type of thing that we're going to be looking at in the set with these 1-drops where, I think we should be paying more attention to them in general. That said, I really want to make these things work for me. Like, I don't want to just put Healer's Hawk in my deck and just be like, well, it's a 1/1 flying lifelink. That's good enough for me. Because that is below the bar. It just isn't quite there. It's close, but it's a little below the bar. I want to be able to have a bunch of mentor creatures or a bunch of Convoke to make it work.
Right. We are normally low on 1-drops, and particularly just like the 1/1s for 1.
Yeah.
The fact that both white guilds do take advantage of this means it is good in those guilds. Does not mean this card's just good straight up all the time.
Right.
But if you have a bunch of mentor creatures, or you have a bunch of Convoke, or some mix of both, because both can show up in the same deck, yeah, this card's good. This card is. It's funny. Our expectations for this card have gone up, right? Or have gone up from a normal 1-mana 1/1 flyer.
A lot.
Kind of like one of the archetypal trap cards that we tell people not to play. But I still think people's expectations of this card have also increased by more than that. Mm-hmm. So I still think this card is going to be a little overrated, despite it being good. I do think it's good.
Yeah, I do too.
I think
you still have to carry the weight of, it's turn 9, I drew my Healer's Hawk.
Right, exactly. And I do think that this is gonna see play in most white decks, but it's not a lock to be great, and it's not the kind of card you should just assume is going to be fantastic. That said, I think it's probably a C+. I think it's going to be one of the cards. It's not that replaceable, right? There's a lot of 2 and 3 mana creatures are a lot more replaceable than good 1 mana creatures, and this being one of the few actual good 1 mana creatures. Like the next one we're going to look at, Hunted Witness. Just not as good. Like, it's a playable 1-drop in some of these decks, but not nearly as good. And Healer's Hawk is actually good. So it's the sort of thing I would take this over a somewhat equivalent 2-drop just because there's fewer replacements.
I think so too. And I think that the key here is that your best draws are going to have cards like Healer's Hawk in them. For example, in Boros and Selesnya. They just are. These are the type of cards that turn a pretty good draw into a busted draw. And so it's worth it to go for these type of cards, even if they don't really perform as well on their own or in the late game. So C+ for Healer's Hawk.
I think that
what we came down on?
C+.
Yeah. What about Hunted Witness? I agree with you, by the way. I think even though traditionally speaking, this card seems like it would be better, it performs quite a bit worse.
So this is white for a 1/1. It's a human at common rather, and when it dies, you make a 1/1 white soldier with lifelink. So the joke is clever. It's a witness. Someone kills the witness. The soldier shows up to investigate.
Oh, I like it.
Yeah, I think it's pretty funny. I do think that this card is not great. It is playable, right? If you have 3 Rosemane Centaurs and the World Colossus, the X cost Convoke creature, then a 1-drop is very appealing. If you've got a ton of mentor creatures, including like 2 mana 2/2 first strike mentor and 3 mana 3/1 mentor, then the 1-drop that gets you some value when it dies is appealing. But I think this is closer to like a C-. Like, you need to justify this a lot more than you need to justify Healer's Hawk.
Yeah, I agree.
Just because 1 counter on this, not that impressive. A 2/2 flying lifelink, impressive. And if you Convoke something out with this, then it kind of sits on the board not doing much. Well, the Hawk might have gotten in for 3 or 4 flying points of lifelink in that time. So
yeah. Also,
I would give Hunted Witness a C-.
Yeah, I would too for Hunted. It's just not as impressive with the upside. Even if its middle case is actually probably on average, about the same as Healer's Hawk, the upside of it is a lot lower. So it's just not worth it. Next card is just pretty strong. It's called Inspiring Unicorn. It's 2 white for a 2/2 unicorn at uncommon. And whenever it attacks creatures you control, get +1/+1 until end of turn. So, boy, if you've got the go wide thing, or you're just trying to get your beat down on in Selesnya or Boros, Inspiring Unicorn can make for some really nasty combat steps.
Yeah, this card looks like it is quite powerful. And note that it pumps itself, so that is really important. I do think that it's not going to fit into every single deck. You really want to be aggressive, and you want to ideally have some combat tricks so this doesn't die immediately.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that Selesnya is actually going to want this card. And cards that only
Boros
one of the
does,
two.
Right?
Oh, Boros certainly does.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this looks good in Boros. And it looks good to decent in Selesnya, or sort of decent to good in Selesnya, but I think that lands it still in like the C to C plus range.
I think I'm going to go a little higher. I think I'd go B- for Inspiring Unicorn. Like, this thing can set up some devastating attack steps, and there are cards in Selesnya that give you tokens, or that have evasion or whatever that actually help you take advantage of it. Like, there's a card called Sworn Companions that we'll talk about in a few minutes, and then there's the Guild Mages and stuff. There's the Cavalier that if it dies, it makes 2 things. Like, these things do just happen throughout the course of the game, and Inspiring Unicorn can capitalize on all of those things. And you don't need a whole. I mean, it's still a 3/3 on the attacks. It attacks about the same as any other 4-drop.
I guess I'm at a spot where the cards the monocolor cards that fit more into one guild than the other, I'm a little bit cooler on early. But yeah, this is a B- level card if you know you're in an aggressive Boros deck.
Yeah, if you're looking to turn things sideways. So Inspiring Unicorn gets a B-.
Yeah, I think it's fair to give it that grade.
Okay. Next is called Intrusive Pack Beast. It's 4 and a white for a creature. Beast at common. It's a 3/3 vigilance, because apparently everything has vigilance in this set. When Intrusive Pack Beast enters the battlefield, tap up to 2 target creatures your opponents control.
This is the kind of 5-drop Boros really is looking for.
That's really powerful.
When you curve out and you play this, and you get a free attack that turn with like one or even 2 mentor triggers. Oh yeah, I think you're going to end up in a pretty good spot. The stats aren't great. 5 mana 3/3 is obviously not very good, and it's not like a Cosmotronic Wave where late game you top deck this and you just win
and the game's over. Yeah,
there are some boards where you can push through extra damage, and some boards it will just let all your creatures attack because they only have 1 or 2 blockers. But
how much mana would 2 target creatures can't block this turn cost?
Yeah, that just wouldn't be that good.
1,
1 or 2 mana, and you'd still not be super thrilled with it.
Yeah.
I think that Boros will be happy playing one of these, maybe even 2 of these, but at a 5-drop, you're just not that high priority, and I don't think this looks very good in Selesnya. So
I agree. I think the fundamental thing is what you said, which is you play it and then you get the 2 mentor triggers or a mentor trigger or something like that, because that can be a game changer. Like letting your creatures sneak through for a bunch of damage and get bigger and survive it so that next turn they can attack again can be really big. And this at least puts up a blocker at the minimum, let alone another attacker for the next turn. I just think it fits Boros' game plan pretty well.
Yeah, it lets you tap down their blockers and attack while also developing your board and threatening a good attack next turn. So
I think it's like a C. I think Intrusive Pack Beast is a C.
Yeah, I would give it a C. It's probably closer to a C plus in Boros and probably closer to like a D in Selesnya.
Yeah, that's probably true. Yeah. Next is Ledev Guardian. It's 3 and a white for a 2/4 human knight at common with Convoke.
I've cooled down a little bit on this. My first read, I was like, wow, this card's really good because it's kind of like a 3 mana 2/4, maybe even a 2 mana 2/4. But the thing I mentioned earlier is that it doesn't curve very smoothly into this. Like, it's a 2/4 you can play on turn 3, but that's not that exciting. And then later in the game, the fact that you're saving some mana on your 2/4 doesn't change the fact that it's a 2/4 vanilla. So
right, because the point is you can't do it on turn 2 under any normal circumstance.
Right, there is no way to do that in this set as far as I know.
Now you can get a tempo advantage by playing 2 creatures in a turn and then tapping all your creatures to cast a Ledev Guardian, and that does count. But 2/4, like no abilities.
Yeah, I would give this a C-. I think.
Okay, C- for Ledev Guardian.
I mean, it's still decent stats, and when you play 2-drop into this against Boros, they're still going to be annoyed. Definitely.
Yes, that's true. And this next one is way more annoying for the Boros deck. It's called Loxodon Restorer. Why don't you read it?
It's 4 white for a 3/4 Elephant Cleric at common. Does have Convoke, and when it enters the battlefield, you gain 4 life. So 6 mana 3/4 gain 4 with Convoke, which means, you'll be able to play this kind of as if it were a 4 or 5-drop pretty easily, and sometimes, who knows, maybe even less.
Mm-hmm.
The gain 4 really makes up for the fact that you have to tap creatures to play this, because your shields go a little bit down, your life total goes a little bit up, and it is decent stats. So I don't know how many I would want to main deck, because this doesn't seem that effective against the other guilds, but against Boros it's really good. So my guess is this is closer to like just a C, but you'll want to have access to 1 or 2 in your sideboard.
Yeah, if it were cheaper, we could bump it up, but it is still 6 mana, even with Convoke. That's quite a bit to ask. So, yeah, C for Loxodon Restorer, but against Boros, it definitely gets a bump. Next, Luminous Bonds is back. 2 and a white for an enchantment aura. At common, enchant creature. Enchant creature can't attack or block. Card's good.
Yeah, I think there's just nothing to complain about with this card. Good in Boros, good in Selesnya, good in aggressive decks, good in controlling decks. So
yeah, probably a B minus.
Yeah, I would say B minus or B, but I'm fine with B minus.
Sure. Next is called Parhelion Patrol. It's 3 and a white for a 2/3 flying vigilance human knight at common, and it has kind of awkwardly Mentor. Mentor on a 2-powered creature.
So this is one of the creatures I feel like is meant to be mentored onto, at which point it then starts teaching other things.
Yes, that does seem to be the play pattern with it.
Like you have your 3/1, your Blade Instructor. It trades for a 2/2, but mentors the Parhelion Patrol up to a 3/4, at which point this can start mentoring your like Skynet Legionnaires or your other 2/2 creatures.
Yeah. You're only getting 2 power for 4 mana, even if it has flying.
Yeah, but Vigilance is nice, especially if you do get that counter onto this. And
yeah, then it's really good.
If you trigger Mentor once, this card has been pretty good. So
yeah.
I don't think it's fantastic, but I think the Boros decks will want it a lot more, because they care about eking out the last 6 to 8 points of damage in the air, or getting a decent amount of air damage through.
And they're willing to pay a premium for it.
Right, and the Selesnya decks are going to have bigger creatures than this, and aren't going to be looking to play other Mentor creatures with this, and don't really want to chip damage in the air. So I think this card's probably a C. I think you're going to be happy with it in Boros.
I think Parhelion Patrol's a C also. Next is Righteous Blow. It's white for an instant at common. It does 2 damage to target attacking or blocking creature. This is a lot worse than Luminous Bonds, right? I mean, the ability
it's not even close.
Right, like the key here with both of the white-based decks here, Selesnya and Boros, is the ability to reach out and and take a blocker out of the equation to clear the way for some sort of attack, where Righteous Blow kind of forces you to get into some type of combat or have them attack you before you can even do it. And then, of course, it's way more conditional, right, than Luminous Bonds, and it only does 2 damage.
This card's going to be very effective against Boros. When you have 1 mana, right, or you have 1 mana up, and they just either go for their combat trick and get 2 for 1, or they feel like they can't go for their combat trick when you have a 2/4 and they have a 3/1, and they're like sitting on Sure Striker +2/+2.
Should we mention the trick too?
Yes. So if you have this card, and let's say you wanted to trade your 2/2 for their 4/4, you would block, let damage happen, then end of combat, cast Righteous Blow on their creature. That way, if you cast it before damage, they might, kill your 2/2, and then your Righteous Blow didn't accomplish anything.
Right. You have this extra step where the creature's still considered an attacker, but after damage has happened, and you need to be aware of that. So how good is Righteous Blow? I mean, this is a useful tool against Boros, as you said. In fact, very useful against Boros, but it's also white. So it's going to, they're going to have it in their deck or take it away from you or whatever.
Well, I think it's more that what decks want this. Like, if Boros doesn't want this, then that just leaves Selesnya. And yes, it's good against Boros. It can be good against some of the like Dimir decks, right? if they're looking at Bartizan Bats, the 3/1 flyer. Mm-hmm. But it doesn't seem particularly good against Golgari or Selesnya.
No, not at all. In fact, it seems pretty bad against Selesnya.
But I wouldn't be surprised, given a lot of the mechanics in the set, if the set's kind of fast. And
we also are advocating for playing more 1-drops than normal. And I don't mean that to say that as Righteous Blow is a 1-drop, but I'm saying it can kill those.
But yeah, it means that people are going to be putting more cards in their deck that can kill this. Even out of Selesnya, right? If you kill their Messenger Hawk, then that's not the end of the world. So
it's also called a Healer's Hawk, but...
Or, yeah, I keep calling it that. Messenger Hawk is actually from Ravnica. But
I was going to say, what is Messenger? I'm going to look it up now.
It's 1 and a white for a 1/2 flying vigilance. It was a card that was fine in Selesnya.
Okay. Because you could attack and then tap it for mana. Nice.
Yeah, there we go.
So what are we talking about? Like a C? I mean, this is a conditional low-powered removal spell, but it is only 1 mana, which gives it a bump up.
Yeah, my guess is I would give Righteous Blow a C.
Okay. Next is Rock Charger. Uncommon now. The newly upgraded Pegasus Courser. It's 2 and a white for a bird. It's flying 1/3, and it's the same thing. Whenever it attacks, almost the same thing. Target attacking creature without flying gains flying until end of turn. By the way, is that an arena thing?
Yeah, it's for the user interface.
Okay.
Basically, it doesn't force you to click on something if there's only one target, so it reduces the amount of targets, and you're not really looking to give anything flying except an attacker without flying anyway, so it's not like it reduces the interesting space.
That's cool. Anyway, Rock Charger was, or the version of Rock Charger we had before Pegasus Courser was very good. And I expect, given that it's uncommon, that's a big signal, but also just like looking around at both Boros and Selesnya, Rock Charger looks like it's going to be really good.
Oh yeah, I think this card fits neatly into both those decks' plans. For Selesnya, it's bringing their 4/4s, into the air with it, while being a 3-drop that you're happy to cast. Even it fuels Convoke, and you're just happy to cast it by itself. And then in Boros, it's perfect.
It's just perfect.
Insanely good in Boros. It gets mentored. Like, I'm really glad this isn't common. I think that would just be too obnoxious.
I agree.
Like,
totally.
This is the perfect mentor target, and it's perfect with your like fragile 3/1 or 4/2 mentor creatures. I think Rock Charger. It's actually funny. I think it might just be a solid B, but in Boros, it's like a B plus. Like, I would rather have this than Luminous Bonds. I
think so too. Like, honestly, I just think this card is going to be like a must kill. So
I mean, this casts Luminous Bonds on all their non-flying creatures, essentially, right?
Right, exactly. And it gets bigger. Like, if you have no other mentor targets, you're going to mentor onto the Rock Charger itself. Like, it's really, really good. I like B. I like a B. I'm just going to go solid B on Rock Charger.
I do think it's a B overall, but I think like just be aware that in some Boros decks, you should really want this card.
Yeah. Next is Skyline Scout. That's 1 and a white for a 2/1 human scout at common. Whenever it attacks, you can pay 1 and a white. If you do, it gains flying until end of turn.
Yeah, I actually like this card.
Sure.
It passes the test that I always like for my 2-drops, which is on turn 2, of course, I'm happy to cast it. But it's also good on turn 7 because you just start having mana you can sink into it, and this can just keep hitting them for 2 a turn. So
yeah,
I'm satisfied with this card. I don't think I would want to play it all that much in Selesnya, though it is a Convoke card, which then has relevance later in the game. So
C.
I would give Skyline Scout a C, but it's a cool card.
Skyline Scout's fine. Next is called Sun Home Stalwart. It's 1 and a white for a 2/2 human soldier at uncommon. It's got first strike and mentor. Interesting. Again, seeing mentor on a 2/2 on a 2-power creature is a bit of a letdown, right? Like, it needs help to really make mentor good.
Yeah, and so there's a couple ways to combo that. One is, of course, play 1-drops with 1 power, or play creatures with 1 power, because it can mentor them. The other is to play pump spells on this, or play other mentor creatures on this. And it's a 2-mana 2/2 first strike. That's just an excellent card for your aggro decks. So I think Sun Home Stalwart is a C+. You're going to be happy to play Selesnya also, just because 2-mana 2/2 first strike is just a good play. And it should inform your pick orders a little bit. You should take your 1-drop a little higher, your Messenger Hawks.
Yeah.
you should be aware of what your mentor curve looks like and look for other opportunities to either make the power of Sun Home Stalwart greater, or the power or get creatures that it can naturally mentor. But this card is good.
But you shouldn't forget the baseline that it's a 2/2 first strike for 2, which is already pretty good.
That's where it's getting most of its mileage, but the mentor's a real thing. You might have to do a little work, but it's a real thing.
It is. Again, main phase those combat tricks when you need
to.
Yeah. Next is
play this next card.
Yeah, Sworn Companions. So this is 2 and a white for a sorcery at common, and it says create 2 1/1 white soldier creature tokens with lifelink. So this is an important card in many ways. The one that jumps to mind the most, though, is Convoke, right? It just gives you 2 creatures to convoke out. But hey, even in Boros, getting 2 creatures can be good just for the go wide strategy in general. And it's good with mentor, because basically anything can mentor onto it except for that goblin. And they have lifelink. Now, the problem is that you're not really getting your mana's worth. Like, you really do need to take advantage of these 2 cards, because I don't know. I feel like paying 3 mana for 2 1/1s isn't great. The lifelink doesn't really swing me in that, far enough over to think that I'm getting a great deal for the 3 mana here.
I think that you are going to need to do work, but I actually think the base rate on this is not horrible.
It's not like that far off, but it's not there either.
But there's just not that many white decks that don't care about this one way or another.
That's right. It fits right in. So I like that.
It reminds me of Queen's Commission, right? From Rivals of Ixalan. It's the same card. 2 and a white make 2 1/1s with lifelink.
Yep.
There you had vampire synergies. Here you've got Convoke and Mentor synergies, and that was always a solid card.
Mm-hmm.
It is better with Convoke, for sure. I don't think that's particularly controversial. I think part of the reason I like this card is that it's scarce. There's not very many token makers. So in your Convoke deck, there's just very few ways to get 2 creatures out of 1 card. So that makes me want to take Sworn Companions. It's still a C, but it might be like C+ level later in the draft when you're like, look, I've got 4 good Convoke cards and I don't really have a way to enable them.
Yeah. So C for Sworn Companions. Know where it fits into your deck and do those things. Next is Take Heart. This is kind of the default combat trick, I think, for white. In this deck, in this set, it's white for an instant, and the creature, it's common. The target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn, and you gain 1 life for each attacking creature you control.
Yeah, this is the baseline. 1 mana for +2/+2 at instant speed.
Thumbs up.
I think, in general, that would be acceptable. In this set in particular, I think it actually gets a little more than that, because
I do too.
How many times have we said your opponent's always going to block this, or you need a way to make this survive one more combat, or you're always attacking with this? Like, Take Heart is perfect for that. As always, cast this before attacks if you want to trigger mentors you wouldn't otherwise trigger. And if you're Boros, this is another card which I think is a C. I don't think it's greater than a C.
Same.
But if it's late in the draft and you don't have combat tricks, move it up your pick order. There's no shame in taking this as if it were like a C+.
No, and I mean, I could see Boros decks wanting 2 or even 3 copies of Take Heart. Like,
it's I think that they have room for like 4 combat tricks, and it's not like this gets worse in multiples. Plus, sometimes you gain 2 life off it or 3 life. I mean, who knows? Yeah,
it is. It's kind of funny that we've got these incentives to cast your combat tricks pre-combat, and this would punish you for that a little bit. C for Take Heart. Last white card is called 10th District Guard. It's 1 and a white for a 2/2 human soldier at common. Pretty basic. When it enters the battlefield, target creature gets +0/+1 until end of turn.
You see, it helps mentor because...
I guess it lets your creature survive and you keep the targeting thing. I don't know. This card seems super mediocre to me.
Nah, this is like a D. I mean, it's
just a D, right?
It's 2 mana, 2/2, minor beneficial ability, but it's just so replaceable that it's not one of those Ds where, like, if you have to play it, you feel really bad, but it's also never a card you're like, wow, I'm glad I have this card in my deck.
Yeah. All right, so that's going to do it for kind of the white side of the color pie, but that's going to move us into Golgari now. What's our first Golgari card?
It's Erstwhile Trooper. This is a weird name. 1 green-black for a 2/2 zombie soldier at common. Mm-hmm. And it says, discard a creature card. Erstwhile Trooper gets +2/+2 and gains trample till end of turn. Activate this ability only once each turn. So it's a 3 mana 2/2 that your opponent kind of has to treat as if it's a 4/4. They're not, even though you discard a card to do that ability, if you attack into a 3/3 on turn 4 with this, they're just not going to block it. They're not going to trade a 3/3 for a card at 0 mana, right? Because this doesn't cost any mana. You can always activate it.
Right.
The joke here is that discarding creatures isn't bad for Undergrowth, but this still costs you a real card.
Gosh, it's a tough pill to swallow, isn't it? Like, even knowing that you want the creatures in your graveyard for Undergrowth and other things, those are still spells leaving your hand. Like, how do you win the game, if you activate this twice in a game? It feels like it would be really hard.
If I'm fine with surveilling all my creatures in the graveyard. Discarding them does not seem like the way to do it. Then again, if you activate this twice and they both trade for cards, you got a 2 for 2. Like, that's not.
You did.
That's not a
you still
big
might
problem.
lose.
You're not tossing creatures into this to do 2 extra damage most of the time.
No.
I think this card is fine. It's
kind of down on it.
No, I'm not that down on it. Like, it's the kind of card where, imagine your opponent plays this on 3. You're just not going to feel that comfortable attacking into it, right? Are you attacking your 3/1 into it?
God, I feel like I am. I feel like I'm just like, if you want to discard all the creatures out of your hand.
But every time they trade 1 for 1, they're paying 0 mana to whatever mana you paid for what they're trading for.
Yeah, I think the way that I view the play pattern is that, like, they're trading for my cheaper creatures by discarding ostensibly their more expensive or just whatever's in their hand. And then I'm going to play something for 5 mana that's just bigger than Erstwhile Trooper.
Well, it gets into a really bad state
anymore
if you have to discard a card to trade for a 4/4 with this.
Mm-hmm.
But
what do you want to give it?
I would give this a C. I think Golgari decks are just going to play a copy of this.
Man, I wanted to give it like a D. I think
it's
that cost is too high. It's not a D. I'm too low on it.
Yeah.
Dude, you have to discard a creature.
But your opponent doesn't know that you have a creature in hand or not. So
yeah, but then the incentive is not that great because then you're attack for 2 and they're like, okay, take it. It's still just 2.
But just imagine this against a Boros deck.
Mm-hmm.
You play a 2/2, they play this. If, on your next turn, if you don't have a combat trick, you just can't really attack into it.
That's true. That is true.
You're going to play your 3/1. You still can't attack into it. Granted, the combat trick does give you a significant advantage because if they block, discard a creature, then you go Sure Strike, you just own them.
Yes.
But I still think that this card is going to be it's going to accomplish Golgari's goals, and the Golgari decks are going to play 17 or 18 creatures if they want to steal some of their cards.
That is true. All right. Well, I'll go C- then on Erstwhile Trooper. I hate 2 for 3 mana in gold, and I'm hesitant to activate the ability too often. But
right. Well, I'll give Erstwhile Trooper a C.
Okay. Next is Glowspore Shaman. That's black-green for a 3/1 uncommon. It's an elf shaman. When it enters the battlefield, put the top 3 cards of your library in your graveyard. Nice. That's big thumbs up here, right?
Oh, yeah, that's great for Golgari.
That. Yeah, and then it's got this extra May ability. You may put a land card from your graveyard on top of your library.
I think this card's quite good.
Yeah, that's a lot going on.
Yes, it's not card advantage when you put the land on top. It's neutral because you're just replacing your draw with it. But if you keep a 2-lander, right, a swamp, a forest, and this, you're going to be happy to get to use that ability.
Yeah.
And if you don't need it, this mills 1.5 creatures or 1 1/3 creatures on average, depending on how many creatures you have. Plus, it's a 3/1. It trades off really easily. So it really does help Undergrowth. I think this does what Golgari wants. It's a solid card. I wouldn't give it more than a C, but it's a solid card.
Yeah, I think so too. And this is the way I want to get creatures in my yard, right? Yeah. Not having to discard them for minor onboard effect. I want to do it for air quotes free. I still like C for Glowspore Shaman. I mean, a 3/1 is not a card I'm super excited about, but I just think it fits what's going on here.
Well, also, one thing to note is 3/1 is really good on defense. It looks like an aggressive stat line, but if Golgari is a deck that wants to trade off a lot, 3/1s are great at trading. When you play your 3/1 for 2 mana, and they have a 3/3 for 3 mana, or a boar, a 4 mana 3/3, yeah, you're happy trading.
That's true.
So I think it's a good defensive play in a deck that looks like it does want to go to the long game.
And then, of course, Glowspore Shaman will find its way into the graveyard one way or the other, and that's kind of where you want it to. So what do you think? C+ for Glowspore Shaman?
I would still give it a C, but okay. I think it's good.
Okay. Next is Golgari Findbroker, and this is the black, green of the cycle here, the uncommon. It's an elf shaman at 3/4. I do love me a 3/4. It doesn't actually have any abilities, which is a little disappointing, and there's no Death Touch or Vigilant, anything like that. But it does have a triggered ability. When it enters the battlefield, you return target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. Wow. That's powerful.
Oh, this card's excellent. And
yeah,
I like that a lot of its power is in the late game. So this isn't like True Fire Captain, the Boros one, where if you don't cast it on turn 4, you're a little bummed out. That card's still good later, but it's not as good as if it was on turn 4. Golgari Findbroker, you might not even want to cast on turn 4. You might want to wait till turn 7. So that really mitigates the casting cost a lot. This is a very good. It's close to the Selesnya part of the cycle. I think I'd give Golgari Findbroker a B+.
Yeah, I like B on Findbroker. It's just super, super good. Good body, and then getting the card back later is really great. And of course, when you start looking at the previous cards we just talked about, the Glowspore Shaman and the Erstwhile Trooper, you're like, oh, I see. I'm getting these cards back anyway.
Yep.
Next is Molder Hulk. This is 7 black-green. That is 9 mana. Woo! For a 6/6 fungus zombie at uncommon. And it says, Undergrowth. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each creature card in your graveyard. And when it enters the battlefield, return target land card from your graveyard to the battlefield.
I'm not that impressed with this card.
That's weird.
So it's 9 mana for a 6/6. If you've milled a land thanks to cards like Glowspore Shaman or what have you, you get to put a land back. But honestly, by the time you cast this, the land is rarely going to matter.
Yeah, it's so low.
Just not that effective. So how many creatures would you need in your graveyard before you're excited to cast this? I think it's 4. Then it's a 5 mana 6/6.
I'd want to pay 5 mana for it, to be excited.
Yeah, and you're not paying 5 mana on turn 5 for this. You're paying 5 mana on turn 7 or 8 for this. It's just not going to happen very often. There's no Grizzly Salvage. There's no card that just dumps 5 creatures into your graveyard.
Gosh, and even when you do get to go off, it's a 6/6. That's it.
Yeah, I think Mulder Hulk's like, I think it's like a D. I
do too.
I just don't think it's that rewarding. Like, compare this to Siege Worm. It's so much easier to have creatures in play early in the game, and that one's a 5/5 trample. Like, that's great. So, yeah, I'm largely not impressed with Undergrowth, like, as a mechanic.
Me neither.
I think that the enablers are just not very pushed. Like, yes, Surveil does help, certainly, and there's a lot of black Surveil cards. But honestly, if you're surveilling on turn 5 and you see a creature, you're often just going to want to put it on top anyway.
That's
like,
right.
I just don't think you're going to have 4 creatures in your graveyard by turn 6 very often. And that's the rate where a lot of the Undergrowth cards really start to pop, when you have 3 or 4 creatures there. So
let's keep an eye out for that. As we go through, we'll look at the different Undergrowth cards, since they're all just their own thing, and we'll see the ones that actually make us excited, where we're like, wow, that looks great. And Mulder Hulk's not. I think it's a D. Yeah. Next is Okran Assassin. This one's kind of sweet. It's 1 black-green for a 1/1 elf assassin. It's uncommon. It has Death Touch, and all creatures able to block it do so.
I think this card's quite strong. You play this, right? Your opponent, if they can't attack with non-flyers without offering a trade, which they're going to have to do anyway because of the second ability, which means you have your pick of what to kill. And if you find a pump spell, you can kill a lot of things.
Yes, you definitely can.
So I think...
Well, and also you can just win the game.
Yes, you can also like attack with this and 4 other creatures, and those all go unblocked.
Yep.
I think Okran Assassin is probably a B-. Like, it is a 3-mana 1/1. Yeah. Sometimes your opponent's just going to direct current or kill it in some way because it only has 1 toughness. But yeah, this card can do some good work, especially when combined with pump spells or a way to bring it back. Just you can recur, like, it's a creature. It's not that hard to get back, and it can go in for multiple bites there.
B- for Okran Assassin. Next is Rhizome Lurcher. It's 2 green-black for a 2/2 at common, so 4 mana 2/2. Yikes! It's a fungus zombie. Is that Elmer?
I think so.
Oh, no. He looks a little rough. Oh, boy. All right. Well, I'll try to shake off the emotions here. It's got Undergrowth. Rhizome Lurcher enters the battlefield with a number of +1/+1 counters on it equal to the number of creature cards in your graveyard. So, is this our big payoff?
I think it's a solid payoff. I think Rhizome Lurcher with 2 creatures in your graveyard is respectable. 4 mana, 4/4. Great. And
we can get that. We can make that happen before we cast Lurcher on 4, right?
Yeah, it's not that. I think you'll reliably get 1 creature in your graveyard before 4, and getting 2 doesn't seem impossible. And then later in the game, this might be like a 6/6 or something. So
yeah. Another just blob of power and toughness is my payoff, though. Like,
yeah, but at least this one is a good one. I think I
agree. And if it's a 4/4 for 4, I'm happy.
Yeah, I think the efficiency is here. I don't think this feels like a wow, I did it payoff. It's not like the Darkblade assassin or agent, the Dimir one that's a 2/3 Death Touch cantrip when it hits them creature. Like that feels like more of a payoff than this. But I would give Rhizome Lurcher probably a C+. I think it's comparable to the Rosemane Centaur.
Okay, yeah, I would give it a C. Rhizome Lurcher. It's just I just want a little more. Swarm Guildmage. Here's our Guildmage. So it's green-black for a 2/2. Uncommon Elf Shaman. First ability, 4 and a black, tap it. Creatures you control get +1/+0 and gain menace until end of turn. Yeah. That can end a game.
This is the one of the abilities where tapping it really hurts because you don't get to attack with this when you use that ability.
Yeah, this is like an extra 2 damage.
3 damage.
The other ability is, you're right, 3 damage. The other ability is 1 and a green, tap it, you gain 2 life. You're
always going to play Swarm Guildmage. It's going to be a good card. It's good in that when you're on the defensive bent, it starts gaining you 2 a turn, which is really powerful. And then giving all your creatures menace stacks really nicely because they have 3 blockers. All of a sudden, they can block 1 of your creatures. Menace is really good in multiples. I would give Swarm Guildmage probably like I think
it's a B-.
I think
right?
a B-. Yeah, I was debating between that and C+. I think B- on Swarm Guildmage sounds right.
Yeah. Next is Undercity Uprising. This is a weird one. It's 2 black-green for a sorcery at common. Creatures you control gain Death Touch until end of turn. Okay. Then target creature you control fights another target creature or fights target creature you don't control.
This basically is
what am I giving all my creatures Death Touch at sorcery?
It's basically just like sack a small creature, kill a big creature is how it's going to play a lot of the time.
Okay.
But it also opens the door for you to attack with all your other creatures afterwards because you know they're going to trade off. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I think this card is okay. It's expensive enough that
4 mana fight, yeah.
That I don't feel you're getting a huge advantage of it, but it's nice that it kills anything. It kills their 6/6.
Yeah.
You know, they're Equinox Flyer 4/5. You can kill with one of your 1/1s. So I think Golgari, one of the things that's going to be really important in looking at a lot of these Golgari cards is picking up cards like Generous Stray or Burglar Rats, right? These like cantrip 2 and 3 drops. So like if you have Burglar Rats, this is the 2 mana 1/1, they discard a card, then yeah, Undercity Uprising sounds pretty good. And same with the 1/2 cantrip Cat. Like these are the kind of cards you need to maximize cards like Undercity Uprising.
Yeah, that makes sense now. That does. And then, you know, it also is very on flavor and on theme, right? Because now you're getting a card in the graveyard and a creature card in the graveyard. And
sometimes giving all your creatures Death Touch means you get to attack with creatures you otherwise wouldn't. Also, if you have a big Trampler, Death Touch Trample is a nice combo. This can force through a lot of damage. You have like a Siege Worm or something, right?
Yeah. Not particularly mana efficient here at 4 mana.
And it's gold. Yeah. I would probably give Undercity Uprising a C-.
Okay, that's where I was going to come down on it too. Undercity Uprising gets a C-. A hybrid card for them is called Pitiless Gorgon. It's 1 black, green, or green-black. You can choose however you want to do that. So 3 mana for a 2/2 with Death Touch. It's a Gorgon.
This card's good. In Golgari, you're always going to be really happy with it because it's just free to cast. Like you're never going to be mana screwed. You're always going to be able to cast it. I think you're going to play it in both Dimir and Selesnya and be happy with it also. It's just a powerful ability.
It is. It's just good blocker, good attacker, you know.
Like
whatever.
if Boros has any non-sure strike tricks, they can't really use it to win this combat because it just doesn't help. And yeah, maybe that's how good sure strike is. There's a decent amount of Death Touchers around.
Seriously, yeah.
We haven't gotten to black yet. There's 1 mana 1/1 Death Touch there as well. So I would give Pitiless Gorgon a C+. I think this card is just good.
Me too. Easy to cast, good upside, fine card. C+ for Pitiless Gorgon. One more card here for Golgari. It's Status Statue. This one's good. Status is a green-black hybrid, so 1 mana, uncommon. Target creature gets +1/+1 and gains Death Touch until end of turn.
At instant speed. Yeah, that's
fine.
That's a good trick. It's not the best in terms of having your creature survive, but it does mean you're going to at least kill their creature, almost guaranteed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you'll win combat.
And then
sort of. You go ahead.
Then you have Statue for 2 green-black. It's an instant and it destroys target artifact, creature, or enchantment. So
that's nice.
This is very similar to the Boros one. I think +1/+1 and Death Touch is on balance a little weaker than +2/+2 in terms of how you use combat tricks. But 4 mana to kill anything is really nice. So
really nice.
I think this just gets a solid B. I can't imagine being unhappy with this. It might actually get a B+ now that I think about it.
I think it does too. Like, look, it's unconditional instant speed removal. We don't get that these days. It's 4 mana to kill anything.
And it's sometimes a 1 mana trick. Sometimes your 3/3s fight each other and you just cast this. Also, this is going to be pretty sick in response to them using a fight card if they don't play around it.
Ooh, yeah, that's gross. Well, either side is sick in response to the fight card, I guess. So Status Statue is going to get a B+ for us for that one. I like that one a lot. Next, so that means we're going to move into green here. And our first green card is Affectionate Indrik, the Snuggle Beast himself. 5 and a green, so 6 mana for a 4/4 beast at uncommon. But when it enters a battlefield, you may have it fight target creature you don't control. That's good.
Oh yeah, that is really good. 6 mana 4/4 fight is a really good deal, and it's kind of exactly what both Selesnya and Golgari are looking for. It's a large creature. It can either trade or most often win a fight and can offer a game ender plus a removal spell all in one. So this card is really, really good.
Yeah, I think so too. I want to give it a B-. I know it's 6 mana and it's still just a 4/4, but this is a built-in 2-for-1. This kills a lot of the stuff that you care about. It kills the Sky Knight Legionnaire. It kills the pesky flyer. It kills the 3/4 flyer, the Watcher. Like, this thing actually just eats up a whole bunch of stuff and leaves back a very relevant body. And that's just a ton of upside. So I'm going to say B- for Affectionate Indrik.
I like it at B. I do want to know this is something.
I'll go to B too then. I didn't want to go too high on like a 6.
Yeah, no, I think it's good. Also, a single color card. We haven't talked a ton about this, but it is splashable.
True.
There's going to be a lot of guild gates. Imagine you're Izzet and you pick up, Izzet's a bad example. Imagine you're one of the colors that touches green. I guess that would be something like Boros, and you pick up a couple Selesnya guild gates. You could just play this card.
Yeah, you could.
It's a big effect. That could be effective. Or you're Dimir and you pick up a couple Golgari guild gates. That's an even better example. Another thing to note is the way this card is templated. You play this and target their creature. If they respond with a pump spell, you can choose not to fight.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, you target upon announcement. So you play this, target their 2/2. They're like, aha, in response, I'll give my 2/2 +3/3. You're like, okay, I will choose not to fight.
Oh,
so
I did not realize that. That's cool.
Yeah, you don't have to carry through with the fight. You do target. Similarly, if they have a 5/5, you have to target it. But then, of course, I would not recommend getting into it.
No matter how snugly the
But be aware of how that works, because it is really important. It puts your opponent at a pretty big disadvantage where they either lose their creature or they cast their pump spell and you choose not to fight and they lose their pump spell. So you kind of end up on the upside of that. But I like B for Affectionate Indrik.
By the way, do you see the cat snuggling his feet?
Yeah, I do.
That's pretty great. Next is called Arboretum Elemental. It's 7 green. Yes, another 9-drop. For an uncommon elemental, it's 7/5 hexproof with Convoke.
I like this card. I think this is a good Selesnya finisher. One of the things I like about this, you tap out, like let's say you tap 3 of your creatures and you play this on turn 6. Your opponent can't just go bounce or kill your creature because it has hexproof.
True.
So a lot of the time they're going to be forced to not attack or attack with just a flyer, and then this starts clocking them pretty fast. One thing that makes me hesitate a little is that both Dimir and Golgari have access to a bunch of death touch creatures, and even Selesnya does actually with the hybrid one. So
also, it's only 5 toughness. Like 2 creatures can block it, and I know that that's good for you. But we are talking about even with Convoke, a pretty Wouldn't I rather just have Siege Worm? Like if I could just swap in a Siege Worm for Arboretum Elemental, wouldn't I just do that?
I think Siege Worm's going to be better on balance, but there are some matchups. Like if you play against like a Dimir or Izzet deck, this card might just be way better.
That's true.
Like
this is really good against Izzet. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, imagine you playing against one of those decks and they have like, the Command the Storm and they have the bounce spell that surveils one and you're just like Arboretum Elemental.
Yeah.
Just like, okay. Well,
and then their creatures are all like 1/4s and stuff and you're just smashing them.
And also, if you are playing a Selesnya or Golgari deck that has a combat trick or 2, then this really punishes double blocks. Like, imagine they throw 2 creatures in the way and you just have an instant speed kill a creature, or you have give a creature +2/+2. It's just,
that's true. Okay. I'm coming around on a little bit more.
Yeah, I would probably give it, I think it's a C, but I think if you're lacking big Convoke payoffs or finishers, it can move to a C+.
Okay, I like that. C, maybe C+ for Arboretum Elemental. Next is called, how do you say this? Circuitous?
Circuitous.
Yeah, Circuitous Route. It is 3 and a green for a sorcery at uncommon. Search your library for up to 2 basic land cards and or gate cards. Put them onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. I
am really excited about this.
That's powerful.
You have Circuitous Route, District Guide, which we're going to get to in a second, and the last one is Urban Utopia, which we're also going to get to. That's 3 different green cards, 2 uncommons and 1 common, that enable 5-color decks. Yeah.
Ooh, hello.
Because imagine you cast Circuitous Route and you get a Boros Guildgate and a Dimir Guildgate.
Oh yeah, Damn. You did it. That's all the colors.
You did it. You have all the colors.
Yeah.
So I plus imagine you cast this on turn 4 and then on turn 5 you cast a 7-drop. Like there is a little bit of conflict here where a lot of the expensive cards have Convoke, and so you'd rather just cast a creature instead of Circuitous Route because it affects the board and still taps for mana. But I could see there being a multicolor control deck that's using Circuitous Route to turbo out good expensive cards and splash cards like splashing Command the Storm or what have you in these decks.
For sure. So this seems sweet. I mean, what was the last that we had Explosive Vegetation in one of the sets and it ended up being really good too?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly which set that was, but yes.
This is better than that, so.
Certainly. I mean, this reminds me of the Oasis Ritualist from the second Amonkhet set, and that was quite good. I think this is a build around. I don't think you can slot this into a deck, because basically if your curve ends at 5 or even has like just 1/6 or something, this is just not a good use of your time. Yeah. You can't spend turn 4 essentially doing nothing. But if you have good follow-ups to this, and you have a lot of, cheap removal and you're playing maybe 3 or 4 colors, then this becomes an actual enabler. So this is actually going to delve into build around territory, and I think it's like a B- build around.
Okay. Circuitous route B- build around. I love it. And of course, I see the same thing you do. I get excited.
Oh yeah. That build around is either a 3+ color deck or a deck that has a lot of good late game potential.
Yeah. Next is Crushing Canopy. This is one of the best sideboard cards in the set. It's 2 and a green for an instant at common. Choose one, destroy target creature with flying, or destroy target enchantment.
Yeah. Good just sideboard material, straight up sideboard.
Yes, it's like a B+ sideboard card.
It's like a B+ sideboard, yep.
Yeah. Dev Karen Dissident is next. It's 1 and a green for a 2/2 elf warrior at common. And pump ability. 4 and a green. Dev Karen Dissident gets +2/+2 until end of turn.
I'm not that thrilled about this. Again, I don't see Golgari or Selesnya as being particularly aggressive. Yes, you need to play cards in the first couple turns to affect the board, but yeah, this card's fine on turn 2 and okay later. It's not like I really want to spend turn 5 pumping it or turn 7 pumping it. I think this kind of ends up as like a C-. Like,
me too. If you need a 2-drop type card, right? We see these a lot.
It'll do the trick, but it's nothing that I'm really excited about.
Same. Next card is kind of exciting. It's called District Guide. It's 2 and a green for an elf scout at uncommons 2/2. So 2/2 for 3. But when she enters the battlefield, you may search your library for a basic land card or gate card, reveal it, put it in your hand, and then shuffle.
So Civic Wayfinder got upgraded on common, but can now get gates. This is another really good 3-color enabler because, you know, you're playing your like base Golgari deck, and you just go get a Boros Guild Gate. Now you can play both your red and white splash cards. So plus it's a 2-for-1. It's a 3-mana 2-for-1. This card's excellent.
These type of cards always perform super, super well in limited, and this is the best version of them that we've seen.
Yes, we were pretty high on Skittering Surveyor and Dominaria. Had we done the set review for original Ravnica, now, dear Lord, 13 years ago.
Yes.
Then we would have been pretty high on that too, probably.
On Civic Wayfinder. It is funny, by the way, hearing players talk about this card at the World Championship. There's depending on when you started playing, like it's either Borderland Ranger
or Civic Wayfinder,
or now it'll be District Guide for another new generation.
It'll always be Civic Wayfinder for me. That was the first pick of the first pack of the first tournament I did well at U.S. Nationals in 2006. Anyway,
really, wow, that's cool. Yep. All right,
I 4-0'd that draft because drafts were 4 rounds in that tournament. Who knows?
4 rounds? Who did you play in the 4th round? You beat everybody.
Someone
already.
with a worse record than me.
No, that's terrible.
So District Guide's not a build around. This is just an excellent card. I think I'd give it a B. It's not like a bomb. You're not like, wow, District Guide.
Sweet value. Yeah.
But it's great in a 2-color deck. It's good in a 3-color deck. Good in a 4-color. Like, it's just good. So I think District Guide is... Yeah, Convoke, it trades for Undergrowth. It's everything. So solid B on District Guide.
B for District Guide. Next is a sweet one, and I think one we need to pay some attention to is called Generous Stray. It's 2 and a green for a 1/2 cat. At common, when it enters the battlefield, you draw a card. I mean, this is a type of card that can do things...
I just don't have much to say about it, you know.
Broadly. Yeah, I heard that. But I mean, this thing taps for Convoke. It dies for Undergrowth. It draws you a card. It blocks, you know, for it either chump blocks or maybe even threatens to
It's
trade.
Good with the sacrifice effects.
Yeah, it just does kind of everything. I just feel like this is the type of card that you're just going to run 1 or 2 copies of in most of your decks and be fine with, even if its immediate board impact isn't super high.
It's just one of the things I think that this set does very well, which is the guilds that overlap in colors overlap in what they want. Mm-hmm. Like Selesnya Golgari want cheap material, right? Like Generous Stray that helps power Convoke and Undergrowth. Boros and Selesnya want early plays that can either be aggressive for Boros or enable Mentor or enable Convoke. And Generous Stray is one of those like bridge cards that fits into both strategies, which means it's a safe pick if you're green because both green guilds want it. So either direction you go, you'll be happy. Whereas let's say you took one of the more aggressive leaning white cards, then you ended up in Selesnya. It's not really like you took a white card. It's like you took a Boros card. So Generous Stray is wanted by both Golgari and Selesnya, and it just happens to be a card that provides good value even if you're not looking at any themes. 3-mana 1/2 draw card is a good deal. Like
it is.
In games of Magic, that is a good effect to have. So I think Generous Stray, look, we're not getting hard over ourselves. This is a C+. It's not like a B, right. But it's an important card because it enables a lot of different strategies. And I think it's important to keep an eye on that, even if you're not intrinsically high on drawing cards like we are.
If you've ever owned a cat, by the way, the artwork is just too real. Next is Golgari Raiders. This is 3 and a green for a 0/0 haste elf warrior at uncommon. So a 0/0 haste for 4. It enters a battlefield with +1/+1 counter on it for each creature card in your graveyard. So it's just like the other guy, but you need to have stuff in your yard.
Right, because how many creatures do you need in your graveyard before you're excited about this? 4.
4.
How many creatures before it's acceptable? 3. Less than that, and it's just not a card. So, yeah, the haste is kind of nice because it means even in the late game it has an immediate impact, but I don't really want to pay 4 mana for my big finish to be a 4/4 on turn 7. Yeah,
right.
if you could reliably... Maybe Glowspore Shaman is just a higher pick because it enables so many of these cards. Maybe that card's actually closer to a C+. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe for Undergrowth, you just need to be all in, right? Like playing junky cards that you're hoping that, we'll get to it in a bit, but like the imp that sacrifices itself, just anything that you can do to get cards in the graveyard. I am just skeptical, Luis. I just don't think that cards like Golgari Raiders are going to be worth the risk that we take.
No, I think Golgari Raiders
best case scenario is, I think it's a D. Like, and this is supposed to be the big payoff. Like, this is the uncommon,
Yeah, I'm not a big fan.
Disappointed by it. Yeah. Okay, let's keep it moving here. Grappling Sundew is next. It's 1 and a green for an 0/4 plant. It's uncommon. It has Defender and Reach, and you can pay 4 and a green to have it gain Indestructible until end of turn.
I don't like this. My rant earlier about 0 power defenders still really stands for this card. And yes, it stops Sky Knight Legionnaire, and that's nice, but it just doesn't stop Mentor creatures. Also, paying 5 mana to give it Indestructible is just not an ability I anticipate using very often or caring that much.
I feel like if you get to that point, you're in bad shape.
Yeah.
Right? It's like, I'll pay 5 to make my Grappling Sundew Indestructible. It's like, yeah, you're losing this game, buddy. Like, that is not a way to win a game of Magic. Card's fine. What is it, a D+ or something?
I would give it a D, I think.
Okay. Just a D.
I just don't think it's very good. There's a minor Defender build around that we're going to get to in a bit. And I guess it gets a tiny bit better there, but I'm still not excited.
Right, but like this next card might just be better than Grappling Sundew.
I think it is. This is a Hitchclaw Recluse. It's a 2 and a green for a 1/4 common spider with Reach. This is a reprint of some set. I don't remember. But 3 mana, 1/4 Reach does a lot of the same things, but it has one power, which means it punishes their 3/1s. It forces them to have a combat trick or not be able to attack. And that's just a critical difference. So
it really is.
I think Hitchclaw Recluse gets a C.
Just a C. Defensive card, of course.
Yeah.
Next is, this card's actually quite good. Iron Shell Beetle. It doesn't look like much. 1 and a green for a 1/1 insect at common. But when it enters the battlefield, you get a +1/+1 counter on target creature. And man, watching the games play out that I had a chance to watch, this Iron Shell Beetle actually overperformed by a fair bit.
Yeah, it's a 2 mana 2/2 at worst case scenario.
Right, so you're always fine with that.
Yeah, the fact that you get to choose where the counter goes is really nice because, like, let's say you put on your Hitchclaw Recluse, and now it's a 2/5 reach and can stop their Conclave Equinox, right? Or whatever, their 4/5 flyer. Or you put it on your 3/3 so it can attack past their 3/3, and it leaves a little bit of a body behind to convoke or trade away for Undergrowth. So I don't think it's amazing, but I think it's a C.
I do too. And it doesn't look like much, but like this, I would much rather have Iron Shell Beetle than Devkaren Dissident, for example. So, Crawl Foragers is next. It's 4 and a green for a 4/4 Insect Scout at common. It's got Undergrowth. When it enters the battlefield, you gain 1 life for each creature card in your graveyard. Womp.
Yeah, I think this is
Where
decent.
are my payoffs, man? Like, I gain 3 life or something? Like,
I think if you gain 3 life off this, then and you're the one on the defensive, this card ends up being okay. It's decent.
Why can't I have it like give -X to a creature or something?
Well, there is that. I mean, that is a card. we're going to get to it.
I suppose that wouldn't be in green, would it?
Yes. I'm not excited about this. It's a fine card, and there will be some matchups where it ends up being okay. But part of the difficulty is the decks where you want the life the most. This isn't going to gain you very much by the time you need to cast it. You're going to gain 2 life, maybe 3 life.
Right.
You're not going to gain.
I guess is
life.
fine, like you said. It's not. That I'm not turning that down, but I'm looking for something really sweet if I'm going to play a 5 mana 4/4 with like no other abilities. And this, even if it kind of goes off, it isn't really that great.
Yeah.
Like, let's say I gain 5 life. I mean, that's a good card, right? Like that 4 mana 4/4 gain 5 is really good, but that's kind of like every once in a while I get to do that. I might still just lose. Like, that's not.
This isn't a payoff in the sense of like I drafted this Undergrowth deck to enable Crawl Foragers.
Right.
It's more like
incidental.
Look, this is a Thornhide Wolves, but you're trading a point of toughness to gain a couple life, and that's perfectly acceptable. I don't think this card's great. I think it's a C-, but I think you're going to be happy with it in Undergrowth decks. I think in some Undergrowth decks, this is going to be like a C+. You're going to have two of these in your deck, and they're going to gain 4 and then 6 life, and you're going to be like, yeah, erase me now.
Okay, I do like that. Yeah, and you are affecting the board in a pretty big way. All right, so C range, C-, maybe C+, depending for Crawl Foragers. Next is Crawl Harpooner.
This is my vote for the weirdest card in the set. It's a 1 and a green. It's a 3/2 Insect Warrior uncommon. It has reach, and it has Undergrowth, and this is a mouthful. When Crawl Harpooner enters the battlefield, choose up to 1 target creature with flying you don't control. Crawl Harpooner gets +X/+0 until end of turn, or X the number of creature cards in your graveyard. Then you may have Crawl Harpooner fight that creature. You have to go back a little bit and remember that's the flying creature you don't control. You chose
up, like German.
Up to one of them.
They put all the important stuff at the end of the sentence.
I don't get why it's up to 1 creature when it's also optional. That's kind of weird.
It's super like you can not target, I guess, if you want.
Oh, it's so that it can still get +X/+0 even if there's no flying creatures. But then it doesn't have haste.
Even though it doesn't have haste. Yeah.
Anyway, so basically this is a 2-mana 3/2 reach. That would already be good. You would always play that.
Yep.
And sometimes it's going to kill their
plummet.
Sometimes it's plummet. Sometimes it's going to kill their like 1/1 flyer and not die itself, and that's going to be even nicer.
Yeah, I mean your perfect scenario is if they play Rock Charger, right?
Oh man, if they play Rock Charge and you play Crawl Harpooner, I think they're obliged to just concede. I don't believe they get to continue playing.
You had a good run, but we're done here. But for the most part, it's going to trade for a flyer if you want it to. But I will say, don't be afraid to just run this thing out on turn 2. Like a 3/2 with reach on turn 2 is going to hit hard and get a lot of damage in if it's left in unchecked, and you should just make that be the baseline. And then all this other stuff is stuff that comes up when you need it to. But generally speaking, I think it's better to just run it out.
Yeah, I think this is a C+.
Me too. It's all upside.
Yeah.
Like as long as you read 1 and a green 3/2 reach, you know what this card does. And then it has extra text that is kind of conditional, kind of weird, but none of it's bad for you. It's all good for you.
Yeah. I could even see this being a B- if it turns out that your Golgari deck's very vulnerable to flyers, because it plays both sides of the field, where it's an aggressive 3/2 for 2 that trades off, and it's a defense against flyers at essentially no costs. Plus, it works really well with raised dead effects. Like pay 2, kill your 4/4 flyer, and then raised dead is really just a nice little bonus. So
definitely,
I like C+ on Crawl Harpooner, but I could see it actually creeping up in the pick order.
Okay. Might of the Masses is next. It's green for an instant, uncommon. Target creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn for each creature you control.
Now an uncommon. This last time we saw this printed, it was a common. I actually am not very thrilled with this. Selesnya just doesn't have the token making that it used to, and green-black especially doesn't. So
why is it an uncommon?
I don't know. It's one of those quirks that when you're developing a card file where there's just crunches and like, hey, we have to move a common up to uncommon. Okay, let's do Might of the Masses.
Okay. Like, it might not be.
Because look at this next card. Pax Favor is also a combat trick. Maybe it's like, we don't need both these at common. Let's move up 1. So
I see. So what do we give? Might of the Masses like a C, D-?
C-.
C-.
Yeah, I like C- at Might of the Masses. Look, if you want it, you're going to be the only person who wants it. There's just not going to be 2 go wide green dicks at the table.
Yeah, and when it goes off, I mean, it can be +6/+6 to a creature, and it can win the game. So the ceiling is there. Pax Favor is the next card that you mentioned a minute ago, Luis. It's 2 and a green for an instant at common, and it says target creature gets +3/+3 until end of turn. So 3 mana for Giant Growth for +3/+3 until end of turn. But here's the thing: it's got Convoke. Like, it can be cheaper than Giant Growth. It can be free.
Yeah, it's the kind of card that when it works, you're going to feel very clever, but I don't think it's that great. I don't think that most Selesnya decks are really that much in the market for this, and so I think it's more of a Golgari card, is my guess.
Okay, that's kind of interesting. It fits into Selesnya,
it's
but
really good on the Okran Agent, right? The 1/1 Death Touch, all their creatures have to block. It's good with the 2/2 Death Touch Gorgon, just because those cards prompt combat. And Selesnya has, I think, on balance, pretty big creatures. I don't think either guild really wants it all that much, though.
But the number one thing here, right, is that our listeners are aware of it. Your opponent goes,
sure.
attack you with my 3/3 into your 4/4, and they have 3 creatures, one of them being green untapped, and you think, what is this idiot doing? That they're tapped out. I can just block. It's like, hold on. They could and probably do have Pax Favor, and even though it's you're ingrained in your head to say, well, my opponent's tapped out, the way is clear. Always remember that Pax Favor could be there because they could just tap those 3 creatures to cast it.
Yeah,
it's a C, right? I mean, what's a great
C
card?
It's
Sure.
I think it's like slightly below what you're actively looking for. But yeah, when you put this in your deck, you're never going to be too unhappy.
You want to take a minute to pause for reflection?
No, I want to get through this.
Okay. The next card is called Pause for Reflection. It's 2 and a green. For an instant at common, it says prevent all combat damage that would be dealt this turn. Oh, good. The fog for the set is here. It also has Convoke, by the way.
The tricky part is you're tapped out. They go for lethal. Bam, Pause for Reflection.
Gotcha.
In reality, that's not going to happen because this card's not going to be in your deck. But if it were in your deck, you could do that. It's just... So here's why fogs are bad, right? I expect during set reviews, we get a lot of people who don't normally listen to the show. So if you're a longtime listener, you can tune this part out because we've said it a bunch of times. Fogs tend to get bad because it's just card disadvantage. There's no way to like structure a combat where this is a card advantage unless you have something like a first striker, but in green, that's not going to be that often. So you're going to cast this card. You're going to prevent some damage. It's essentially going to be a life gain card. And there's just not that many situations where gaining a bunch of life for a card is that good. Especially not when you
often lose the game the next turn instead.
Especially Convoke doesn't even really help because you have a bunch of untapped creatures. Why do you need to fog?
Right, totally.
And it turns out that both Selesnya and Golgari are not that aggressive. So, racing and then casting Pause for Reflection, it's the sort of thing where if you could make a blue fog, it'd be a little bit more interesting because then you have like a bunch of flyers attacking and then you fog them and then attack with your flyers. But in a green deck, it's just not that good. So I think this card's an F. I could see some situations where you sideboard it in if your opponent has a bunch of combat tricks.
And there are a couple of cards in this set, by the way, that are extremely punishing. Have you seen the triple giant growth rare?
Oh, yeah. The bounty of whatever is 6 mana, cast 3 giant growths. Yeah. You can side in fog against that because it trades 1 for 1 and you get a mana advantage and they might have made a bad attack to enable it. Mm-hmm. So not a good card. These effects generally aren't, and this doesn't change that. Convoke is especially not even a mechanic I really want on that. Like Fog with Jumpstart is a lot more interesting.
That's
though I know it's completely the wrong colors.
Right. So the cool part about this one, Luis, is that they finally put exactly what you should do when you put this card into your deck right on the front of it. Yes. If you're sleeving up a Pause for Reflection, you should take a moment to pause and reflect on your life decisions, take that card out of the sleeve and put something in there that can attack, block, or affects combat or something.
I do also like that it does not add to the standard Turbo Fog deck.
That's true. Yeah.
Like I know that the rotation's happening, a bunch of stuff is happening, but adding a fog that is not good in a creatureless deck is nice.
Yes. Next is Portcullis Vine. This card's actually, I think, sort of low-key quite good. It's green for an 0/3 plant wall at common. It's got Defender, and you can pay 2 mana, tap it, and sack a creature with Defender, which can be it or a different one, and draw a card.
Yeah, this is the Defender builder one I mentioned earlier. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I kind of like this because, yes, 0-power Defenders aren't good against Mentor, but yeah, you still need creatures to play early. This cycles itself into the graveyard for your Undergrowth cards, and it's a 1-drop that you're not embarrassed to play to help your Selesnya Convoke cards.
Yeah, I mean, that's nice.
And it can maybe eat your other Defenders if you have like another Defender in your deck. I think this card is playable in most Golgari and most Selesnya decks, which makes it, I think, a C.
Me too. I think Portcullis Vine is a C. It's a sleeper. Don't sleep on it, though. It actually fits those roles really nicely. Next
is it a sleeper if we tell people it's a sleeper?
It was until now. Prey Upon is next. It's green for a sorcery at common. Target creature you control fights target creature you don't control. The OG fight card. Prey Upon is back.
This card's good. It's just really efficient. It only costs 1 mana, which means it's easy to slot it into a turn where you're doing other things. And it's easy to play a big creature, then play this all in one fell swoop, like when your opponent's tapped out. Mm-hmm. Well, one of the problems with like a 4-mana fight spell is you either have to have a big creature survive, or you have to play it in the same turn as you play like a smaller medium creature. Mm-hmm. A 1-mana spell just doesn't have that problem. Like I can imagine, the next card on our list, Siege Worm, right? Having a turn where you convoke out a Siege Worm with 1 forest on tap and immediately prey upon their like 3/3 flyer.
It's so devastating when you do that. We talked about the big 2 spell turns that can really swing a game of limited. Prey Upon is an extraordinarily impactful 1-mana play when you get to do like what Luis just said. It clears, I mean, it's a straight up removal spell. What other removal spells do we get for 1 mana these days, right? We get super conditional like Righteous Blow. Prey Upon can kill a 4/4 flyer, right? Now, it doesn't always, it is still conditional, so it's not perfect. But when you do set those situations up, the game swings heavily in your favor. It's crazy the swings you can get off of a cheap card like Prey Upon. That said, it is conditional. It isn't always exactly what you want. So it's not the kind of card you can just be like, it's a B, take as many as you want. It doesn't quite work that way.
Right. You need creatures with power and toughness. This does not help you win any fights. It doesn't give up a bonus, doesn't give death touch, anything like that. So I still think it's like probably a B-. Like
I do too.
The green decks have beef in the set. You know, Selesnya is convoking these just big things out. Golgari does some of that. It has some undergrowth. Also, like, in a pinch, Prey Upon in like a Golgari deck that has like the 1/1 Death Toucher is a way to trade. You chew for one yourself, but you did kill their creature. So
you could combine it with. Go ahead, give it a B-.
I would give Prey Upon a B-.
Yeah, I think so too. Next one, I think this is one of the key commons here for green. The last 2 cards are probably the most important. This one is Siege Worm, 5 green for a 5/5 worm. It's got Trample and Convoke. And this is like your go-to common payoff for Convoke.
Yeah, this has appeared every time Convoke has, both here and in like ML13?
15.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, remember that was the one I did. Yeah, I did the GP, remember? The one in Salt Lake? Yeah, that was, anyway.
And part of the reason is that this is a really good, simple, rewarding design that I think has costed pretty fairly. It's a 7-mana 5/5 Trampler. If you convoke it 1, it's everyone's favorite Colossal Dreadmaw at -1/-1. But realistically, once you get the 7 or 8 for convoke, you can reliably have 2 to 3 creatures, and then you're talking 4 or 5 mana for a 5/5 Trampler. Like, that's a payoff. And one of the normal play patterns is like, play a couple cheap creatures, convoke out a Siege Room, next turn attack with everything, and if they eat a small creature, they take too much damage. If they trade off for Siege Room, all your other creatures get through.
Yeah.
Works out nicely with Prey Upon. I mean, I think this is like, I don't think it's quite as good as Prey Upon, but it's pretty close. It's really going to depend on the texture of your deck, what you need. But I think it's close to like a C+, B-.
I do too. I think it's a C+. I think it's like
very
close to the B- range, but I think that Siege Worm is going to be a card that we're going to see all the time. It's going to be an absolute staple in the format for the Convoke decks. Next is Sprouting Renewal. Kind of a weird one. It's 2 and a green for a sorcery at uncommon. It has Convoke, so you can, make it cheaper. And you choose one of 2 options. Destroy target artifact or enchantment. So that's a little more narrow. But you can also just make a 2/2 vigilance creature, green and white elf knight token. I don't know. Neither of these are exciting, right? A 3-mana, I don't know, maybe they are. The Convoke could change things. But at its surface, 3 mana for a 2/2 vigilance is like whatever. Even with Convoke, it's like, okay. And then Destroy target artifact or enchantment is narrow, right? Like, it's not the kind of card you want in main deck.
But I think the flexibility makes this card I'd always play in my main deck.
I do too. It could be a free 2/2 or, just, destroying an enchantment at the right time or an artifact creature or something is a big deal when you get to do it.
When you kill an artifact or enchantment, it's very good. Like, you generally get an advantage because they're more expensive or as expensive as this, especially when you factor in Convoke, and it's just going to be one of their better cards. There's just not that many of them, and they tend to be good cards. Making a 2/2 is a good fail case. It's basically like, I'm putting this really narrow, really high impact card in my deck, and then if it doesn't work out, I get a 2/2 that I can even play for like a slightly cheaper because of Convoke. That recipe adds up to a card that's like a C+ for me. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I'm into it. The flexibility, very, very noteworthy on Sprouting Renewal. Next is Urban Utopia. It's 1 and a green for an enchantment or a common. It enchants a land. When it enters the battlefield, you draw a card. That's nice. Enchanted land has tap, add 1 mana of any color. Of note, it doesn't actually ramp you. It only fixes your mana. That's something that I think, this card would be absurd if it ramped you. So like when you really think about it, you're like, oh, wait. But at the same time, it is worth noting because you might think that off the top.
Yeah, these cards can also be, the worded a little confusingly. This card is not very good in a 2-color deck. I'm not paying that premium. Like, unlike Prophetic Prism, which is a card we all loved, right? The 2-mana artifact that kind of did this. This requires green mana, so in your 2-color deck, if you draw 2 planes in this, it doesn't help you.
Right.
So when you're looking to play this card is, well, when you're playing 3 or more colors, then it becomes pretty good. If you're playing a Selesnya deck and you're splashing like one of the Boros split cards or some, gold, red, white card, whatever, having an Urban Utopia in your deck is a nice way to enable that splash while not really costing you a whole lot.
Yeah, it's just a slight tempo hit. The 2 mana, it matters, but it's well worth it if that's what you're trying to do. Sometimes
you draw 3 forests in this and it helps you cast your white spells. It does make your deck a little bit more consistent, especially if you have a green base. So I wouldn't call this a build around, but this is somewhat similar to Circuitous Route in that if I'm playing 3 or more colors, this is one of the cards I'm looking at. So it's kind of like a D+, but you just know when you want it, it's going to be there and it's going to be decent.
Yep, and you'll be able to pick them up pretty easily. So C plus-ish, D plus-ish, for Urban Utopia.
Yep.
Next is Vigor Spore Worm. This is 5 and a green for a 6/4 worm at common. It's got Undergrowth. When it enters the battlefield, target creature gains Vigilance and gets +X until end of turn, where X is the number of creature cards in your graveyard. And it can't be blocked. Sorry, I should say Vigor Spore Worm can't be blocked by more than one creature. It's kind of a lot going on for a common.
Yeah, it's a pretty wordy common. I actually do like this card, though, because 6 mana, 6/4, that's not the stat line you're looking for, but the fact that it can't be blocked by more than one creature means it's not vulnerable to 2 2/2s taking it down. They have to have a 4-power creature in order for this to die. And so that makes it pretty good in that respect. And then the ability means you're going to give a creature +2/+2 and get to smash in for some damage with Vigilance. So it's kind of free. Like you have a 3/3, you play this, make it a 5/5 Vigilance attack. I think overall that's enough going on to make this a C. I don't think you want like 3 of these, and I don't think you need to prioritize them highly, but this is an actual respectable finisher.
Artist went ham on this one too. Next is Wary Okapi, and this is 2 and a green for a 3/2 Vigilance Antelope. It's common. Wah wah.
Despite the, I mentioned this in my written review, I saw an Okapi in person last week when I went to the zoo.
Oh, cool.
It's a real beast. So it didn't seem wary, though. It was more complacent.
Was it a 3/2?
Yeah, it looked like a 3/2. It's not particularly good.
No.
It's just the same reason that the 3/2 Defiant whatever in red was not good. And Vigilance is just not that impressive on a creature that's going to die most of the time in attacks. So this card's a D.
It's just a D. You'll play it occasionally. It's filler. Next one is 2. It's called Wild Ceratok. It's 3 and a green for a 4/3 Rhino. It's common. It has flavor text, no rules text. Same thing to me. It's just a D, right? Like these type of, high power, low toughness or lower toughness cards are I just don't imagine that you'll often be super excited to have a Wild Ceratok in your deck with all these gold cards.
I would say it's like a D+. This is a high power set and there's a lot going on. So it's not like I want this, but it is better than the Okapi. 4/3 is just a little better.
Okay. D+. For that one, that means that we're moving over to, Dimir, one of my favorite guilds. What's our first Dimir card here?
Well, before we get into Dimir real quick, it's the theme for this set, this guild is Surveil. So that's, Surveil, look at the top N cards of your deck and you can put them on top of your deck or in your graveyard. Most of it's Surveil 1. There's a couple Surveil 2s, and then at higher rarity, there's like a Surveil 3 or 4.
Okay.
So Dimir's looking to kind of set up this like controlling deck, though it does have some aggressive cards as well. But it's trying to control the game with these Surveil cards, giving you access to whatever it is you're looking for.
A lot of library manipulation. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And a ton of cards that trigger off you using Surveil. It's actually got a ton of cards. There are more cards of Surveil than any other mechanic. So they just kind of went ham on these.
Okay.
So our first card is Artful Takedown. Does not have
this
Surveil,
one's good. Yeah.
Despite all that.
Yeah.
It's 2 blue-black. It's a gold card. So it's an instant at common. Choose one or both. Tap target creature. Target creature gets -2, -4 until end of turn.
Ugh.
So right off the bat, this card's great.
I choose both. Yeah.
Yeah. 4 mana, give a creature -4 toughness is just going to be a good card. Like you don't have to put anything else in the card. 4 mana, give a creature -1, -4 would already be. I'm always playing this. This is essentially Electrify. But adding tap a creature and the -2 power means that you can use this in like some sort of combat sense. Like they have a 5/5 you block with a 4/4 and you Artful Takedown. The fact that you tap a creature means on offense or defense, you can either remove 2 blockers or remove 2 attackers. Like there's just a lot going on with this card, and it's just a solid piece of removal no matter what. So I think this is a B.
Me too. I think Artful Takedown's just too good. Like, it's just so flexible and does so much. I like B for Artful Takedown. Darkblade Agent, another card without Surveil, although this one at least cares about it. It's 1 blue-black for a 2/3 human assassin at common. As long as you've surveilled this turn, it gets Death Touch, and whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, you draw a card.
Yeah, really surprised this is common. It feels like it's a high rarity card, but
yeah,
in either case, this card's very good because let's say you play this right, and your opponent, plays their 3/3. If you attack, they're probably going to block, but you're going to have an instant seed surveil card at that point. But imagine now they have a 2/4, then it becomes really tricky because they convoked out their 2/4. You attack with the Darkblade Agent, like if your opponent has a surveil card. If the person with Darkblade Agent has a surveil card, their opponent's down a card either way. Either they don't block and you surveil, then draw a card, or they do block and they just eat your creature. So
yeah, or they don't block, you didn't have the surveil card, and you get in for 2.
Right. That's the other part of it is you get this free 2 points bluffing. I think that the Darkblade Agent is quite good because there's so much surveil that it's frequently going to attack as a Death Toucher that it kind of forces your opponent to block or give you cards. And there's enough instant speed surveil that it's not, it's not inconceivable that you just block their 5/5 and then just cast a Whisper Agent or some other instant speed surveil card.
Do what you got to do. Yeah, that happens.
I think Darkblade Agent is it's probably
a C+, right?
Probably a C+, yeah. I just think it's going to be pretty reliable. And, you can play this in a deck with not a ton of surveil. Your opponent's going to have to respect it as if you do have some.
Yeah. Okay. So C+ for Darkblade Agent. Next is Dimir Spybug. It's blue-black for a 1/1 insect at uncommon. It's got flying and menace. Just in case you ever thought you were blocking it, you were wrong. And whenever you surveil, it gets a +1/+1 counter.
This card is really strong. I think this is one of the cards that Dimir is really going to want to build around and will work really well in the Dimir deck.
Turn 2 Spybug is nasty.
Yeah, I think Spybug is just a solid B. It's just a great card in that deck.
Yeah, super, super evasive. I mean, it might as well have unblockable as well. So B for Dimir Spybug.
This is one of the cards it's the opposite of Undergrowth, where Undergrowth we're like, yeah, these cards aren't well supported enough. We're not going to give them really high grades. This card is very supported. There's just a lot of surveil, so I think this card deserves a high grade. There's just a lot of commons with surveil, and that's all you have to do. You cast this, then Dimir Informant, and you're doing it.
I was going to say, theoretically, there's a lot of cards with surveil. We haven't actually hit one yet, but...
Yeah, but there are.
There are. I believe you. This next card is definitely a card that I'm looking to build around. This is right up, both of our alleys, to be honest. Disinformation Campaign. It's 1 blue-black for an enchantment at uncommon. When it enters a battlefield, you draw a card and each opponent discards a card. So already there, it's just 3 mana sorcery speed, card advantage, right?
Yeah, it's a 2-for-1.
Mm-hmm. And then whenever you surveil, you get to return it to your owner's hand, to return Disinformation Campaign to its owner's hand.
Yeah,
so you can then recast
it
it later. So get that slow grind going.
This is basically limited resources, just a large-scale Disinformation Campaign.
No, that's the other podcasts.
Oh, right.
Not ours.
This is the third card in a row that triggers off surveil but doesn't have surveil.
Yep.
This card is good. In the late game, it's not going to be a 2-for-1. You're just going to run them out of cards, and they're going to play every card they draw. So you're going to start getting just cycling off of replaying this. You're not getting the discard. But I still think this is a pretty strong card. I bet it's going to be really annoying to see this on turn 3 or 4.
Yeah, that said,
it's going to be that kind of game.
Right, but that's like if you're playing against certain types of decks, because let's just actually break this down. You play against Izzet, and if you're playing Boros, they're like, hallelujah, you decided to do nothing with turn 3. They discard an additional land or something they can't cast, and then they just smash you. If you're playing against Izzet, they discard a jumpstart card. If you play against Golgari, they discard a creature, right? It's like, maybe this isn't as good as I thought. I still want to kind of just make it work. But it definitely has some downsides when you actually think about the use cases for it on an individual basis. And the fact that it doesn't affect the board in any way the turn you cast it is, don't get us wrong, a very major drawback. Like this is probably not the thing you want to be doing on turn 3 in most scenarios. That said, I will be doing it because I like this type of strategy, and I think it's just kind of sweet. But I don't want to go overboard with this card. Like you seriously could cast this on 3 and have that be the primary reason why you lost the game. Like if you just didn't have any relevant turn 3 spell, besides it.
Where would you rate it then?
So taking off my I'm me hat, I would actually give it somewhat low grade. I would actually give it a D plus. I genuinely think that there's going to be decks where you just don't want this, and there's matchups where it's terrible. I have it as a build around.
How much more work is this than casting the other gold common or the gold common Notion Rain, right? The read the bones with Surveil instead of Scry.
Yeah, Surveil the Bones is, I think it's just better. Like, I think you're going to win more games that you cast Notion Rain than when you cast Disinformation Campaign. That said, in the right matchup, like against Selesnya, for example, they don't really have anything great to discard to it. That you're not helping out their game plan or mitigating it at all. If you can trigger this a couple of times, you can just tear apart their hand. Right. And this is true for all the other decks, too. Like, this is true for Boros and stuff, too. It's just that some of these decks don't give you a lot of time. So I would give it a build around for starters. You're going to need a bunch of Surveil. I wouldn't be super happy to just run this thing out. And I would give it a build around C plus or B minus. I don't think this is actually a super strong card. I just like it a lot.
Yeah, I think it's like a build around C plus. Yeah. The caveat, there's two. One is that in sealed, I think this card's going to be pretty good.
Okay.
I think a lot of sealed decks are going to be a little on the grindier side. The other is that in some matchups, like if you play against the Dimir Mirror or you play against like a Go Big Selesnya or Golgari deck or the mythical mid-range Boros deck, then yeah, this card can be pretty punishing. Mm-hmm. So it might be a sideboard card. It might be like you have a deck with like 4 or 5 Surveil cards and you're just like, against slow matchups, I'm going to side in this and it's going to be great. So I think it's a combination of build around / sideboard in the C plus to B minus range. So it's kind of ambiguous grade, but I mean, it's called Disinformation Campaign. I don't know if we're supposed to grade it accurately here.
Next is House Guild Mage. So here's the Dimir Guild Mage. It's blue-black for a 2/2 like they all are. This one is 1 and a blue, tap it. Target creature doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step. Of note, it doesn't tap it itself, though. So it's a creature that becomes tapped and that you then keep that way.
Right.
I mean, that can be good because sometimes your opponent just needs to get in, but they have to let you. Like, they have to be willing to allow you to do that. So not super great. And then the other one is 2 and a black, tap, Surveil 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty good. Like, if the game stalls out and you start surveilling like this, you'll end up drawing what you need. It's the kind of ability that prevents itself from being used very often. Because once you surveil into gas, you're just casting that instead until the really late game, of course.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, and I mean, and it is providing you in the late game with repeatable surveil triggers, even if you're not using the actual surveil part itself, but you're making your Dimir Spybug bigger or your Darkblade agents draw new cards or whatever. Repeatable way to do that's nice. Neither of these really excite me though. Like, this doesn't seem like a super strong guild mage. I mean, it's just weird. I'm never not playing these in the deck. Like, they don't get to that level, but this isn't the type of thing where I'm like, oh, I got a house guild mage. Now I can't lose,
Yeah. I think that you always play it, but I don't think it's a high pick. This actually looks like probably a C.
It's like a C, right?
Yeah.
Maybe a C plus. Next is Nightveil Predator. This is a card we're going to see a lot of. It's blue, blue, black, black for a 3/3 flying, death touch, hexproof vampire and uncommon.
I mean, this is the kind of card I don't mind seeing hexproof on. Like, yeah, look, you're going to lose some games to it, but it was a difficult to cast creature. There aren't that many ways to pump it in these color combinations. So it's just like a good flying game ending threat. And you need a flyer to deal with it. It mows down, their Hitchclaw Recluses. Like, that's just not going to help you stop it. So I think that Nightveil Predator is going to be a great card, and I'm not particularly annoyed. I know a lot of people get worked up about hexproof, but it doesn't really bother me. And this card in particular doesn't offend me in that regard.
B?
Yeah, I think Nightveil Predator is a B. It's just a really good card if you can cast it like this whole cycle.
Yeah, just really good. So B for Nightveil Predator. Next one is Notion Rain, the one we mentioned a minute ago. It's 1 blue black for a sorcery at common. It says Surveil 2, then draw 2 cards, and Notion Rain deals 2 damage to you. We were comparing it to Read the Bones. Is it's similar? But basically, this is a form of finding gasoline. I mean, finding whatever you need, right? I mean, you're surveilling 2 first, so you can see 2 lands that you don't need, just put them in your graveyard and then draw 2 fresh cards. Or if lands are exactly what you want, you can just decide to keep those or whatever. But you can see up to 4 cards here.
Just a really good card. Yeah. It gets a little worse in multiples because you can't just, take 6 damage casting your spells. But I think this card is very good. I would give the first one Probably a C plus.
C plus. Yeah, it's not a great card, but it's a good card.
But I would play 2 happily, and I would even sideboard a 3rd. I think you start to run into some problems when you have too many, but the first one's really good. So I think Notion Ring gets a C plus.
Two thoughts as well. One of them just looks like the Matrix, except for it's blue, right?
Oh yeah, that's definitely true.
And then the other thing is, oh man, don't get around somebody who sings Notion Rain and then puts words to it every time they cast it, like Owen Turtenwald, for example. Next is Thought Erasure. This is blue-black for a sorcery at uncommon. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-land card from it. That player discards that card. And, hey, we'll give you a Surveil 1 for your troubles.
I like this card. It's cheap and it counts as interaction. Like when you play this on turn 2 instead of playing a 2-drop, like, yeah, you can take their 3-drop if you're on the draw, or take their 2-drop if you're on the play, and that can disrupt their curve to the point where it's essentially like you cast a card on curve relevantly. Mm-hmm. It also has Surveil 1, which means even in the late game when discard is otherwise dead, it can, enable your Darkblade Agents or whatever other Surveil Matters card you have, or just let you surveil and improve your next draw when a discard card is completely dead. So
I like that it gives you just that minor backup plan. That actually means a lot to me,
Yeah. No, I think Thought Erasure is good.
Yeah, it's fine, right? I mean, it's still just Dimir's like a C minus.
Dimir's just not that aggressive. So having a card they can play on turn 2 that does something, and it works with all their surveil cards later in the game seems like it's going to be good. Like I think if you have enough cards like Darkblade Agent, Dimir Spybug, Disinformation Campaign, whatever, like those kind of cards, then you're going to be very happy with this. I think it's like a C minus, but it is a playable card.
C minus for Thought Erasure. The hybrid card for Dimir is called Whisper Agent. It's 1 and a blue-black or blue-black, so you can do any combination of blue or black mana for a 3-drop here. And it's a human rogue at common. It's a 3/2 with flash, and when it enters the battlefield, ta-da, you surveil 1.
Great card. It's
really good.
It's always going to make the cut in Dimir. It's going to be fine in Izzet or Golgari if the mana base supports it. And there's such a big difference between 3/2 with flash and 3/2 without flash, because we were pretty low on 3-mana 3/2s, but when you get to choose to ambush their creatures, first of all, you can eat 1-power creatures, but that's not that big. There's just not that many attacking on the ground. Mm-hmm. But when you get to trade for their 4/3s or 3/3s that they might not have attacked into otherwise, then yeah, you get a lot of value out of this. And Surveil 1 is a really big upgrade to not having Surveil 1. Like it in the late game can be very close to drawing a card. When lands mean 0, then surveilling a land of the graveyard is really valuable.
Totally. And all the triggers you mentioned before with just the cards we've seen so far. So a lot to like about Whisper Agent here. I'd give it a C plus. I still don't have it in the B range.
Yeah, I think C plus is right for this.
Next card, and in fact our last Dimir card, is Discovery Dispersal. Discovery is 1 and a blue-black hybrid, so 2 mana for an uncommon sorcery. Surveil 2, then draw a card.
So it's preordained with Surveil for 2 mana.
It's pretty good. I mean, that's powerful effect,
It would be good by itself, but just Dimir's so much about surveilling that there's all these cards that reward you for it. So a cheap way to surveil is just going to be good. And even in a Golgari deck that's not doing that, it might still be appealing. It can put creatures in your graveyard. So
yeah.
I think,
and then go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's just playable for that half. If you're either blue or black, a lot of the time you're just going to play it.
Yeah, and it's good early and it's good late, right? Like early you can try to find your land drops, and late game you can try to find more action. It's just good. Replaces itself. Dispersal, now this is kind of weird. It's an instant. So the first half is a sorcery, but the Dispersal is an instant. It's 3 blue-black. It says each opponent returns a non-land permanent they control with the highest converted mana cost among permanents they control to its owner's hand, then discards a card. So if it's tied, they get to choose, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Kind of interesting, right? Like it bounces whatever their biggest thing is, and if they've managed to play out everything from their hand, then they get to discard that.
Right. It doesn't target, so it's very good against the Arboretum Elemental because
God.
Yeah, it gets around hexproof, and then that's going to be the most expensive card most of the time.
Yeah, 9 mana.
It's not a 2-for-1, but it's kind of close to a 1.5-for-1 because you're getting a bounce plus a discard, and that is something that can, if they put a combat trick on their biggest creature, then you get to use this and you're straight up 2-for-1ing them. I think you're not going to cast Dispersal all that often, but it's good to have the option to, and then Discovery is really good. So,
and then Discovery is just always good.
This card's a B. It's just a good card.
Yeah, just really good. Okay, that means that we're now on black, and our first card is called Barrier of Bones. It's black for an 0/3 Skeleton Wall at common. It's got Defender, and when it enters the battlefield, you surveil 1. Now you can start to really see the surveil triggers just adding up, more and more.
Oh yeah, there's tons of them. I don't like this card very much. I think 1 mana 0/3 is just not good. It might be good enough if you've got 3 or 4 cards that care about surveilling. And it might be good enough if you're playing like a Golgari deck that has 2 of the jungle vines or whatever that
Portcullis vine, yeah.
That sacks defenders to draw a card. So
it's a D otherwise.
It is a D, but there are reasons to play it.
Definitely.
You can construct reasons to get in there.
Yep, and it dies. I mean, that's not a great thing, but it does die often, so it gets in your yard. So Barrier of Bones gets a D. Next is Bartizan Bats. It's 3 and a black for a 3/1 flyer. It's common.
Not impressed with this, but not unhappy to play it either. Your opponent has to deal with it. It fuels undergrowth because it does die very easily. And it's a 3/1 flyers. 3 power flyers can end games. So I think Bartizan Bats is like a C-, but it's not embarrassing.
No, it's okay for a common. Next is Burglar Rat. I like this one actually more than maybe I should. It's 1 and a black for a 1/1 rat at common. When it enters a battlefield, each opponent discards a card. Burgle.
I like it at C+, so I don't know how much you like it at.
That's where I like it too.
Yeah, the card's really good. Like, this card is going to be a little underestimated, but I've played with Ravenous Rats in multiple sets, same text. Though actually this is each opponent. So Intuitive Giant, this card is savage.
Yeah,
But a 2 mana 1/1 that always trades for a card plus can then chump or get sacked to an effect, and you've got like various sacrifice effects in Golgari, and then Dimir doesn't mind having a 2-drop that affects the board. They can play the board while still getting their card back. Like, Burglar is just really good. You're just gonna be happy playing this card. It's gonna be one of the better black commons. I think C+ is perfectly valid on this.
Yeah, you mentioned the 2 green black when we talked about the 2 green black sorcery that gives all your stuff death, touch, and fight. This is where you want it.
What you want to use with it.
Next is, I think, a much worse 2-drop in this set is Child of Night. It's 1 and a black for a 2/1 lifelinker at common. Boy, I'm a lot lower on Child of Night. We don't have any of these life gain payoffs like we did in M19.
Yeah, there's like one rare white card that cares, but other than that, it's not very much. And X1s seem like they're getting relatively well punished with like Burglar Rat sitting right next to Child of Night.
Right.
And Generous Stray and whatnot.
Right, exactly. I would assume Child of Night is like a D+ in this set, where it's fine. I mean, it'll make the cut in your deck sometimes, but you don't often.
I think it's a D+
/
C-, but yeah, probably closer to D+. It's just not that good.
Speaking of not that good, here's Creeping Chill. The Creeping Chill is 3 and a black for a sorcery at uncommon. It does 3 damage to each opponent, and you gain 3 life. By the way, 2-headed giant, take note. But in normal, it's just to drain them for 3. The kind of cool part is that if it's put into your graveyard from your library, you can exile it, and if you do, you get that effect. That's pretty cool, and it makes my brain start to work on some constructed or some combo thing or something. But I just don't feel like this. It doesn't affect the board at all. It's kind of hard to, like, if you surveil it away, are you really doing it?
Well, so if you surveil it away,
I guess you are really doing it if you surveil, but
you kind of are, right? You got a free, in quotes, drain for 3, but how often does your surveil control deck care about hitting them for 3?
Right, and
probably
when
not
you draw
that often. And when you draw it, it's just super punishing. So I think overall, I would say Creeping Chill's unplayable. I think there might be some like aggressive Dimir decks with lots of surveil that may be interested in this, but I would say it's just an F. I don't really think you should put this card in your deck.
I can't imagine either. Creeping Chill gets an F. Next is Deadweight, not an F. Deadweight is black for an enchantment. It's common, and it enchants a creature. The creature gets -2/-2. You're looking at the premium cheap black removal in the set here with Deadweight.
Oh yeah, it is excellent. This card, it's great at killing 2 toughness creatures, but it's also good at weakening bigger creatures if it doesn't end up that you can kill them. You do have to watch out a little for a mentor. Like if you put Deadweight on their 2/3 flyer, all of a sudden they have a different mentor creature and they can start building it up again. But yeah, this card's excellent. I think it's a B-.
Yeah, I would probably just give it a B. Like the ability to interact or in the early game is so important, and we just don't get stuff this good anymore to do it. So I actually just have Deadweight at a B.
Actually, I agree with that. Sure, Deadweight is a B. Followed by the opposite side of Deadly Visit. This is 3 black sorcery at common. destroy target creature, surveil 2.
I like it. I mean, look, this is, we've gotten used to 5 mana sorcery speed, unconditional removal spells kind of being the default. And that's what this is. But you get surveil too. That is really a nice thing to tack on to a removal spell like this. So I like it.
Oh, yeah, it is great. I think you want the first Deadly Visit over the first Deadweight, but you kind of want to alternate after that.
I think so too.
Kind of depending on your curve.
Yeah, Deadweight is just like a rarer thing, but you need to be able to just kill their bomb more than you need to be able to kill their 2-drop on off.
Plus, Surveil 2 is almost like this is like a 1.5 for 1 also.
Yeah, you're sometimes drawing a card.
So I would give Deadly Visit a B.
Yeah, me too. Great. I just think it's a card you're going to just go for. What does Dowser of Lights do? Oh, this is exciting.
4 and a black. It's a common, and it's a 4/5 horror. This is a Thornhide Wolves for black, which is slightly better in black because it doesn't get quite as good of stats in general. But this isn't a card I don't think either Dimir or Golgari is particularly excited about. Like, when you play this card, it's going to do fine. It's going to interact in combat just fine. It's going to trade for things. It's going to be a decent amount of stats. But I think it's like kind of like a textbook like C- where you're never thrilled about it, but yeah, when it gets into your deck, it's fine.
I have it at D.
Oh, I think it's going to play a little bit more than that.
I feel like this set is just set up to reward you for doing a lot of very specific things, and I don't think we're going to have a lot of patience for creatures that don't have any rules text on them.
Yeah, that's fair.
Next is Hired Poisoner. It's black for a 1/1 death touch at common. I traditionally really like cards like this, though there are certainly decks that will punish you for having this in there.
I do too. It's not aggressive, but both black guilds aren't particularly aggressive, and it trades off nicely for Undergrowth. It's like kind of the perfect card for Undergrowth. And then even for Dimir, like if you want to cast Notion Rain, then Hired Poisoner is a good card to cast on turn 1 because it just keeps you alive. So I think Hired Poisoner is going to end up kind of being a C+.
Yeah, I do too. This is a type of card that I keep my eye on. Again, 1-drops also. Crawl Swarm is next. It's 4 and a black for a creature insect warrior. It's uncommon. It's a 4/1 flyer for 5 mana, and you can pay 2 and a black and discard a creature card to return it from your graveyard to your hand.
So one of the disadvantages of 4/1 flyers is they die easily.
Yeah.
But when they don't die, they tend to kill your opponent pretty fast. So even though it's somewhat inefficient to bring this back, you're paying 3 mana, discarding a creature, then paying 5 mana. There is a limit to how many times your opponent can kill this. And when they don't, it will eventually kill them. Plus, you can surveil this in your graveyard early when you don't want to draw it. Like if you surveilled on turn 2, say. And then later in the game, just decide, okay, now it's time, and you pick it up. So
yeah, especially if you draw like a junky creature late, like you draw your Hired Poisoner, it's not doing anything. You're like, fine, I'll just get back this Crawl Swarm and recast it. Yeah, that makes sense.
I would call it a C, I think.
Okay, C for Crawl Swarm. This next card is actually, I think, the first Undergrowth card that I've been like, okay, now we're talking business. It's called Lotleth Giant. It's 6 and a black for a 6/5 zombie giant and uncommon. Undergrowth, when it enters the battlefield, it deals 1 damage to target opponent for each creature in your graveyard. That can be a lot of damage.
It's a solid payoff. It can nug them for like 4 to 6 damage in the late game. Sometimes more. If it's super late, it can hit them for 10. That's not going to happen very often.
Right.
I think it's a fine 7-drop. It is the kind of card that does really reward you for undergrowthing. My only concern is if the deck isn't very aggressive, then taking them from 15 to 8 isn't really that exciting.
Yeah, like, you would still want to curve out with this type of card in your deck, yeah.
Or at least have something like a Crawl Swarm or whatever, the Bartizan Bats, just like chipping them down, then they kill that. You get them, you maybe make an Alpha Strike to put them to 6, and then you cast this. So
yeah,
I think this is a build around. It's kind of weird because you can slot this into any green-black deck or even any black deck, and I think it'll be passable because it's one mana overcosted, but might hit them for a couple damage. But then when you're trying to maximize it, it moves up to like B territory. But I think I would start it at kind of like a C/build around B.
Yeah, I like build around B for it. I think that like you mentioned that alpha attack, like you can swing in with all your creatures, and you're like, what are you going to do? Like they're all at least getting in for 1, because if you block them and they die, then they're just going to hit you anyway, because they're going to just add up as a damage in the graveyard. Mephitic Vapors is next. It's 2 and a black for a sorcery at common. It says all creatures get -1/-1 until end of turn. Surveil 2.
This seems like a sideboard card to me. I don't think it's that exciting, and I think that there's going to be enough opportunities to surveil that shouldn't really push this into your deck. So I would give this a sideboard B.
Me too. Sideboard B. You'll know when you want it. Moodmark Painter, another Undergrowth payoff, and it's kind of a weird one. It's 2 black for a 2/3 human shaman at common. Undergrowth. When Moodmark Painter enters the battlefield, target creature gets menace and +X+0 until end of turn, where X is the number of creature cards in your graveyard.
I'm not feeling this.
Is this even good?
No, I don't think so. I don't think the Golgari deck looks like it has the tools to be particularly aggressive, and giving your creature +2/+0 and menace is just. Does that make up for the fact that you paid a 4-mana 2/3? It just looks like a D to me.
No, it's a D. Maybe we're just viewing this all wrong. Like maybe we're supposed to be getting chip damage with Moodmark Painter, finishing them off with Lotleth Troll, getting in with the creeping chill or whatever it's called.
And maybe Hired Poisoner and some other things like that.
Yeah.
Make it so you always have 3 creatures in your graveyard, but it just doesn't look very good to me. So I would give Moodmark Painter a D.
Me too. I just don't want to pay 2 black for a 2/3. I don't whatever it does. Necrotic Wound. All right, here's one. So black, instant, uncommon, Undergrowth. Target creature gets -X until end of turn, where X is the number of creature cards in your graveyard. And it also has another rider here. If that creature would die this turn, exile it instead. So nice.
I do like this one.
Yeah. The downside to cards like this, of course, is that like you think it's so cheap, but that means I can cast it in the early game. But usually it won't have that going on. It's cheap still, which is nice, but it's the late game where you're actually going to be able to start killing stuff.
Yeah, but it's not that hard to make this do -2/2, even if that's on turn 5 or 6, and that's still good.
Yeah, and that's still good. Yeah.
And it's instant speed, so you can shrink their 4/4 to a 2/2 when you have a 2/3 in play. Plus, the exile thing matters. It makes their Undergrowth cards worse. You can also, like, Necrotic Wound for not lethal if you're going to trade in combat just to make sure it gets exiled. You can even -0/-0, and it would get exiled. So I think Necrotic Wound is a C+. I don't think it's great, but it's a solid card. It's not as good as Deadweight.
No, but the upside is certainly there, right? Like if you do set it up, that's cheap instant speed removal, and that's pretty good for Necrotic Wound. Next is called Never Happened. That's 2 and a black for a sorcery common. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-land card from that player's graveyard or hand and exile it.
This is a sideboard card. And I could see main decking 1 and sealed because the format's a little bit slower, presumably. But paying 3 mana to trade 1 for 1 when your opponent pays no mana is just not a great deal, even if you get to choose what you take. Yeah. And I just don't see myself wanting to play this. So this is like a sideboard C. It's not even that good afterboard.
Yeah, sideboard C for Never Happened. Next is Pilfering Imp. This is black for a 1/1 flyer. It's uncommon. You can pay 1 and a black and sack it to have target opponent reveal their hand. You choose a non-land card from it. That player discards that card, and you can do this anytime you could cast a sorcery. This is a way to get a card in your graveyard, right? Or a creature in your graveyard.
Pilfering Imp quite a bit because you can play this. 1 + 2 is actually a lot less than 3 because you can play this on turn 1 and then use it on a later turn when the 2 mana isn't as costly. Or likewise, you can play this on turn 4 alongside a 3-drop and then later use it. So it's a lot cheaper than 3 because you get to split it up as you choose. And it's a creature, so it helps Undergrowth. And it's a 1/1 flyer. You can chip in for some damage. So I like this at C. I think I just play this in any black deck. It's just a fun card.
I do too. And especially in Undergrowth, just because, again, it's the ability to get into your graveyard for value. So C for Pilfering Imp. It's probably better than it looks. Next is Plague Crafter. This is 2 and a black for a 3/2 human shaman at uncommon. When it enters the battlefield, each player sacrifices a creature or planeswalker. Each player who can't discards a card.
I don't think this card's very good.
Oh, really?
No, I think it's just fine.
Okay.
So it's an edict effect, right? Named after a diabolic edict, the first kind of effect like this. They're just going to sack their worst creature. And
that's true.
It's symmetrical, so you either sack this or ideally you sack a crappy creature to enable Undergrowth and you're left with a 3/2, but that's just not that exciting, I don't think. I don't think
Fleshbag Marauder, you're not a fan?
Yeah, I didn't think Fleshbag Marauder was anything special,
Okay.
And I think this is not much different. Like the fact that it hits Planeswalkers is ultimately irrelevant, and you're not going to cast this to make them discard a card very often either.
No.
So
the reason I like it is just because generally speaking, it's you're breaking the symmetry a bit if you're in Golgari, right? Like you actually want creatures in your graveyard. So it's like, okay, you sack your worst thing, I sack my worst thing, but I get something in the yard. I'm happy with that.
Yeah, you are getting value out of that. So I think it's like a C-. I just don't think it's great.
Okay. One thing to keep it in mind for, by the way, with Plaguecrafter is if they are running some type of enchantment-based removal like the Sphere or Luminous Bonds.
It is very good against that. Yes, that is true.
Yeah, you get a little bonus there. So I'm going to go C+ on Plaguecrafter. I just like it. I think there's something, I think you're just going to get enough stuff in your yard or you're going to be able to figure it out. Next is called Price of Fame, an important card for the set. It's 3 and a black for an instant and uncommon. It says this spell costs 2 less to cast if it targets a legendary creature, of which there are very few in this set, I think. But the good news, destroy target creature. So 3 and a black instant, destroy target creature, and it has Surveil too.
Yeah, well, strictly better than direct Deadly Visit. It's one cheaper and an instant. Plus, if they play one of the guild leaders or what have you, there's not very many and they're all rare or above. But yeah, there are some legendary creatures.
Right.
I think this card is a B+.
Gas. Yeah, this thing's sweet.
It's just a 4 mana instant speed, kill any creature, Surveil too. That is great. So I would give Price of Fame a B+.
Same, B+. What does Severed Strands do?
So 1 and a black, it's a sorcery at common. As an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice a creature, destroy target creature an opponent controls, and you gain life equal to the sacrificed creature's toughness. So
you gain life equal to the creature that you sacked.
Right. So if you sack a 1/1, you gain 1. If you, for some reason, sack a 5/5, you gain 5. So it's a 2 mana kill any creature, but it's at sorcery speed and you have to sack a creature. So clearly it's card disadvantage built in, but when you're sacking burglar rats or generous strays, it's not that big of an issue. When you sack a creature with luminous bonds on it, same. Yeah,
these cards usually underperform, but I feel like they're going to get right up to kind of where we want them to be in this set because of the cards you mentioned.
I think in Golgari, this is going to end up being like a C. I think in Dimir, it's going to be like a D or an F. It's just not going to be the card they want. Unless they have a couple burglar rats. But in Golgari, I think probably a solid C.
Me too. Severed Strands, I think, is going to – it might even be a C+ in the deck. You just want creatures in your graveyard, and you need – like we've gone through all of the green and black cards outside of about 4 or 5 of them here, and there's just not a lot of ways to get these cards in your yard. You're going to have to do it. Like you're going to have to sack your creatures or, have them die or whatever. So Severed Strands is a great way to do it. Also, another one is the stupid wall, like the Barrier of Bones gets a little better. And, if you just can sacrifice that to the Severed Strands. Spinal Centipede is next. It's 2 and a black for a 3/2 insect. It's, when it dies, you put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control.
This is just classic, like C territory.
Just filler city. Yeah.
Yeah. It trades for a creature and you get a +1/+1. It's a fine card if you need a 3-drop, but it's not really anything worth building around. It's just a card you'll play if you need the stats.
And again, you do want your creatures in the yard, so at least it's giving you a little something back. But ultimately, Spinal Centipede is a C. Next is Undercity Necrolisk. This is 3 and a black for a 3/3 zombie lizard. It's uncommon. You can pay a mana and sacrifice another creature to put a +1/+1 counter on it. It gains menace until end of turn, and you could only do it anytime you could cast a sorcery, sadly.
I think this card's interesting. It plays a little differently than some of the sacrifice cards we've seen so far, so I'm not fully confident, but it does get bigger over and over again. It is at baseline of 4 mana 3/3, so it's not too bad. And then getting menace, so it's got this like weird tension where you want to give it menace to sack a creature, but you can't necessarily do that every single turn. But then it gets big enough that it doesn't really need menace all that much anymore. I think overall it's going to be like probably a C.
I have it a little higher. I'd have it at least a C+. I mean, this is a sacrifice outlet that is repeatable, and those are counters that are going on it. And every time you do it, it's hitting harder and harder.
I guess if you sack one creature, it's a 4/4, and then it's just kind of the ball's kind of rolling from there.
Yeah, and it's a 4/4 menace that turn. Like, that's hard to deal with. So I like C+ on Undercity Necrolisk.
All right, I'm convinced. Undercity Necrolisk sounds like a C+.
Veiled Shade is 2 and a black for a 2/2 shade at common, and you can pay 1 and a black to give it +1/+1 until end of turn.
I'm not really impressed with the ratio here. 2 mana for +1/+1 is not great. Like, we did underrate Sledgecrawler. I do have to kind of rethink how good shades are in general, but I guess if you need a mana sink, maybe playing one of these as kind of like a pseudo 6-drop is fine. But
yeah, maybe that's the case.
It's just not that good.
I'm not excited, though.
It's not that good on turn 3.
Yeah.
But on turn 6 or 7, sure, it's fine. And I guess against a Boros deck, you can play this on turn 3 and trade for their 2/2 or 3/3 that they attack, or 3/1 that they attack you with. Yeah.
Yeah, just suck it up.
I would give Veiled Shade probably a C-, though.
Yeah, me too. C for Veiled Shade. C- for Veiled Shade. It's still not that great. Vicious Rumors is black for a sorcery at common. It says Vicious Rumors deals 1 damage to each opponent. Each opponent discards a card, then puts the top card of their library into their graveyard. You gain 1 life.
This card is an F. Do not play this card.
I was like trying to add up the laundry list of all the stuff you get, and it still ends up to just being
drains
like,
them for one and mills them for one. And it makes them discard a card, so it's kind of a 1-for-1, but you're trading this for their worst card. Milling them for one is not even a good thing for you. It actually actively helps multiple different guilds.
Yeah.
And draining them for one is just so irrelevant. So just, I know this card looks appealing. I know it looks like it does a lot of things. Just don't play Vicious Rumors or spread them, really.
Right. I heard a Vicious Rumor that LR gave this card an F.
Yeah.
That's true. Whispering Snitch is our last black card. It's 1 and a black for a 1/3. What is he? Oh, he's whispering to us. I see. Uncommon. Whenever you surveil for the first time each turn, it drains your opponent for 1. It does 1 damage to them and you gain 1 life.
Yeah. I wonder why they needed the safety valve for the first time, but in any case,
oh, I know why.
So Surveil 2 doesn't do 2 or something?
No, I think it's for what's the rare? Doom?
Oh, Doom Whisper? Sure.
You could just do it over and over again? I don't know.
That's true.
Maybe I'm wrong. But, gosh, is this the payoff that we really want?
I think this is a fine payoff. If you activate this a couple times, you've gotten your money's worth. In a 2-mana 1/3 is decent at keeping you alive till your good cards can really start to take hold. There's just so much Surveil, and it's so free to play. Like, look at all those Surveil cards, like the 3/2 with Flash, the Surveil the Bones. Like we haven't gotten to blue yet, but the 3-mana 1/4, like these are all free. So you're not paying a cost to put the Surveil cards in. And once you have 7 Surveil cards in your deck, which I don't think is that hard, this card's great. So
okay,
I'm in for Whispering Snitch. Plus Surveil begets more Surveil because you can find it. So
C plus.
I would give Whispering Snitch a C plus. Yeah.
Or a build around B or something like that. All right.
I don't even think it's a build around. I think it's a C plus. I think it's just a good card.
Okay. Just a good card. All right. One more guild to go. And that, of course, is Izzet. Usually the hardest guild to figure out. This one, I've got a pretty good grasp on it, I think. Beacon Bolt is our first card. It's 1 blue, red for a sorcery at uncommon. And it's going to give you a pretty good idea of what's going on in Izzet, by the way, right off the bat. It deals damage to target creature equal to the total number of instant and sorcery cards you own in exile and in your graveyard. So right there, it's like, it's a sorcery that wants to do damage to something else that cares about how many you've already used up. And then it also has Jumpstart. You may cast this card from your graveyard by discarding a card in addition to paying its other costs, then exile it.
Yeah, and it has that weird clause because it wants to count all the cards you've jump-started and exiled.
Exactly. So look, this kind of says it all. It's all about instants and sorceries and getting payoffs for those. Beacon Bolt is fine. You probably shouldn't expect it to kill your opponent's 5 toughness creature, but you can definitely expect it to kill your opponent's 2 toughness creature and then maybe their 4 toughness creature a little bit later on, for example.
Yeah, I like Beacon Bolt. I think it's not I don't even think it's necessarily a build around because it's a gold card in Izzet, you're just going to naturally be able to play it the vast majority of the time.
Yeah.
I suspect it's probably like a C plus. I think
I do too. I think that what we should say is like, you don't have to fully build around it, but if you ignore it, that could backfire. Like you might just end up with not enough.
If you end up with like 10 or more spells, though, it becomes like a B. Especially if they have like Surveil or card draw or ways to find more. So I like Beacon Bolt at C plus, but it can go up or down from there pretty easily.
Agree. Beam Splitter Mage is next. It's blue-red for a 2/2 Vidalcan Wizard at uncommon. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets only Beam Splitter Mage, if you control 1 or more other creatures that spell could target, choose one of those creatures, copy that spell, the copy targets the chosen creature.
I'm not really high on this.
Really not high on this, yeah.
There's just not that many like blue-red combat tricks I'm excited to use. So it's only like positive stuff because it's just stuff that's targeting this. So it's not like you can like cast a removal spell on this and do something fancy with that. It just doesn't work that way. So I think Beam Splitter Mage is like probably a D plus. Man, that's probably a C minus just because it's a 2-mana 2/2, but it's just not that exciting.
It's just really not. And there might be some broken thing that we haven't seen yet, but even then that's going to be something that pops up not that often. And the truth is, if your opponent wants to kill their Beam Splitter Mage, they can. So if they're worried about you doing something powerful, they can get rid of it anyway. All right. This one I love. I think this is actually my favorite of all of this cycle. It's called Crackling Drake. It's blue, blue, red, red for a star 4 flying creature. And its power and toughness, its power is equal to the number of instant and sorcery cards you own and in exile and in your graveyard. So same thing as Beacon Bolt there. And when it ETBs, you draw a card.
Yeah, so it's a hard to cast Enigma Drake, but it cantrips and of course counts the exiled cards. This is like an exactly perfect Izzet card. I think Crackling Drake is just a solid B. It's just
me too.
It's just great.
Love it. Great card. Always play it, and it's worth going for. Like this is a card that you should go.
I think it's probably a B plus.
I think it's the best of the cycle, so I'll say B plus for Crackling Drake. Next is Goblin Electromancer, reprinted again. It's blue. Red for a 2/2 common, and it says instant and sorcery spells you cast cost 1 less to cast.
When you're trying to cast the same spell multiple times a turn, or just multiple times in general, this adds up.
It does. It really does.
Yeah, I'd give Goblin Electromancer a C+. I think you're going to be pretty happy to put this card in your deck.
This is the Beam Splitter mage that you actually want.
Right.
This card does work. Okay, this next card's sweet. Yeah, and it needs a little... Yeah,
the name is something else. Yeah, this is Hypothesizzle. So it's like a hypothesis and a sizzle jammed together. It's 3 blue red. It's a common. It's an instant. It says draw 2 cards, then you may discard an online card. When you do, Hypothesizzle deals 4 damage to target creature.
So let's break this down because there's actually a newish rules thing going on here. It's called a reflexive trigger. And this is something that is relatively new to Magic. So here's the deal. Hypothesizzle does not target. So when you cast Hypothesizzle, you target nothing. Even though it feels like you should, especially if you've been playing for Magic for a while and you've played cards like, Prophetic Bolt or things like that. So what you do is you say Hypothesizzle and your opponent goes, okay. And then you draw 2 cards. You look at your hand. You may discard an on-land card. If you do that, then a trigger will go on the stack. And when that trigger goes on the stack, then you target the thing that you want to target. If you don't do that, if you just draw 2 cards, done. Nothing happens. And that's it. So the key that you need to know is when you go to the pre-release or play any of these things, if somebody says Hypothesizzle targeting your creature, they're doing it wrong. And you need to make sure that you explain to them that that's not how it works, because there's a big gap here where they can take advantage of that. Or you could if you did it on accident, where you say Hypothesizzle targeting your creature and they go giant growth it in response. Now what happens? Right now it's just a total mess because that's not what is supposed to happen at all, because now you could just not discard the card and keep it in your hand if you knew the thing was going to survive anyway. So make sure you get this thing played out. Now, I think this card's really good, by the way. It's an instant. Great. Yeah, like you can get 4 damage in most of the time with it if you need to. And if not, you're just drawing 2 cards, which is like already good.
It's not as good as if you could discard a land, because it does mean you're discarding a real card, and at 5 mana, you're not going to need that many more lands. But it's still a card draw spell that then makes up the tempo loss by giving you a 0 mana deal for.
Mm-hmm. And remember, you can discard jumpstart cards to it.
Yep. So. I think this card's really good. I would give Hypothesizzle probably a B-. I think I'm
on B- as well.
It's just on par with other removal. It costs 5. You can't just play 6 of these, but it is a good card.
It is, and it does have a crazy name. Next is League Guild Mage. The Guild Mage for Izzet. It's blue-red for a 2/2 human wizard at uncommon. So here's the abilities. 3 and a blue, tap, draw a card. Sure, that's a good mana sink, right? I'm happy with that.
I would already play that card, yeah.
Yeah, and this one's actually kind of interesting. It's a little tricky, but it actually works well. It's red X tap. Copy target instant or sorcery spell you control with converted mana cost X. You may choose new targets for the copy. It's a little bit clunky to actually make it work, but basically it's like as long as you have this thing untapped and you have an extra red mana, you can just double up your spells.
I think League Guild Mage is really good. The abilities also have a nice synergy. Drawing cards helps you find spells to copy and the land to copy them because it's kind of expensive.
Oh, yeah.
This is a must-kill. This is 2 mana 2/2 with really good late game abilities. Remember on Magic Online to hold down control when you want to respond to your spell with the copy effect. I would get, and you can also copy jumpstart cards also, so it's got that extra value there. I would give League Guild Mage probably a B. It's just a good card.
I think League Guild Mage is a B. Really good card. Both abilities relevant in the mid to late game. Sonic Assault is next. This is kind of the line that gets drawn on how aggressive are you trying to be in your Izzet deck. It's 1 blue-red for an instant at common. Tap target creature. It does 2 damage to that creature's controller. Yeah, so Sonic Assault is doing 2 to them, and it has Jumpstart.
This is a straight-up card disadvantage, but it's really aggressive. And like if you're beating them down, like, or even if you're not, if you're setting up the turn, imagine just like, okay, you go to combat, Sonic Assault, tap your creature, you take 2, untap, cast Sonic Assault Jumpstart, attack with my 2 Cyclopses. You've had this like huge swing. Or 2 turns in a row, you can Sonic Assault their same blocker or same attacker, depending on what's going on in the game. It does 4 damage, by itself if you have no creatures. This points towards Izzet being pretty aggressive. So
and it definitely can be pretty aggressive. So to me, Sonic Assault is the type of card that you probably just want one of, but your good Izzet decks will definitely want that card because there are so many payoffs. Dragonauts, Piston Fist, Cyclops are ones we're going to talk about here, but it puts a card in your graveyard for Crackling Drake and Beacon Bolt. If you've got Electromancer, it's even cheaper to do this. As you said, it's 4 damage, which is just kind of a lot when you add it up. And then, you're pushing through damage with your Dragonauts, and all of a sudden their life total is just plummeting. And this doesn't care what the creature is, right? As long as it's targetable.
This might actually be a card that you want multiples of. Like I wouldn't be
the right deck would, yeah. If you have the payoffs, you do. But the problem is that the Izzet deck's kind of it's harder to pin down, I think, than normal.
It's a little conflicted, right? You've got Hypothesizzle as like, ooh, I want to, and Beacon Bolt is like these card draw / control cards, and you have Sonic Assault that's really aggressive. So I don't know that we're to peg this as a build around or not, but I think it's probably a C. It's not like it's
it's like a C.
It's not it's absurd, but it's the kind of card you can lose to really easily, and the aggressive decks you want.
Yes, it sets up your finishing turns. That's what it does. You don't just run it out there. And if you're using it defensively, you're in bad shape. So don't put yourself in that position. Dragonauts is next, another reprint here, originally in Guild Pact, ? Anyway, one blue-red for a 1/3 flyer. It's uncommon. But whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, it gets +2/+0 until end of turn. And you can do that as many times as you can cast instant or sorcery spells in your turn. So this thing can hit for a ton.
Yeah, it's often going to attack as a 3-mana 3/3 flyer, and sometimes it'll be like a 7/3. So
exactly. It's funny because if you showed this to me, I'd be like, that seems okay, I guess. You play against it and you're like, oh my God, this thing just trashes you so fast. And again, think of the Sonic Assault turns, right? Let's say that you cast and jump-started Sonic Assault in the same turn. It's 4 damage plus another 4
damage
from
off
the
Dragonauts with nothing
and
else.
You got their 2 blockers out of the way. It's just insane. So Dragonauts, I think, is going to be an absolute key to this deck. I think that it's going to be one of the strongest cards in the Izzet deck, and I would give it like a B+. I think it's really that good.
I have it at a B. But I think it is quite strong.
Next one is really strong in this deck too, and probably the most important common is called Piston Fist Cyclops. It's 1. And then a hybrid Izzet. So 1 blue, 1 red, or 1 red. And it's a 4/3 Cyclops at common, but with Defender. But as long as you've cast an instant or sorcery this turn, you can attack with it.
So my plan with this card is mainly to sacrifice it to the Vine Portcullis green card.
You probably will do that
in my pre-Simic deck.
Oh God!
No, this card's really good in Izzet. It's great in Izzet. It's probably pretty good in Dimir because it's a good blocker and can start attacking later. Not good in Boros. I would largely advise against putting this in your Boros deck. This fits the Izzet deck fairly well. You need a steady stream of cards to get attacks in, but it's a 4/3 for 3 mana, so it can trade really nicely on defense, and then you don't need to attack very many times with this. 2 attacks with this, you've gotten your value out of it. So I think Piston Fist Cyclops going to be a C+.
Me too. I think it's a big part of the Izzet deck. Last card for Izzet is Invent. Invert has a bit of a story behind it. It's blue or red, so a blue-red hybrid. So 1 mana for an instant. Switch the power and toughness of each of up to 2 target creatures. So there's 2 things to mention here. You mentioned the first one. Go ahead.
Well, the first one is that as it is confusing the way these words are written, especially like in English, because it doesn't mean switch. If you have a 2/2 and a 4/4, you don't make one. They don't switch. They don't become a 4/4 and a 2/2. It's saying switch the power and toughness, and that means that a 1/3 would become a 3/1. So you can target a 1/3 and a 1/4, and they become a 3/1 and a 4/1. Or you target a 2/4 and a 5/2, and they become a 4/2 and a 2/5.
So that's incredible. It just doesn't read that way at first glance.
This is barely a card written by humans. The second is it actually has a templating error, which is it's supposed to only last until end of turn. it is not a permanent effect, despite the fact that that's not written on the card. And I mean, that is just an oversight, but it should not last more than end of turn. It's way too weird for that to happen. That's just not how...
To have to track that indefinitely.
Right, that's just how Magic cards tend to work. So,
what about Invent?
Invent is 4 blue-red for an instant. Search library for an instant card and or sorcery. Reveal them and put them into your hand. So, it's a 6 mana draw 2, but those 2 get to be an instant and a sorcery. I think...
Powerful.
Yeah, it is powerful. I think overall this card's not very good.
I mean, the first part isn't.
The first part's not good. It's just not that many boards where it's like worth a card to do that. And 6 mana to draw 2 cards, even if they're cards of your choice, like what cards are you getting that are making up for the fact that you spent 6 mana getting them?
Right. I mean, no, that's true. Because you're probably going to get more card draw spells, but that's kind of what this is supposed to be doing. Like, I think you could make a strong argument that Hypothesis is just better than that.
I think that argument is correct. So I would give Invent. I'd probably give it a D. Give it an F for templating. It's clearly got that going for it.
Yes, but, it did not make it through the ringer cleanly.
No.
The interesting thing about Invent to me is what are you getting? Because we're talking about your average setup. Well, if there's something that just wins you the game, well then that's obviously different.
Sure. So my hope is to cast Circuitous Route in my black-green control deck, go ahead and get my 2 Izzet Guild Gates and then start inventing for just insane wraths and card draw spells. But in the real world, Invert Invent is probably an F.
Yeah, I'll give it a D. I mean, there's something here.
But, I mean, there's clearly some power here, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay, blue, our last color, and then we've got colorless and land, although there's not too many of those in this set because they got all eaten up by the gold card slots. First, green common, though, is called Capture Sphere. It's really important. It's 3 and a blue for an enchantment aura at common. It has flash, so that's a big deal. And it enchants a creature. When it enters the battlefield, you tap the enchanted creature, and that creature doesn't untap during its untap step.
This is about as close to unconditional removal as blue gets. It's an instant speed claustrophobia for an extra mana, slightly easier to cast. Yeah. This is going to be one of the premium blue commons. I think it's the second best blue common, or third best blue common, depending on how it shakes out. Yeah, it costs 4 mana, so you don't want 6 of them. But it's still just a fine card, both aggressive and defensive decks.
You certainly want 1 of them, and you probably want 2 of them. So
you probably want 3 of them. I mean,
maybe so.
Kills a creature. So I think Capture Sphere gets. I'll give it a C+. I'm not over the moon, but it is good.
Yeah. In blue, that's a nice thing to get. Yeah. So C+ for Capture Sphere. Next is Chemist's Insight. This is 3 and a blue for an uncommon instant. It says draw 2 cards. Okay. 4 mana, draw 2 cards, but you get it instant speed. But it has Jumpstart. So you can do that again. But again, you have to discard a card to jumpstart it. So you're not actually getting up on that last card. Well, you're getting only up 1 card on that last card. Well, because it's not costing you 1 from.
But it is letting you pitch your weakest card, often a land, but or sometimes just a narrow card. This is a pretty good card to get a long game advantage with. It's slow, but it does eventually draw you 4 cards. And if you add Goblin Electromancer to the list, you're in pretty good shape. It's also a good card to surveil because you don't really want it early, but later in the game, it's a great card to exchange something with. So I think Chemist's Insight. I don't know that you'll have tons of time for this, but I would still probably give it a C. I think it's a C to a C+. I think there are some decks that will use this to kind of get a long game advantage. I really like this in the 5-color green deck. If that's a real deck, this is the kind of card it wants. Those decks have problems with flooding out. This really solves it, and it's easily splashable. So
yeah, you also can pitch cards that you can't currently cast.
Right, exactly.
When your mana doesn't come together. So, I like C+ on Chemist's Insight. I think it's just a good card. Yep. Next card's really good too. It's called City Watch Sphinx. It's 5 and a blue for a 5/4 Sphinx with flying and uncommon. And then you got to make sure you pay attention here. When it dies, you surveil too. I've seen multiple people cast it and just start surveilling.
Yeah, that's not the way it's supposed to go.
Right.
Yeah, this card's good. It's a big flyer. You're not that sad if it dies because you do get to surveil, but by the time you cast it, it's not that big of a deal that you've already hit your 6 land drop, so you're not in dire need of surveilling. I would say City Watch Sphinx is probably a C+.
Yeah, I want to go B- on it. I don't know. I know it's 6 mana, but it's just huge and it slams.
I guess I do like that this is splashable too. That I could see splashing this. So okay, I like B- on City Watch Sphinx.
Next is Dazzling Lights. It's blue for an instant at common. Target creature gets -3/-0 until end of turn. Surveil 2. All of the lights.
This card is good if you reliably
have Swords to Plowshares.
Yeah, if you reliably have creatures in play, having Dazzling Lights is going to work out nicely for you. But it is the sort of combat trick that it requires you to have a creature, and even then it doesn't help your creature kill a bigger creature. It just means your creature will survive when comparable creatures battle.
Mm-hmm. How much do you put on the Surveil 2 that's tacked on here?
So I think this card, without Surveil synergies, is like a D. It's just not quite there. Once you have a couple Darkblade Agents in your deck, this card becomes excellent. This is the perfect card for that. Because Darkblade Agent kills anything it fights once it has Death Touch. And this is an instant speed way to make sure Darkblade survives. So yeah, I'm in for Dazzling Lights in that deck, or a bunch of Spy Bugs, what have you. So I would give Dazzling Lights kind of like a build around like C. It's a playable card when you have the Surveil cards. It's probably not great otherwise.
Yeah, it's a support card. It's weird. It you don't build around it, but it works with the other build-arounds. The other thing you can do, by the way, is let's say they attack with a 3/1 Mentor and a 2/2, and you're planning on blocking the 3/1 and using Dazzling Lights. You could cast this in response to the Mentor trigger, so the Mentor fizzles. Oh, look at that.
Yep.
I like that. Okay. So, yeah, put it in the support decks. That's a weird card for us to grade. The next one is called Devious Cover-Up. It's two blue for an instant at common. It says counter target spell. If that spell is countered this way, exile it instead of putting it into its owner's graveyard, and you may shuffle up to 4 target cards from your graveyard into your library.
I think this card is really bad, but it does look fun to have multiples of these and just loop them by shuffling them back over and over again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it does. One of the things that I think that will pop up, though, is that there's enough instants in the Izzet deck that having cards like this isn't as punishing as normal, because you can be like, go, and if they don't play anything, you can be like Chemister's Insight or Hypothesisal to still have like relevant, meaningful plays. And then if they do something, then you want to, you can hard counter anything, and it kind of takes care of it for good and make sure you don't get decked. But 4-mana counter spells are really clunky if they're not giving you something meaningful back, like a card or something like that. And this one has some nice extra text that's kind of cool, but it doesn't really get you anything tangible. Very clunky.
Oh, I think realistically it's an F, but it has some sweet stuff going on.
Oh, I'll give it a D. I mean,
I think you're going to play this card. It's a 4-mana counter spell.
It's probably true, and especially against like Boros. Devious cover. I got it covered, guys. Dimir Informant, 2 and a blue for a 1/4 human rogue. It's common, and when it enters the battlefield, you surveil 2.
I love this card. It's a nice defensive play that's good at any point in the game, because late in the game, it helps you find the cards you actually want, and early in the game, it does keep things back. So I think Dimir Informant's a C+. I'm going to be happy playing multiples of these.
This feels like this is the baseline common for Dimir. Next is Disdainful Stroke, a reprint. It's 1 and a blue for an instant at common, and it says counter target spell with converted mana cost 4 or higher.
If I was a Convoke deck, I'd feel personally attacked right now, since this card is pretty nice against all the Convoke nonsense. Pretty mediocre against Boros. There's going to be some Boros decks that have like 3 targets for this, and you're not going to be able to keep mana up against Boros all that often anyway.
Yeah, I would give it a sideboard grade myself.
Yeah, this looks like a sideboard B. It's really good post-board. Yeah. Like, this card can be quite effective, and you're always getting a mana advantage. You know that. So
Yep. And you're countering their bomb a lot of the time, too. So sideboard B for Disdainful Stroke. Next is Enhanced Surveillance. It's 1 and a blue for an enchantment. It's uncommon. It says you may look at an additional 2 cards each time you surveil. So it just tacks Surveil 2 onto any other surveil. And it says you can exile it to shuffle your graveyard into your library. Boy, you have to really want to dig through that library to play Enhanced Surveillance. I cannot imagine wanting to dig through that.
No, Surveil 4 is not twice as good as Surveil 2. Because once you've surveilled,
you're going to find the thing you want.
Right. Yeah. Once you've surveilled to a good spell, it doesn't matter that much how many more times you surveil in the same sequence of turns. Mm-hmm. Like how much better is Surveil 6 than Surveil 2? It's just not. Yeah. It's better, but it's not that much better. Spending a card on that isn't good, and then getting to shuffle all the cards back that you surveilled and didn't want is like kind of weird. So I think Enhanced Surveillance is probably an F, but
it's just an F. I can't imagine actually playing this.
Yeah.
Shame too, because they blew some excellent artwork.
I love this next one, by the way.
Oh, Guild Summit?
Yeah, this is Tuna
Oh,
Blue.
boy.
It's an enchantment. It's uncommon. When Guild Summit enters the battlefield, you may tap any number of untapped gates you control. These are the guild lands, remember. Draw a card for each gate tapped this way. And whenever a gate enters the battlefield under your control, draw a card. So you play this, and then all your gates tap to draw a card that turn. And then for the rest of the game, every gate you play cantrips. So if you have like 7+ gates in your deck, this seems like pretty sweet.
So let's say you have 10 gates in your deck,
yeah.
and you have this in your hand on turn 3. Do you just play it?
It's much better just to play it and then cantrip the gates later.
Okay, rather than trying to set up the big turn where you get 4
it's essentially free, right? Because the gates always come into play tapped. So having them draw a card that turn doesn't cost you any mana. Later, if you play this and tap the gates, you're actually spending mana on it. So much better to play this before the gates.
Because you can't get 2 cards off of a gate anyway.
No, that's not going to happen.
Okay.
I love the way this is designed, though. It's a really cool design where it gets you both gates forwards and backwards, which is pretty sweet.
Yeah. So we're at whatever point you cast it, you're going to get a card off of your gate as long as you set it up.
Right. And
it's a lot of cards.
Yeah, and it enables like a sweet 5-color deck. I think Guild Summit's going to be really fun. How good is it? My guess is not very good. You just have to.
It's probably a D.
Yeah, it's probably like a build.
Or build around. It's a build around.
Clearly a build around. I would say it's like a build around C, where if you get there, it's sweet, but not necessarily great. But I don't know. Yeah. I could actually see this being a B. I actually could. Because look, imagine you have a
build around B.
Imagine you're playing like a 5-color green deck. You have Guild Summit. You have like 8 gates in your deck because you're just taking all the gates. And you're not picky about which ones you take.
Yeah. Having
a bunch of your lands cantrip just gives you a lot of action. And having all those gates means you can splash the cool removal spells. So, yeah, I think this might be a decent card.
All right, you've talked yourself into it. Build around B for Guild Summit.
Next up, we've got Leapfrog. This is Tuna Blue for a 3/1 frog, a common. It has flying as long as you cast an instant or sorcery spell this turn. Well, looks like a good fit in the aggressive Izzet deck. Not a particularly good defender, and not a card I'm all excited about. Looks like a C-.
No. Yeah, C- for Leapfrog. It's really not exciting. Maximize Altitude. This is one you mentioned before. Blue sorcery. Yes, sorcery. Common. Target creature gets +1/+1 against flying until end of turn, and it has Jumpstart.
In an aggressive deck, this looks like a good finisher. Like if you cast this, like casting this with 2 3-power creatures in play represents like 8 damage. And for not very much mana. So I think that the aggressive Izzet decks will want like 1 copy of this. The Dimir decks will basically not want it at all. That probably makes it like a D+, but I could see it being like a good card to have one of in those decks.
Yeah, it fits right into that get you for 11 in 1 turn thing that Izzet can do. Next, oh boy, this is a big one. Murmuring Mystic. It's 3 and a blue for a 1/5 human wizard. At uncommon, whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, you get a 1/1 blue bird illusion creature token with flying.
This card's really powerful. If you get 1 bird off this, it's great. Because it's 4 mana, 1/5 is already like pretty solid defensive numbers, and 1/1 flyer is definitely a card. And if you get 2 or 3, then you just kind of went off. So I think Murmuring Mystic, I wouldn't even call it a build around because it's just not hard to put spells in your deck, and you don't need to trigger it very many times. So this card's just a B, right? It's just
I have it at B+. Like, so here's the deal. If you put it in Izzet, it's completely stupid.
Yeah.
If you put it in Dimir, it will pull its weight and you'll be happy you have it, but it's not quite to that, oh my God level. Like you'll probably get 2 birds off of it if it survives and you're like, sweet. But if you play it in Izzet, it's just dumb. Like you're jump starting cards and there's just birds flying everywhere before you know it. You can't even see your opponent because there's so many birds on the battlefield. So the upside of that makes me push it to B+, just because if you get it in that deck, it's just the dumbest.
Yeah, I could see B+ on Murmuring Mystic.
Yeah, I think it's just one of the better uncommons in the set. Whispers of the Muse Drake. This is 3 and a blue for a 1/3 Drake with flying. When it enters the battlefield, you draw yourself a card.
So this is notably different than a lot of the cantrip creatures we've talked about because 1/3 flying is real stats and a real ability. Like, in play, this is a real card. You know, Burglar Rats and Generous Stray, these are cards that replace themselves and we're like, yeah, good fodder. Muse Drake's just a real card in play. A 1/3 flyer is pretty relevant to attacks and blocks. So
yeah, you would pay 2 mana for that.
Yeah, a 2 mana 1/3 flyer is just a good deal. So
good card.
I like this card a lot. I think it's a C+. I think Muse Drake's going to be a card that you're going to be happy playing in both Dimir and Izzet. Even if it doesn't really enable either guild mechanics, just a good card.
Yeah, it's a little slow as a 1/3, but it pays you back quite nicely. So C+ for Muse Drake. Next is Nightveil Sprite, 1 and a blue for a fairy rogue at uncommon. It's got flying, so it's a 1/2 with flying. And whenever it attacks, you get to surveil 1. Doesn't matter if it hits or not.
It's
is it great?
Oh, yeah.
Just repeatable
really
surveil.
It triggers all your surveil stuff very nicely, especially it's on attack, so it works with like Darkblade Agent. It repeatedly gets you, value at smoothing out your draws, or finding you lands early, finding you action late, filling up your graveyard if you've got undergrowth cards in your Dimir deck. So, I think Nightveil Sprite is fantastic. I would give it a B. Just a really good value card.
You love it.
I mean, if you just cast this on turn 2, you're going to feel really good about it. And if you cast it on turn 8,
triggers going off.
Also going to feel pretty good about it.
All right. Yeah, B for Nightveil Sprite. Good little enabler. Passwall Adept is 1 and a blue for a 1/3 human wizard at common. And you can pay 2 and a blue to give a creature unblockable till end of turn.
So I didn't like this much and rated it low in my set reviews, and I'm still really not that high on it. I just don't think that a 2-mana 1/3 is like that great on defense. It's okay. Especially with Mentor making a lot of like 2/1s or 2/2s into 3/2s and 3/3s. And then I don't think Izzet or Dimir is that hard up on making things unblockable. Like that's not how they're going to close out games all that often. So yeah, this card looks like a C- to me.
Yeah, I mean, everything lines up to this be a fine card, but it's kind of like, what are you doing here? Yeah. Like, Dimir doesn't need this. Izzet doesn't need this. They get evasion.
There are sets where this card would be excellent. I just don't think...
Maybe it's better in sealed or something when things can get a little clunkier and a little more stalled out. I don't know.
Yeah.
I would say C- for Passwall Adept. Okay. I like this next card quite a bit. It's called Radical Idea. It's 1 and a blue. I kind of like it. So 1 and a blue instant draw card with Jumpstart at common. So in the Izzet decks... It does what you want, man. It just does.
It triggers your spells matter cards twice, sure, but it's just you're spending a lot of mana to not really get ahead.
Yeah, you're not getting ahead, but I mean, only paying 2 mana instant speed to trigger your spells matters, and then putting a card in one of these type of cards in your graveyard for your Drake and for your Beacon Bolt and stuff is that you would pay more than that, and then later in the game. If you draw an extra land, you can just jumpstart it away or to get the triggers again or whatever. But to me, this is a very small price to pay to trigger basically everything that you want to do in Izzet. I think in Dimir, it's significantly less good. Like you're not getting a head-on card on that, second ability. So it's like not super great there, but I love it in Izzet.
I'm going to have to reserve judgment here. I think that if you're getting enough beneficial triggers, sure, this makes sense to do that. But it just seems like a lot of mana to spin your wheels, whereas something like Chemister's Insight actually gets you ahead.
Yeah. I mean, just look at the payoffs and you'll be like, oh, okay, well, I get a bird from Murmuring Mystic. I get to attack my Cyclops.
Murmuring Mystic's great. Attacking with Cyclops, I don't know how much that's the payoff I'm looking for there. But we'll see.
Okay. Yeah, I'll say C for Radical Idea.
Yeah, I would
are you a little lower than that, or are you right around there?
I think you're more often than not just not going to play this card.
Yeah, and I guess I should say that I have that in Izzet specifically. Selective Snare. This is a mean card. It's X blue for a sorcery and uncommon. It says return X target creatures to their of the creature type of your choice to their owner's hands.
So they all have to be the same type, of course, and it's a sorcery. But man, if you bounce 2 creatures, this card's really good. And if you bounce 3...
So like 2 soldiers, 2 warriors?
If you bounce 3, the card's obscene. My guess is that it's going to be pretty good. I think if you're a controlling Dimir deck, you're not really in the market for bounce, but the aggressive Izzet decks are. And if against someone who has a lot of overlapping creature types, it does buy you a lot of time. Like
It does.
You're okay being down a card if it buys you 10 mana worth of value for 4 mana.
Mm-hmm. Especially if you can recoup that card later. Yeah. What do you want to give Selective Snare? I have no idea.
Yeah, this one looks like it could have a wide range. I could see it being a B or a D. Like it's the range is that wide. My guess is it's like a C. You're just going to start it in your deck and it's going to be good. Probably maybe a C+. I could see this just being one of the better uncommons in the set.
Feels good against Boros. There's a lot of overlapping creature types like soldiers and stuff in there.
Yeah.
Sinister Sabotage card we'll certainly be seeing a lot of in the future here. It's 1 blue for an instant and uncommon. It says counter target spell surveil 1.
So in general, cancel 1 blue counter target spell. Not quite above the bar for
just below.
It's just below.
Yeah.
So adding any little bit of value does kind of get you there, and Surveil 1 I think does. I would tend to play this card, and it triggers your Surveil stuff, though maybe not at the time you want to trigger it, right? It's not good with Darkblade Agent, but it gives you a kind of like a close to a 2-for-1 in the late game, or even just a little bit of card quality over the course of the game. So I would give Sinister Sabotage a C. I think it's a card I'm going to start.
Me too. I do. I think it just gives you just enough. And yeah, you can just hold it up and counter some stuff. This one's interesting. Thoughtbound Phantasm. So this is blue for a 2/2 with Defender. So 1 mana 2/2. It's uncommon. It's a spirit. Whenever you Surveil, you put a +1/+1 counter on it. As long as it has 3 or more +1/+1 counters on it, it can attack as though it didn't have Defender. This card's actually, I think, just sweet.
I think this card's really good because the decks that want this are kind of in for 1 mana 2/2 Defenders anyway. And
I think so too.
And it's not hard to get a counter on this, in which case you've gotten a good deal. And then at some point, this actually transitions from Defender to a win condition when it's a 5/5 or 6/6, and you're just clocking them with it.
Yeah.
I think Dimir loves this card.
You paid 1 mana? Yeah, I do too. I think this card's a really solid payoff for the Surveil decks.
So I think that Thoughtbound Phantasm is, I wouldn't even call it a build around because so many of the blue decks are going to have Surveil cards, and the defensive Izzet decks with like draw 2s are going to want this too. That I would give it like, I think it's like a B- in some Dimir decks, and at worst like a C+ in a lot of these decks.
Yeah, I think maybe in Dimir it might just be a B.
Yeah.
Like I honestly just think this card is it's just a payoff. It's just a really solid payoff for what you're trying to do, and your floor isn't that low. I agree. I think in the Izzet decks it's a lot worse. Like you're just very rarely going to Surveil, so you really need to want a 2/2 Defender for 1, which isn't too hard to imagine, but it's still not great. But yeah, I'd give it a like. I agree with you. Not like it's not really build around, but like if you're going to maximize on it, you're going to want it in a Dimir deck. But I think it's like a B in that deck. This card's pretty good too. I think Unexplained Disappearance, 1 in a blue instant, common, return target creature to its owner's hand, Surveil 1.
So it's a bounce spell for 2 mana, which by that self, that's not quite there. It's okay, but Surveil 1 is really good. Mid-combat triggering your Surveil stuff, getting you that little extra value to get it across the finish line. I mean, look, Surveil's not the most original mechanic in the world, right? It's Scry with a twist.
Right.
But it turns out Scry is just such a good mechanic that Scry with a twist is going to play really well. I love these like cancels and 2 mana bounce spells where Surveil 1 just pushes them right above the line. So I'm a fan of it.
It is a nice small increment to be able to add to a card.
Magic cards are so hard. There's so few numbers you can tweak on them. Like a 2 mana 2/2, you just can't change that many numbers. You can make it a 2/1. You can make it a cost 3, but that changes the card so dramatically. It's hard to do like the 0.2 change, and Surveil 1 kind of does. Like if Unexplained Disappearance would be like 0.3 below the bar, it's really hard to change that by adding taking away a mana is like giving it a huge boost. But adding Surveil 1 just gives you that like slight bit of advantage, and I think I would play probably up to 2 of these without blinking in either Dimir or Izzet, which makes this, I think, a C+.
I think so too. Unexplained Disappearance also particularly good with the Darkblade guy. You get a Surveil trigger and you get to get a blocker out of the way, maybe get the card back. You could do the kind of, keeping them off balance and keeping the cards flowing. Instant speed Surveil also perhaps good with certain types of, get an extra counter on your spy bug or whatever. So C+ for Unexplained Disappearance. Next is Vidalcan Mesmerist. It's 1 in a blue for a 2/1 wizard at common. Whenever it attacks, target creature an opponent controls gets -2/-0 until end of turn. I have no idea where this card's supposed to go.
The effect is powerful. Like if this cost a 1 and a white, we'd be like, wow, this card's great. But I don't think the blue decks are about this. I think this card's a D+. You're just not going to play it very often.
Me too. I just don't understand where it's supposed to go. Like it's a fine card, but like who wants it? I don't think any of the blue decks want Vidalcan Mesmerist. So D+ for it unless it finds a better home. Wall of Mist is back. That's 1 in a blue for an 0/5 Defender wall at common.
I would give this a D+ as well.
Me too.
I just am wary about it being enough against the Mentor decks and even against the Selesnya decks. It doesn't stop a Siege Worm. So
yeah, this still doesn't have the thing that you mentioned, which is 1 power, right? Like the 0 power.
I'm just going to play Dimir Informants in that spot.
Yeah, there's lots of slots that lots of cards that fill a similar role that are just do a little better job. Next card I think is a big one. because it's a common. It's Watcher in the Mist. It's 3 blue for a 3/4 flying spirit, and when it enters the battlefield, you surveil 2. So this will remind you of Cloud Reader Sphinx, but a little harder to cast, but you're getting surveil instead of scry.
Yeah,
it's just awesome.
I missed that this had flying in my review. I edit my grades. Yeah, this is the best blue common, I think.
Did it go up or down?
Yes. Well, vulnerable to Quell Harpooner now. So I think Watcher in the Mist is clearly the best blue common. You're going to play multiples of these. It's just going to be so good. Plus, for blue decks, it's even better now. Those green decks aren't going to be stealing this to splash anymore. It costs double blue. So
right.
There we go.
Totally.
And Surveil's much better than Scry, both because the set enables it with a lot of different things, and because putting cards in your graveyard tends to be a little bit more utility than putting on the bottom, where they essentially just disappear. Better.
Yeah, if you end up running this in your Izzet deck, you could put some jumpstart cards
in.
So
Watcher Watch of the Mist is, I think, a B-. It's just a great card.
I think so too. It's always on the verge of B-, C+, but I think this one actually does get into the B range. Shelly's back. Looking good, Shelly. Wishcoin Crab, 3 and blue for a 2/5 crab.
Oh yeah, this is the blocker Dimir deserves.
Yeah, I mean, this is a card that's easy to overlook. We might actually end up playing this card.
Oh yeah, I think you will. It's decent against Boros. It can even stop you know when you're keep forgetting the name, the 4/4 Vigilance, the Rosemane Centaur from Selesnya. Mm-hmm. That's like their good gold payoff convoke card. This thing does stop it in its tracks. So
it does.
Plus, it's got the best flavor text in the set by a lot. It says, "What wishes do they grant? Mostly pinching related ones." So yeah.
So we'll go C-, I guess. Though it's still not like a particularly attractive card.
I think if you want one, you're going to get one. It's not going to be a card that's particularly contested.
Oh, you're going to get one. All right. So we've got a few artifacts and some lands to go through, though the majority of them are actually taken up by a cycle each with gates and lockets. So first we'll talk about lockets, which were actually our preview cards. I'll just use the Dimir locket as our example, but they all follow the same suit. So it's 3 mana for an artifact at common, and it taps for, in this case, blue or black, because it's Dimir, but there's one for each color that taps for one each of their guild. And then you can pay either blue, or black, or any combination of blue and black, 4 mana, tap it, sacrifice it to draw 2 cards, and there's one of these for each guild in Guilds of Ravnica.
So I like 3 out of the 5 of these.
These are okay. Well. Yeah, the Boros one clearly is the worst.
Boros one's clearly the worst. Boros just doesn't want this effect. And I think the Selesnya one is also not great.
Yeah, like it's built in. They already have
tap for mana. They don't need more of that effect very much. You'd rather just be curving out with creatures. But all of these, except for the Boros one, are at least playable. And I think the Golgari and Dimir one and Izzet one, I think those 3 are actively good. Like, you don't need a ton of them. They're a little clunky, but they are a draw to, and that's very different than the Cluestone. Yeah. So I would give the Boros one an F. I just don't think the Boros decks almost ever want to play it unless there's a more mid-rangey Boros deck. I would give the Selesnya one probably like a D, and I would give the other 3 probably around like a C-. It's just not a high priority, but it can't hurt that much to have this card in your deck.
I agree. And when you do draw the cards, it feels very, very powerful. So there you go for those. We've got Gatekeeper Gargoyle. This one has your name written all over it, Luis. It's 6 mana for a 3/3 flying gargoyle at uncommon. So I know your ears perked up, but wait, underpowered, expensive flyer? I'm in. Gatekeeper Gargoyle enters a battlefield with a +1/+1 counter on it for each gate you control.
Yeah, if you have 1 gate, this is mediocre, but at 2 gates, it's all of a sudden pretty good.
What about in your case where you're going to have 4 gates or 6 gates?
Then it's the finisher. So...
yeah, 9/9 flyer go.
I think that Gatekeeper Gargoyle is a build around, probably like a build around C+. C+ is exactly what I was thinking. Once you have 5 gates in your deck, I would probably play this, assuming you also needed a 6-drop. It's not a card I'm going to first pick and just jam, but I think that the decks that want it will be happy to play it. Plus, no one else will want it.
You're going to kill people with this card. Let's just be honest. Next is Glaive of the Guild Pact. This is 2 mana for an equipment. I think it's the only equipment in the set, maybe. Equipped creature gets +1/+0 for each gate you control and has Vigilance and Menace. And the equip cost, which is, of course, the important part, It's
I
3.
do not like this card.
Right
I also
there.
don't think that the gate decks want what is this?
Yeah, why is this
essentially
here?
an aggressive equipment? So this looks like an F to me. I just don't see how you plus X plus O and gates don't seem to go together very well.
All right. Well, how about this? You give it an F, and then you send me a screenshot the first time that your Gatekeeper Gargoyle has a glaive with a Guild Pact, and it's like, lethal on its own or whatever.
Yeah, sure.
Deal?
Yeah, I'll work on that.
Right.
Next up, we've
Okay, I know
got
you will.
Rampaging Monument. So 4 mana artifact creature, cleric at uncommon. It's got trample and starts with 3+1/+1 counters. Then whenever you cast a multicolored spell, put a ++1 counter on it. So it's a 4 mana 3/3 trample, and every time you play a multicolored spell, it gets another counter. This card's pretty good.
Hey, all those gold cards, the hybrid cards, they all trigger it, and it's already a 3/3 trample for 4 to start with.
I think if you have
like
5 or 6 multicolored cards, I'd be tempted to play this. And if you
I
end up
think
with
so
more,
too.
then this card just gets better, which makes it like a C, but one that you should keep an eye on. It could transition to a B very easily once you have a bunch of multicolors.
If you get up into the higher range, yeah. Silent Dart is next. It's 1 mana for an artifact at uncommon. You pay 4 mana, tap it, and sack it to have it do 3 damage to a creature.
This is the kind of thing that, like,
that is
if there was a mechanic in the set that rewarded cheap artifacts, this would be a good way to, like, get a cheap artifact into play for, like, improvise, and then later you sack it to kill a creature. As is, you're paying 1+4 to deal 3, and that's okay, but just okay. It's the kind of thing that, like, a Selesnya deck will play because it's a way to kill flyers, or that sort of thing. A removal light deck can bolster the removal count with it, which probably makes it like a C-. It's not wildly unplayable. It's just not very good.
Yeah, I think it would get play a little bit more than Explosive Apparatus, but not a lot. D+, C- for Silent Dart. Wand of Vertebrae is 1 mana. For an artifact at uncommon, tap to mill yourself for 1. 2, tap, exile it to shuffle up to 5 target cards from your graveyard into your library.
I think this is an F. This is just not the way to enable Undergrowth. You're just not getting good value doing
worth
this.
it. Yeah. So F for Wand of Vertebrae. That brings us to the Guild Gates. There's 1 for each color. They enter the battlefield tapped, and they tap for 1 mana of the guild's color, and then they have the type Gate or the subtype Gate, which matters for some of the cards that we just mentioned. I mean, I don't think that if you're just playing 2 colors, you need any Guild Gates, but if you pick one up late, sure, right? I mean, you're going to run one, like, in your deck, or 1 or 2 or whatever you end up getting. But are we prioritizing them for 2 color decks?
I think so. Basically, unless you're playing Boros and have a ton of 1-drops, almost every single deck would get better if you added 3 Guild Gates to it.
Actually, wait, you're right. Like, what about the, blue, black creatures? Like, those really would like to have a gate.
No,
That's
but I
true.
think people, because you don't have the option, people are kind of unaware of how bad limited mana bases are. The classic 9/8 mana base, that's pretty standard, right? That's just not a good mana base. You would much rather be like 7/7/3 with 3 Guild Gates is so much better. Every deck would rather play that, again, unless they're just like on all 1-drops. And even then, I think the Boros decks would still play a Guild Gate or 2. It just reduces the mana screw portion by a ton. So there's 1 per pack, so 3 per player. Though I guess the Gateway Plaza might count for that. I actually don't know. It does increase the consistency of your deck by a lot. I think you should aggressively take them. Basically, I would say the Guild Gates are basically like a C+. And
that's pretty high.
I would say they're better than most playable commons, just because you're going to end up. I mean, I haven't drafted the set enough to know what the playable count exactly looks like. But if it's like every other modern set, you're just going to end up with 28 playables at the end of every draft. So I would certainly trade some of my mid-pick cards for Guild Gates at that rate. And then that's not even getting into the, like, what if I just take the Guild Gate out of every pack and play 5 colors? I don't know if that's a real thing or not, but
right. Well, you'll find that out for us as soon as possible, I'm sure. Okay, and then the only other card is Gateway Plaza, which you mentioned. It is a gate. It's common when it enters a battlefield tapped, and when it enters a battlefield, you sacrifice it unless you pay 1 mana, and it taps for 1 mana.
So this is the kind of card that I don't think you should play unless you're playing 3+ colors. It's just not good enough for a 2-color deck because it not only enters tap, but it also takes a mana that turn. So it's kind of like a tap land you have to cast. And if you play 2 of these and they're both in your opening hand, then that's really unlucky.
Yeah. Well, and one of the things that occurred to me while we were talking about this is I was talking about how we're probably going to be playing more one drops than we're used to. That actually works well with the gates because you play a gate and then, you can still find a spot down the line to play a one drop and not fall too far behind on like number of spells cast where normally, you might have a harder time with it. So it does make it like slightly easier, and the Gateway Plaza just doesn't really do that.
Yeah. So it's good enough. It's good in a 3 or 4 color deck, not good in a 2 color deck.
Yep. Okay, that's it. That's the last card. Wow, we got right through that thing. Nice job, Luis. And this set looks cool. Definitely going to be focusing on the guilds. I did want to say that before we go. If you're going to your pre-release stick, I had a few people ask on Twitter, like, do you think I can go out of guild? And I said no.
Just the rule.
There's just so many gold cards and payoffs that, like, you can go guild plus. Right. That's fine.
You can play a Dimir Golgari deck, right, where you're playing Golgari but splashing some 2 or 3 good blue card payoffs. But yeah, can you build a white blue deck? Probably not. That just doesn't really make sense.
No. You have to just wait for that one. And then the other thing is people were asking what guilds to pick at the thing. I'm going to pick Izzet. I think it's like going to be weird to build, but if you know how to do it, I think you can just smash people with it. So that's what I'm going to pick. What are you going to pick, Luis?
Probably Dimir. I think that Dimir is the guild that most represents my interests in life.
Because you're sneaky?
Well, I'm actually so Dimir that people don't think I'm Dimir. So.
Oh, jeez. Wow, you really did it. All right, that's going to do it for this set review.
I can't be Dimir if I'm announced on a podcast, though. So.
No, that was a bad move. You're going to get slapped by the house for that one. We're going to have the rares and mythics next week on the show, so make sure you come back and tune in for that. In the meantime, I want to remind you that our sponsor is channelfireball.com. If you have cards to sell, everybody does, and this is a good time to do it because there's a new set coming out. You might want to pick up a box of it. They will give you 30% back if you trade in your cards. So you can go on their sell list, fill it out, send them in, and whatever they're going to give you in cash, plus 30% if you want to do it for trade-in and get another box or a bunch of singles. It's a really good deal, and it really helps ease the burden of a pretty expensive hobby that Magic is. It is expensive, and that's a good way to relieve that a little bit. If you want to find us on social media, it's actually really easy. I'm Marshall_LR, and Luis is LSV. We're on Twitter and everywhere else, and you can come say hi. And let us know how you did at your pre-release. We love seeing all the pictures and all the I won my pre-releases or I did really well. We love that stuff. And make sure you do that. And anything that you want to find related to the podcast is at lrcast.com. That's where you can find every episode of LR ever. You can go all the way back through the archives if you want to know. Some people have done that. And you can find everything else related to the show there, including streams and videos and YouTube channels and all that stuff right on the front page of lrcast.com. That's going to do it for this one. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. We really do appreciate it. We'll see you next time.
So we got an interesting email in the LRcast mailbox there. And I actually want to talk about it because it's something I've thought a lot about. It's an email from Casey saying, for the first time, I feel too old for Magic. And Casey says that they're 34 and they played when they were a kid and they moved around and now their local game store has mostly kids who are like 16 to 22. And they're saying they feel, a little out of touch and kind of self-conscious at being older than the people playing there. And this is something I think is really awesome about Magic and gaming in general. Since I've been on both sides of this equation, when I started to play Magic, I was 11. And I learned to play Magic from generally people who were older than me. Like I would go to the game store with my friend and, I've met lifelong friends there. That was, I'm 35 now. So that was 24 years ago. One of the guys at the local store, this guy named Bruce, who basically taught me how to play Magic, taught me how to play D&D, ran the first D&D campaign, and he was something like 15, 16 years older than me. I talked to him last week. Like, I have kept in touch with him 25 years later. He is, he has 2 kids now. One of them's about to go to college. Like, at no point did I feel like our age gap was impeding us being able to be friends. And I was hanging out with a bunch of people who were older than me, but we had this common interest, Magic or D&D or what have you, that really made that not matter that much. Like, yeah, it's not like we were exactly peers, and I got, I learned things from these people who were older than me because we're different ages. And it's not like we would hang out all the time. I wouldn't go over to his house or anything like that, right? It wasn't that kind of thing. Though later in college, he ran a D&D game and we did, but whatever, that's a different thing. And now I'm on the other side of things where, I'm 35 and some of the people in our PT test team are 13. Like that is an actual thing. Quinn Kiefer is who I'm talking about here. He is one of the kids who's playing, who's literally 13. Our test group is run on Facebook, and he couldn't join it until he turned 13 to get a Facebook account.
Whoa.
And Quinn's awesome, by the way. My point is, Magic has made those age gaps, and most are less extreme, right? Like, I work and hang out with like Matt Nass, who's 28, but I was 18 when I met him or whatever. But it just hasn't mattered that much, because at the end of the day, we're doing something we all love to do. And we can communicate through that medium. It's the same reason that when I play against like a Japanese player at the Pro Tour and neither of us speak the other person's language, maybe they speak more English, so I speak Japanese, I can tell you that. We can communicate through game actions and game terms. Like that bridges that gap. And, I think this is something both you and I've had conversations with Kibler about this, like, how old is too old to be making a living off playing games and doing this kind of thing? And our answer is like, it hasn't run out. It's not like you magically turned 30 and you're no longer allowed to do that. Like,
right.
We're not playing League of Legends where you're 27 and you're like aged out because your reflexes aren't there.
Right. Totally. You definitely still have stuff to add. And I think that we're kind of going into new territory because we were one of the first generations to grow up fully immersed in video games.
Yeah.
I had a Nintendo when I was like 9.
Yeah. And like Magic is aging. And that part of it is like the people who started playing haven't stopped playing. I haven't stopped playing. The people I know,
right.
My friend Bruce hasn't stopped playing. Like these are things that you are seeing people who are 50 who've been playing Magic since they were young, since they were 25. And I think that I completely understand, where Casey's coming from. It can be kind of weird to go in and be like, I'm a decade older than all these other people. Like, what am I doing here? But I think at the end of the day, like if you can enjoy FNM in that draft, like you'll find yourself communicating through Magic in a way that you're not really paying attention that maybe you go home to, kids and a job and a 401k and they're not sure what major they want to take in college.
Right.
But that doesn't mean that you disagree on, like, both of you understand that attacking a 2/2 into a 3/3 is not a good idea. But both of you,
Magic's the middle ground.
Right. Both of you enjoy casting a combat trick to trick your opponent. Like,
that's the cool part. It's not relevant. The other stuff,
And the other thing is gaming has gotten much cooler. I'm not saying this like I'm not a gigantic nerd or whatever, but I'm not ashamed of the fact that all I do is professional gaming or gaming related things. I think it's cool. I think it's awesome.
Yeah.
And I've gotten a lot of cool opportunities. Like, Marshall, you just got to go to Las Vegas to cover Worlds.
Yeah.
You've got to go to Japan. Like, how could you tell someone about those things and think it's anything but cool?
Right.
So I don't think that you should come from a place where you're worried about people knowing you play Magic, and Magic is a thing that's much more socially accepted now. So I think it's pretty sweet to be a gamer. And I think that a lot of people are discovering that, and you're going to find a lot of people who are buying into that. And even if you don't do this professionally, the fact that you play Magic isn't a cause for concern. A lot of people understand what it's like to enjoy a game that much. So I think that Magic's a really good way to bring people together. I think a lot of games are. And I understand the feeling of feeling too old for that, but I really don't think that that is really a thing. And yeah, it's good to find people your own age, so because you have more in common and there's like a lot of advantages to that. But I wouldn't decide that this game's not for me. I'm too old for that game. You are not too old for Magic. If there are people who are 70 playing D&D, which there are, you're not too old for Magic. Like this is the sort of thing that it can stick with you for a lifetime, and there's a lot of really awesome reasons for that.